Matcha a mockeries. Mariak Pentila, Mariak Snake, was a cocktail bread for unleashing the beast. Iho wore a mock for night at least. Tradewar, he's beating some fella. Tahan or you see and shot, and it's for sure straight to Silla. Fucked into the back of the Jeep, he falls asleep. He does it every week. Chucky or La, get the Brits out, lad. A one-way ticket, please, I've lost my bus pass. It's Jackson off, he's looking some pins, man. A Kylu fucking Fweegish, man. Keep her at the fucker, fucking fuck off. Jesus said on the cross. 2 pins of bush, 20 figs, and the fog is still lost. Who's next? Me, miss. Some would you like a bag? While you're shopping down your nose, I see your ankle tag. Fuck you, curfew, dislocated eye socket. Overnight cop shop with 2 grams in his pocket. Loves his reputation, now he's known for being a rocket. In his dreams, 9mm loaded. I'm a hitch, double OD. Low lace, coming what they say about me. Cause I'm a hitch, double OD. Low lace, coming what they say about me.
A dog with a job, what the fuck is that? When Harper Mickey's just sitting in the flat, sipping on his cans and smoking rollies. Cause all the best jobs are taken by the doggies.
Sweaty black, yeah, crack, and my split for hand lab. Beat the fast, then a sash, got that note on bank cash. Jack and Nish, hate the stash, want the persons and I. Jack a goose, Coquelina, solo Miriam, Joe Ash.
It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath.
Throw a hook, a jab and a boot. I sneak a quick tooth, then I fire another boot. For calling me a fruit, for trying to take the loot. But Billy won't be bothering any more hoots.
Nish, couple of cash, do you want it in your chest or your knees or your head? DJ Provey has the lead. You can beg, you can plead, you can tell us what we need. You can change your name,
But you're all the fucking same. It's double OD, low lace, come with what they say about me. Cause I'm a hitch, double OD, low lace, come with what they say about me. I'm a hitch, double OD, low lace, come with
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from kind of gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day, regardless of all the things that are going on, regardless of how all the nuisances. I will be telling you all about it in a brief moment, but I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. I hate that I hate that like notification keeps popping up left and right, and I have no idea why that's going on. I don't know if it's, I guess it's on my end, but I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. It's April 16th, 2025. April 16, 2025, and I almost lost my little finger today. Oh my God, the USB sound. What the fuck? I don't know. There's a power cycle issue happening on my computer with my Rodecaster. It's very, very, very annoying. I'm going to have to most likely pull this out and set system sounds volume to 0, bro. No, it's something that it's an issue that I need to fix regardless. So it's not just like system sounds. I'll fix it in a second. Oh my God, I'm so annoyed. Okay, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what happened to my finger in a brief moment. My main camera is busted, as you guys can see. It's broken. There's a power cycle issue that took place last night after I reset everything. So I'm gonna be using the guest camera today because it's so blown out. Yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Arsenal or Madrid? I don't care. Shut up. I don't care. I don't care about Arsenal or Madrid at all, even a little bit. Okay, so yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, and there's a lot that has taken place since the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. So help me God. For all the parasocialists out there, don't worry. I got a lot of fun stuff for you. I have a lot of fun stuff lined up. I have a lot of crazy stuff lined up. And yeah, so I'll tell you what happened. So personal news wise, last night I finally watched Kneecap, the show, and I'm going to give you my summary on it, and I'm going to give you everything because fucking fantastic. It was an amazing. Oh my god, I'm so annoyed. Oh my god. It's an amazing movie, and you know what? I'm actually gonna play the trailer of the movie for you guys while I go and fix the sound real quick. So hopefully I'll be able to do that quickly while you guys watch. Okay. Yeah, I know China put more tariffs on. Oh my god, this is so annoying. It's so freaking annoying. Hold on. Here. Hold on.
Tell me something about you. Something you've never told anyone else.
I'm a rapper. There are 80
Ichil Gantanga Achla Noshum.
three of us have become rappers.
You might know the words, but you don't understand the language.
Which means you're real for horse from Kyo.
Just go studio again.
What?
Because rent beats.
Can you like? Well, you hear Abby Roadie? Abby what? Argus Showboys and Roland 808. You're sure are gonna be yes real like for Kyoto if we like Grimmer when she's blast us been the diary seeing hip hop. Good on your. Do I look like I want to read subtitles? Ian, dog, tree.
Consider this here's the knock at the door before the knock at the door. Him and his wee pals' music. It's drawn attention from all the wrong places.
Nothing but a H-double-O-D, low-life scum.
We'll end up face down in an alley.
You have a life, a career, a future. Remember, I can take it all away from you like that.
Special delivery. Hey! No more music.
Every day I am not captured is a psychological victory against the occupiers.
Kneecap, so-called Irish language rappers promoting antisocial behaviour and violence.
Stay voice talk of enough time, Mrs. Sheaslip.
I never want to see you again.
I never want to see you again.
Well, look who it is. Bone Thugs and No Harmony.
I'm a hitch.
But those hoots have to say this city doesn't need to be hearing.
He's here asserting his right to speak Irish.
A Belfast band has been criticised for chanting anti-British slogans.
Gach focal Gaelic literature.
Oh, it's not gone away.
Skilter or some searshin the heron. Boris Billy or Shillavik.
Why don't you just speak the Queen's English? Oh, come on, let's go. Can you see the fucking cringy Dr. Drainer out again?
Yeah, Michael Fassbender's in it, which is really cool. On top of everything else, it was shockingly good. Like, I will say, it was shockingly good. Shockingly. I had no idea. I am not very knowledgeable over like the Irish language. Like, I didn't know anything about it other than, you know, Chucky our law. That's like the only thing I know, right? And maybe a couple select phrases that I've heard, but I didn't realize that it was like it was like on its way out almost. You know what I mean? So a big part of what Kneecap does, a big part of what Kneecap is seeking out to do is basically make the Irish Gaelic not a lost language, and the only way that it has survived is because Irish people are stubborn enough, despite the fact that it was made illegal. They were stubborn enough to just keep talking, and it seems like there's 80,000 at the time. There's 80,000 people who speak it, and only 6,000 in the north of Ireland. And you know, we don't call it Gaelic, we call it Irish. Gaelic is a sport, Irish is a language. Okay, I'm talking to Americans. I'm gonna Brian kill me. Trans Winter Pog, stop telling me that there's a historical fencing club in LA that I should check out. I'm probably not going to check it out. Okay. So it's Irish. The language is Irish, but Kneecap raps in Irish, and a part of the reason, please unplug it. I can't. It's the Roadcaster that's like causing this beeping to take place. I'm gonna try to turn off the administrative sound, I guess, but like I don't know where to even turn off the beeps and whatnot. Oh, system sounds. Okay, muted it. All right, we won't hear it anymore. It's not a loose cable, chat. So I'll have to work on that later. But we're good for the time being. Okay, so all right, so the music is still fine. Just the beeps and the boops and the system sound is fine. The pronunciation is Gwalahi. Gwalagi. Is that how you pronounce it? I can't tell if you guys are fucking with me or not. Anyway, my point is, British occupied Ireland historically made it illegal, and there's not a lot of native speakers of it, and it's a language that is slated for extinction alongside many indigenous languages around the world. So there are a lot of people in Ireland that want to, keep speaking Irish and make it more common, and there's like language rights as language rights as well. That is an issue, and the kneecap historic fiction, I guess, covers all of that and talks about like the real story, and I assume a lot of fictitious elements are added on for seasoning to make it like really interesting and really fun. Shows the lore of kneecap, how they got together, what their goals are, what they attempt to do. And it was amazing. It was an amazing movie to watch. Now, obviously, part of the reason why I finally watched it was because I am going to be hanging out with the boys. And I think it's good for me to do a little bit of research, right? Like to figure out what they're all about, right? What their story is, what their lore is, what kind of drugs they're into, like what am I looking forward to on Friday, because hold on, they're DMing me right now actually. But yeah, the reason why, of course, I wanted to figure all this stuff out is because yeah, we're gonna be collabing on Friday at Coachella, so very exciting stuff. Spill the tea. How was Sinners? Sinners was great. I talked about it. I talked about it yesterday. I watched Sinners on Monday night. Please actually go to Ireland at some point. Yes, I would love to. It's ironic because like a lot of this started when I saw this, when I saw them post this, and I was like, oh, these guys are like, I've already always known that the coolest type of white person is an Irish person. Okay, this is like not even a joke. It's just Irish people carry white people in general across the board. Okay, they've always been historically on the right side of issues for obvious reasons, considering that they are smack dab in the heart of the colonial empire, England, due to their proximity, and they have a long history of resisting against colonial occupation. So they're pretty dope. The Scottish would like a word law. Listen, there's very cool Scottish people as well, but I think there is a little bit of a difference between the historic relationship of Ireland versus England in comparison to the historic relationship of Scotland versus England, especially when considering that the Scots, or let's just say, how can I put this gently? Loyal servants of empire at many points. I think that like Braveheart did a number on Scottish propaganda in general, where a lot of people have this attitude that like Scottish people across the board have a similar history of resistance, and they have. There is historic resistance there as well, and they're significantly better than England right now, but there is a little bit of, if you look at the colonial history, there's complicity there for sure. Don't get mad. I think Scottish people are very cool as well. Anyway, but this is why I say Irish people carry white folk in general. Okay, so yeah, just look at E-Fat law. Scots love to depict ourselves as vastly more progressive than the rest of the UK when it's only a really tiny matter of degree. Yeah, okay. So anyway, listen. My point was, these guys are dope. Kneecap is awesome, and I was shocked at how good they are at acting. Okay, that's number one. They're so phenomenal because they play themselves in the movie, and they're so good. And I was also doubly shocked at like how well put together the movie is. Like, they're musicians. Why are they so good at making a movie as well? You know what I mean? That was I did not expect it to be as good as it was. Like, they very clearly have a aesthetic preference that is dope. I mean, even when you look at like their marketing in general, how they market themselves in general, like they have the peeler wagon that they drive around with, where they have on top of the peeler wagon the Irish flag and the Palestinian flag. Like they go everywhere in that. It's pretty sick. Anyway, yeah, I started calling cops peelers now. That's what this is one of the coolest things that I learned. But yeah, they're very cool. They're very cool. They're very dope, and they like to party. And it was just an incredible movie. I really think that Will Miniker says it has one of the best fictionalized representations of a drug trip ever. Yeah, for sure. It's just very good. It was a very good, very well-rounded, very well-rounded movie. I highly recommend it. Hasan fangirling a little bit. Yeah, a little bit for sure. Anyway, but we're gonna see what we can do on Friday at Coachella. I am going to try to make something happen that I think you guys will consider to be very cool. So that's where I'm working on. That's what I'm working on right now. Wasn't Coachella last weekend? It's this weekend as well. It's 2 weekends. So yeah, there's a Marxist bookshop called Connolly Books in Dublin. If you ever come to Ireland, you should check it out. Yes. Will made fun of your Coachella questions. I don't know what my Coachella questions were. But yeah, anyway, that's what I was like working on. That's what I was working on last night. And then this morning, I, of course, as always, went to go work out. Personal news wise, went to go work out, went to go do my damn thing, as always. And here's what, here, hold on, I'll show you. First of all, yeah, this is a post of Mark and I. They posted this on their Instagram. They say, should we bring Hasan Piker on Coachella to Coachella on Friday? And it got 91% yeses, which is, you know, I've never seen that much love from any community. You know what I mean? There's always going to be at least a 20 to 30% there that say, nah, fuck that guy. Shockingly enough, they only got like 9%. So very cool. And then when I was working out this morning, I chopped off a little chunk of my pinky. So that's what happened. I was doing front rack. I was doing my final block on my exercises, front racked 55-pounder walking lunges. Okay. First, I start off with squats where I hit 310 for 6. Well, I hit 310 for 5. Here it is. And then what else did I do? I did RDLs, Romanian deadlifts with 85 pounders for 15, then 12, then 10, then 8. And then while I was, and then last but not least, there's Honey that knocks off the camera here. But after that, I was doing front rack lunges. While I was doing front rack lunges, 55 pounders. On the way back, I'm putting the weights back on the rack, and my pinky finger got caught in between the metal barrier that is supposed to hold the weights, and it just like chopped it perfectly clean. It wasn't that big of a deal. It just started bleeding a lot, but as you can see from the cut, it was like a perfectly clean cut, so no skin flew off or anything like that. So I was not even going to do anything about it. I just like doused it with hydrogen peroxide. And then after that, I doused it with hydrogen peroxide immediately. And then I wrapped it up like tight so it stops bleeding. Did it hurt? No, it didn't even hurt. I think I was a little shocked at how badly it chopped it off a little bit. But anyway, I did that and my dad freaked out. That looks deep, maybe glue it. Yeah, it is deep. And that's what we did. We glued it. So my dad was freaking out about it. So I was like, all right, fuck it. I'll go to urgent care. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's fine. But bro, you realize that increases scarring to hydrogen peroxide cover, right? It's outdated, bad medical care. People thought it was helpful 50 years ago. Wait, what? It's fine, chatters. It was in the interim, okay? It was just for a brief moment. I went to the doctor, I went to urgent care, and it was not like the pit at all. They actually fixed it up real quick. They got me real quick. And at urgent care, the doctor was like, yeah, you know, we'll kiss and make it better. It's a little boo-boo. It's not that big of a deal. And he was right. I was fine. I didn't even need to actually go to the doctor. It wasn't that big of a deal. It was just bleeding a lot, but my parents freaked out over it. My dad freaked out over it. So, yeah, we just glued it. Shit's glued up right now. He just told me, don't weight lift for a couple days because you don't want to like pop it open. Chinese netizen unreasonable glaze update. I saw somebody say you have the shadow of Guevara when you were on stage speaking up for Palestine. I would call them a LARPer if I saw it on Twitter, but it seems like a legit compliment in China. That is the greatest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I do not deserve a compliment such as that. But yeah, I got it glued, got it wrapped up. We're good to go. Can't be working out for a couple days, but it's all good. Get some good sleep over the next few days too. It'll increase your healing capacity. But yeah, that's the reason why I'm late. So I apologize. I was behind this guy. That's why I'm late. I saw a Cybertruck with a thin blue line patch on it. It's hog time, baby. Was the tear an actual cut? No, it was a cut. Were you disappointed that it wasn't like the pit? Rich ass able to afford an urgent care visit? Chatter, I have insurance. Not to flex on you, but I have a $15 copay on those things. Not to flex on you, chatters, but I'm kind of a baller. I'm kind of a fucking baller, fam. Yeah, not to flex on you, but I got insurance. I got it like that. When I go to urgent care, it's a $15 copay. I think that is unironically a flex though. I saw a clip of you talking about the pit and then you got derailed by someone. So can you talk about it, please? No, I talked enough about the pit. I love the pit. The pit is life. But yeah, that's it. That's what happened. Classic American bragging about a copay. Oh, I saw this video as well. This is a funny one. We'll look at that too. But yeah, like I said, we have some fun stuff lined up in this upcoming week. So get excited for it. Get excited for it. Socialism is when you do the colonoscopy yourself. Yeah. Damn, what's your monthly? It's a lot. I think it's like $600, $700 is what it was. It's crazy, dude. Dude, when I left the Young Turks, I had to do Cobra and pay that shit out of pocket. I don't know what it is now. I actually don't know. Isn't that crazy? Cobra is insane, dude. Cobra is supposed to be the patchwork solution so that people who lose their jobs can still maintain their healthcare that they got from their corporate job for, you know, I think it's like 36 months max. And that patchwork solution basically is you paying the entire premium that your corporate job sponsored basically covered. So you lose your fucking job, let's say, and then you have to pay the whole thing. It's psychotic. It don't make no sense. Socialized medicine now, please. What an insane situation. Please go to the... Wait, what? Check logs. Please don't go to the emergency room. Urgent care is cheaper and not the same facility. Dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean check logs? I just explained to you that I went to a fucking urgent care facility already. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, it's too late already, okay? What is this advice you're giving? Like, what? Not everything has to be like, oh my God, this is a matter of utmost importance. Please, have you had the ethical consideration of choosing a fucking urgent care facility over an emergency room? God damn, dude. I could be dying. I could be fucking dying, okay? Bleeding from a gunshot wound. And chatters would be like, hey, by the way, check logs, please. Check logs, please. I know you're bleeding out on this live stream right now, but check logs, please. Have you considered that you probably should go to urgent care because you shouldn't hold up an emergency care facility? In many instances, it's the only way that poor people can get any sort of healthcare coverage whatsoever. So please really reconsider your ethical decisions that you made. A lot of time, urgent care will send you to an ER while charging you a bunch. Then you have two bills. For what you had is fine, but urgent care is usually trash, to be honest. Yeah, I luckily don't ever have an instance where I need like straightforward, like full-blown comprehensive medical care. ERs if you're worried you might die. Urgent care is if you're sure your life is not at risk. Yeah, check logs, please. The note is about how you can use super glue to seal a wound. Yeah, I also asked the doctor who didn't say it, but I felt like when he walked into the room, he gave me the HasanAbi head look. And he didn't like reveal it to me, but I could tell. I think he was one of you motherfuckers. He might be in the chat right now. But I grilled him. I was like, so what do I do? Like, let's say I'm in an island, okay? I'm in an isolated island and, you know, plane crash situation. Can I use super glue? And he was like, in a hypothetical scenario, he was like, in a hypothetical scenario, yes, like if you have nothing else, you know, that could work. Cause I was, you know, I find myself in deserted islands all the time. Genuine question: what attributes do you associate with HasanAbi head face? No, it's just a look. It's just a look that someone gives you when someone gives me specifically when I can tell if they know who I am or not. The Pit does a decent job of capturing some aspects of healthcare, but it's complete fantasy in the way that it depicts the residents, med students, and attending physicians. Don't listen to your doctor. You need to reopen the wound and put leeches on it. Trust me, I'm a chatter. Yeah. What should someone do instead of Cobra, or is that the best option? That's the only option, chatter. Die. What should someone do instead of Cobra? Die, I guess. I don't know. It's like, it's a sad state of affairs, but you have no other option, you know? What am I going to do? There's no medical care. I can't pay for it. I guess I'll die. That's unironically the method here. That's the move. That's the method. That's the only availability you have at your disposal. Fantastic stuff we have here in America. Wealthiest nation on the planet, by the way. Have I ever mentioned that? Wealthiest nation on the fucking planet. It's so sick. All right, let's get started. There's a lot going on in the world. Constitutional crisis over deportation schemes. Dem senator visits El Salvador. El Salvador over unjustly deported Maryland resident. Isn't there laws preventing hospitals from refusing life-saving care to underinsured and non-insured people? Yes, the hospital. That's why a lot of poor people will go to the emergency room, partially because they usually put it off until it's far too late, because regular checkups at a primary care facility, a primary care doctor, is expensive, costly, might not be covered by insurance, might have too much of a high copay or whatever. So most people will literally wait until the very last second when it becomes a major issue, and they go and work. I mean, they go and use the emergency rooms. Hospitals also simultaneously will basically farm the emergency rooms as well. They're overloaded. It's really annoying. It's I guess somewhat of a cost-effective alternative for them from the administrator standpoint. You know, is it effing? What's happening? I didn't experience any Fs on my end. Also, our Medicare system encourages treatments versus preventative care. Yeah, that's the other thing. You can't get preventative care. Preventative care is inaccessible because of price. That is a major problem. That's why Americans are so goddamn unhealthy. That only enables them to receive short-term acute care and does not result in meaningful correction of long-term or persistent medical issues. Foreigners may not know. Yeah. If you do not live in the United States of America, this is a concept that is alien to you, because you're like, what do you mean you can't like go and get a consistent medical checkup or even drugs, for example, that you might need in a timely manner? And that is because doctor's visits cost money in our country. And even if you have health insurance, it still costs money, and a lot of money, as a matter of fact. Wonderful system we have here. Anyway, constitutional crisis over deportation schemes. Dem senator visits El Salvador over unjustly deported Maryland resident. Elon is asking Twitter reply gals to send Twitter reply gals if he can send come their way and more. Get in now. Ayo. No, it's not an Ayo situation. What you see is what you get. It is exactly, I mean it. That is precisely what's going on here. Okay? You can't say Ayo to me, because that's what Elon Musk is doing. Go say Ayo to him. He says, can I send come to you in the mail? Okay? There are reply gals and reply guys, maybe, potentially, I don't know, that Elon Musk will identify, and then will DM and will go, hey, can I send my cummies to you by mail, and you can put it inside of you and then have a baby? Yes. And guess what? Some women say, yes, I will have your cum. Please send me your semen. I will put it in my vagina. That is unironically what is going on. There's no other way to describe this process. That's literally what it is. Elon Musk identifies Twitter reply guys and Twitter reply gals, and will go and will DM them and will say in the DMs, can I please send you my cum? I would like to send you by mail my semen. I have a cum jar. I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to overnight express it to you. Please put it in your vagina. That's what he says. Okay. And then sometimes the Twitter reply guys or Twitter reply gals will go, ew, no, that's weird. Why would I do that? In which case, Elon Musk gets very offended, very upset. Obviously, I'll talk about that later with Tiffany Wong. I think that's her name, right? That's the story I'm talking about. And then with Ashley St. Clair, for example, they say, yes, I will take the cum in the cum jar and put it in my pussy. That's like pretty much what happens. Tiffany Fong. I'm sorry. I mean, this is just what's going on. I don't know why you guys are fucking yelling at me. This is what is going on. Okay? Excuse me. This is what it is. Okay? You can get mad at me for telling you what's what. Here, Wall Street Journal will write an entire article over it. Nobody's getting mad at them. Everybody's getting mad at me. What's this about? I didn't do it. I don't have a fucking DHL overnight shipping express cum scheme that I've designed for Twitter reply gals. He has. It's him who's done it. And you're over here saying, ew, gross. Ew, gross, Hasan. Why would you tell me this message, you know? This is a message I don't want to receive. It's like, well, he's doing it. It's grosser that he's doing it. I have to report it. I am an objective news reporter. I call balls and strikes. I am the most trusted name in news. Anyway, so we'll get to the Elon Musk cummy story in a trusted name in news. Anyway, so we'll get to the Elon Musk cummy story in a little bit. But before then, let's start talking about the judge. The judge. This is a federal immigration judge that has held the Trump admin in criminal contempt over deportations. That's right. Fox News breaking news alert. Donald Trump's deportation regime is falling apart. We're obviously going to be talking about it. There are so many different court cases that are lined up right now. You got the Maryland judge involved in Kilmar Abrego Garcia and his unjustifiable deportation to El Salvador. Obviously, that's one of the stories that we'll be talking about today. The Supreme Court of the United States, as a matter of fact, in a unanimous decision, told the Trump administration to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And yet the Trump administration is basically not doing that. This is another judge, the federal immigration judge, Judge Boasberg. I believe that's how you say his name, also known as Judge Wokesberg, even though he is a right-wing judge, of course. He was the one who said that the Trump administration is not allowed to deport people to El Salvador without due process, and that all of the immigrants that they were shipping must immediately be returned to the United States of America, and the planes have to turn around. And the Trump administration, of course, did not listen to Judge Wokesberg. So let's take a look at what's going on here.
So the federal judge who first placed an injunction on the Trump administration's deportation flights now says he has found probable cause to hold the Trump administration in contempt for failing to return 2 planes deporting migrants last month. Senior correspondent Rich Edson is live. He's got the very latest on that developing story. Hi, Rich.
Hey, good afternoon, Sandra. Well, U.S. District Judge James Boasberg says he has given Trump administration officials ample opportunity to explain their actions and that their responses have been unsatisfactory. He writes in this order, quote, the court ultimately determines that the government's actions on that day demonstrate a willful...
Like Judge Wokesberg, everybody. He is he's the wokest of them all, you know? It's just crazy how many of these guys that still have some interest in upholding incredibly important aspects of the Constitution, like, you know, gay shit, like due process, right? Like all of these guys, they just turn out to be radical Marxist, socialist, communist gay men and women. It's crazy. You could be like the #1 Ronald Reagan fan. You could be a permanent Republican voter your whole life. But then when push comes to shove and you go, hey, if there's no due process, you're kind of undermining the entirety of the Constitution. And ironically enough, my job as a judge. So I think I'm going to uphold the law as I see it. All of a sudden, you do that. And lo and behold, you're woke. You become woke. You could have been an immigration judge that was just, signing off on an exceptional amount of migrants being shipped off to God knows where. But the moment that you go, let's do due process, actually, all of a sudden, they call you woke.
Full disregard for its order, sufficient for the court to conclude that probable cause exists to find the government in criminal contempt. This is
Crazy.
all over the administration's failure to return planes that left for El Salvador full of alleged gang members in mid-March. Boasberg says if the Justice Department refuses to answer his next questions, he will refer the matter for prosecution. Another federal judge is investigating the administration over deportations. This is in the mistaken removal of Kilmar Abrego Garcia last month to El Salvador, where President Nayib Bukele is jailing migrants from the U.S. in the country's maximum security prison. Attorney General Pam Bondi maintains Abrego Garcia is not returning.
We did the right thing. It was one additional step in paperwork that needed to be taken. Now he is declared as a foreign transnational gang member. So, Bill, even if President Bukele said, we'll send him back, all that would happen.
This is one of the most insane things that I have seen in this administration that does insane things on a daily basis, where they basically were like, oh, we're just going to do a post hoc designation to suit the purpose with no evidence whatsoever, by the way. They're like, yeah, we decided he's actually a terrorist after the fact. So even if we were to return him, we are still going to deport him. We won't deport him to El Salvador this time, but it doesn't really matter. Like the paperwork, the aftermath paperwork that they're trying to fucking add on is basically the federal government the federal government equivalent of like sprinkling crack cocaine on top of a dead person the cops just killed. You know what I mean? It's just like, ooh, we found a gun on him. But the difference, of course, is that I guess not dissimilar to the Baltimore Police Department, they're doing it in fucking broad daylight. Okay, they're doing it on camera. They're doing it in a way where you can see it happening. They're just like, yeah, we didn't do the paperwork beforehand, but we've just decided that, this guy actually is a terrorist. Sorry.
Happen is one more step in paperwork, and he would go right back to El Salvador.
A district court judge and the Supreme Court ordered the administration to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the U.S. The White House says, quote, the criminal illegal immigrant is already home. He's a Salvadorian citizen. Now, Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen has just landed in El Salvador. He says he is working to try to bring him back. Sandra, back to you.
All right, Rich Edson live at the White House for us. Rich, thank you very much.
Incredible stuff, man. Totally. Incredible stuff. It's very cool that they were like, oh, yeah, all we needed to do was the paperwork that designated this guy as a terrorist or a, MS-13 member. You could have revoked the withdrawal order, okay? The withdrawal of a removal order. You could have revoked it. The problem is, at that point, you would have to go back to the courts. You would have to go judge shopping. You would have to actually have sufficient evidence to revoke this withdrawal of removal. And you had to do that before you actually deported the guy. But they didn't do that. So now they're basically deciding after the fact that, no, we don't really need any evidence anyway. It's just after the fact, we've decided that he is still deportable, even if he comes back. So even if we were to follow the Supreme Court of the United States orders, we are just going to go back and deport him anyway. How can people not realize how insane this is? All of the right-wingers, all of these right-wingers, like right-wing content creators and conspiracy theorists and whatnot, fantasized for years about how Barack Obama was going to put people in concentration camps over thought crimes for no reason other than the fact that they're, branded enemies of the state. And Trump is literally doing that for Israel half the fucking time, and the other half for no discernible reason whatsoever other than the fact that they're brown, okay? And these guys seemingly love it. How did this happen? Every single right-winger that fucking fantasized about Barack Obama doing this, Barack Hussein Obama doing this stuff, is now actively championing the administration actually doing the shit that they accused Barack Obama of doing. Ironically enough, Barack Obama also accelerated the process that allowed Trump to get to the position that he got to. Having said that, however, they were complaining that he wasn't doing that at all. It is the same dynamic between conservatives who are conspiracy theorists turning around and claiming Bill Gates wants to microchip you, okay? Bill Gates wants to control the government and microchip you, or George Soros is a puppeteer that controls all of Congress with all of his money. And you got Elon Musk literally doing that. He has a microchipping company and he is actively doing it. He's doing it in broad daylight. He's doing it. He's like, yeah, I'm buying Congress. What are you going to do about it? It doesn't make any sense. What the hell? The sick irony of this is that they're also simultaneously protecting actual domestic terrorist J6 that have actually done harm to U.S. citizens and cops that fucking hate this timeline. Yeah. It's just, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever until you drop the notion that there is any semblance of hypocrisy or that hypocrisy in and of itself matters. Yeah. What the hell, Burton, is the real question here. The Contento Cop is on Ethan and it's live. Oh, the Contento Cop is live? Yeah, we'll be watching it. We'll watch it. We'll watch the Content Cop. I can't believe it's out right now. I can't believe it's a freaking hour already.
What?
1 minute out and people are already fucking blasting it. Oh my God. Damn, lost a bet. Thought it would be on himself. Did you know it was going to be on Ethan? Yes, I did. I did know. I'm in it. I have a brief moment in it, I think. I don't know. I don't know what he ended up doing. I don't know what he said in it, but he wanted me to be a part of a bit. I'm going to go watch it. Good luck with the stream. No, I guess it's an hour long. I guess we'll do the content cop. Keeping secrets from us? Yeah, it's not my story to tell. All right. Do it tomorrow. If you think that this community will allow me to cover the news right now and not this, you are out of your mind. It's only an hour long. We'll take a look at it and then we'll get back to the news. After the Abrigo Garcia, this is like when you see a TV rolling into the classroom. Almost all the stock gains since before the terrorist pause have been wiped out today. Chat acting like you're not constantly not cooking journals to tell you their scoops. Yeah. I actually don't know what he did in this at all. But to the clip channels, I say, do not post this. Do not post my reaction. The video just came out. Okay. And I might actually post my reaction. So hold on. All right. All right. All right. Are you listening? HasanAbi Productions? Yeah. Okay. Watch the new iDubbbz Content Cop now. No, I'm at work. We don't have to worry about HasanAbi Productions. Archive the sick bastard. Yeah, that's true. For those of you who don't know what Content Cop is, this is iDubbbz's old show that he did at a time when I think people cared about YouTubers doing evil shit, you know? I don't think people care as much anymore. Like, I think most people are just like, yeah, this guy sucks. Okay, whatever. Like, there's a lot that has taken place in terms of call out culture online that I think is very interesting. Where drama slop tubers basically try to do Content Cop style videos nonstop. It's already being brigaded with dislikes. Yeah, I suspect that they will immediately, because he has iDubbbz has a lot of old fans that hate him now because he is no longer even like he has talked about how in the past he did a lot of reactionary stuff that he's not proud of, that he's actually apologetic of. And so all of his like old fans that thought that he was like rabid racist or whatever due to some of his libertarian attitudes towards saying slurs, and taking accountability and growing up and changing, his attitude. That is part of the reason why a lot of his old fans like despise him, because they hate that he matured. They hate that because I think it just like reflects poorly on those people that have not matured. But having said that, is this video a recession indicator? Everything is a recession indicator. Calling things recession indicators are a recession indicator. Yeah, he matured. He grew from his old ways, and I think a lot of people were. I think a lot of people got mad about that, and so there's already a lot of haters waiting, salivating to just undermine anything he does now, unless he goes back to his old ways and being a right-wing reactionary. And it's interesting to see. I mean, that's going to be like one of the things that people get mad at him over. But then also the fact that he did this on the fact that he brought back Content Cop after years and years of not doing it, after saying that what he did on Content Cop, especially with like a lot of the reactionary stuff that he did, was bad, bringing it back and doing it on Ethan, who he for a very long time was good friends with. I've moved on, but don't minimize it. Do creative racist content and apologize for it. No qualifiers needed. What do you mean? That's like that's what I said. Why do chatters fucking summarize what I'm saying and then like repeat what my summarization was and get fucking mad at the summarization? It's like, that's what I said. Anyway, let's continue. Let's watch.
Speech is surprisingly dangerous. Consider the
fucking thing in our defense. Like, actually, Hila's not a baby killer. Actually, accusing Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group that anybody who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
What we do here is go back.
It's so interesting that like this is probably nostalgic for so many people in this audience who probably were major iDubbbz fans and possibly even Ben Shapiro fans at that time, and now have become fans of mine. But I never really watched any Content Cops. Like I kind of knew about it because everybody knew about it, and I'm sorry for pausing it immediately. But like for me, I don't even get the fucking nostalgia aspect that you guys have. So it's just like such a strange phenomena. I was in high school. I'm a teacher now. That's crazy.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very important announcement. I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's Content Nuke, and I'm not going to call it Context Puke as I normally do, because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the Content Nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up. Wake up. Seems anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
I'm not going to do a react content yet, chat.
I'm the same kid. Nobody's told you to wake up, Ethan.
Ooh, yummy. I love Sabra hummus.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Just wake up.
All right.
I did not know he did that to my
plan on
microphone.
making a Content Cop on H3 It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hasan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who fucking attacked first.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Alright guys, I'm going to tell you a story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fucked up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hasan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now in his podcast,
he's crashing out
live.
Maybe.
I just expected
Also, I'm
better.
sure this is all going to get clipped, and I love that I'm looking like this for all this.
At least I don't have black hair.
I am not going to watch this. All right, we're
with
watching the
Hasan
content
leftovers. They would mostly talk about surface level,
whatever,
progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once at least?
Oh, that's 100 shavers. You trans women. I say, oh no!
And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hasan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the dance he invented was so kick-ass.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that may be a war crime. It literally is.
I was just eating the toppings. And the pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
Why?
It's insensitive to burn victims.
I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy. And that's fine, you know, we don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli, she served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hasan. Hasan is strictly a political streamer, so this is something they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience that Ethan has, adopted over the years, they're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers, he's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hasan, all of these different people. He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits, and everybody thinks this guy's awesome, apparently. Even though he looks like Millhouse, fucking dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, fucking... And I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people... Oh, no? Did I not go there?
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hasan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hasan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. And also, he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but fucking sometimes you gotta just throw something out there.
That's crazy that he just like drops that I'm evil and I'm doing anti-Semitism, that it's not a petty beef. Crazy. Like what a crazy statement, dude.
I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed my old friend. Some wings are too bird feathered, colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan, at some point, discovers that iDubbbz's former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information. And that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit, when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and respond to the two podcast streams where Ethan and Hila call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like, she's a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz's feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not gonna throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not gonna throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
How many women I fucked? Hasan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hasan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait.
Anytime I see new clips, I'm like, come on, bro. Why are you saying these things? Why? It goes back to stupid, sexy Hasan every time. It's so strange. It's a strange thing to do.
That's what wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed you for the things that you have said and done. And I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments we're all fucking human.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad friend and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless. I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people harassing me and everyone in my life. It's that people outside of this group, journalists, creators, are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy.
Dude, this is... I don't think I'd seen him go the distance on this stuff, but like that's crazy, man. That's how does no one around you go, dude, what do you mean journalists are like actively gaslighting you? Holy fuck. It is truly a historic crash out in the sense that it's ironic because like he used to make fun of Tim Pool. Tim Pool has that famous clip where he's like, nobody wants to date me. Is it my fault? No, it's everybody else's fault. And he used to fucking joke about that all the time. He used to use that all the time to make fun of Tim Pool. How does he not see that this is literally that? The fact that the crew hasn't done anything is borderline negligent. I don't think the crew can do anything, dude. That's what I'm like. I don't think they can talk to him at this point.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually like the #1 type of harassment I got was people gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
I probably done and stood by iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like, you know, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this, I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hasan actually wants to go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything
and
like
I was
that.
supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's disgusting.
Why do you forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn of Satan?
It's disgusting.
And
a piece of shit of a human.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. Like, what is it, 3 years later? Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys and they're saying like, Yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing.
It's true.
Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh, yeah. And our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times because, like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not?
This also doesn't make any sense because, like, I actively avoided talking about Ethan for a year when he apparently was doing a bunch of this stuff about, he was apparently having not the best takes about Israel as Israel was pummeling Gaza. And people kept bringing it up. And I was like, I don't care about what Ethan has to say. I defended him over and over again. I don't expect anything transactional out of this. But it's crazy that, like, for me, I cared more about the issue at hand and not necessarily the drama amongst content creators. So there's an entire compilation out there somewhere. I think it's like 8 minutes, sorry, over the past 16 months. The first, like, post leftovers year from November 2023 all the way to November 2024, pretty much, where I'm like, I don't care. Remember, Ethan is not your enemy. Ethan is not pro-Israel. Because I thought that he wasn't. Like, I thought that he was maybe internally conflicted to a certain degree, given his proximity to Israel. I thought that he had an attitude that was significantly more critical of Israel than what it has become. And on top of that, I recognized that there is a lot of anti-Semitism on the rise. And I think that Ethan, as someone who had experienced a lot of the anti-Semitism online, was unable to parse through the actual progressive fans that he had that were telling him, not from an anti-Semitic perspective, that what he was saying was Zionist propaganda that is pro-Israel propaganda, and the people who were just being anti-Semitic and saying, of course, you're a Jew, that's why you believe these things. I recognize that. I understand that. There are plenty of Jewish HasanAbi heads in this community, many of which had a different opinion on Israel before October 7, many of which that went through those motions. That's precisely the reason why I had Simone Zimmerman and Noah Colwin on the broadcast. Noah is obviously, as you guys know, a great friend of mine, host of the Blowback podcast, fantastic podcast about American foreign policy and its consequences. I highly recommend it. But I watched the Israelism documentary, and I had Simone on as well alongside Noah. And the reason why I did that was because I wanted to help other people that had been trapped in this internal conflict to see a way out of it, to be able to recognize the social conditioning that led them astray. And I think it's been relatively successful as well. And yet, after all of that, what did I get? Over and over again, just smears, collaborating as Ian showed here, collaborating with a community that has fucking haunted my ass and has tried to turn me into a lolcow, knowing full well what kind of harassment I withstood from the sex pestiny community. He went around and he got clips from them to prove a point to his audience that no, Ethan and his statements on Israel wasn't the reason why progressive fans were leaving him behind and calling him a Zionist. It was actually me. I had brainwashed his progressive fan base. I had brainwashed them with my, I guess, stupid, sexy Hasan ways, that I was a truly evil person and a secret anti-Semite. Fucking insane.
I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
I mean, just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not gonna run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So,
the problem.
Okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new.
Like, is there no you do, then you're anti-Semitic most likely. You're doing it in an anti-Semitic fashion. Like, this is the major point of contention. Content creators have a finite amount of time online, okay? What you do with that time and what you do with that platform and what you do with that influence matters. And if all you do in the limited time that you have online is to constantly attack pro-Palestinian content creators, undermine them, demand that they get deplatformed, okay, call them fucking anti-Semitic terrorists over and over again, yeah, of course people are going to be like, yeah, I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, especially when the backdrop of this conversation, when we are all living in profoundly privileged conditions here in the fucking Western world, in the United States of America, in West Hollywood or Bel Air, right? Like, we are incredibly privileged. And this entire conversation revolves around like your own personal feelings about how people don't agree with you. Like, it's just unimaginably selfish. It's so goddamn self-centered. It does not make any sense, especially when the backdrop of this is a live-streamed endless sequence of child murder. So much so that Ethan made it such a joke that he would just be like, oh, there's a genocide happening. How can you do this? There's a genocide happening. Like that, it became a punchline for him. He started referring to Israel's genocide as nothing but a punchline. The genocide card, he said. The equivocation here of like them defending Ian and Anissa and then expecting the same in return also doesn't make sense, because Ian came out and said, I fucked up at a time when he didn't need to do that at all. He could have just pivoted to like maybe centrist content and then later down the line, maybe some more progressive content. If it was disingenuous, if this change wasn't real, okay? If this change wasn't organic, if this change wasn't real, he could have just as easily kept doing right-wing content. That shit pops off. We all know what the internet looks like, especially with the 4chanification of Twitter to begin with. He could have kept farming it, but he had an honest change of heart. And in that honest change of heart, he came out and recognized that he should apologize for his past mistakes. And he lost a big chunk of his fan base as a consequence of that. People became active haters of him. He had nothing to apologize for because of his apology. Okay? It is not the same situation. Standing by your friends in that regard, if you agree with the decision that they made to apologize, is an entirely separate situation than like actively crashing out on every single small, large content creator that's fucking pro-Palestine, trying to get people fired, trying to get people deplatformed, trying to take down an entire platform while you're on YouTube. Like, it's just crazy yeah, of course, there's no equivalence here. There's no equivocation to demand unconditional support in this situation because I stood by you when you made a brave choice to fucking apologize for your past mistakes. Suing people for Reddit clips, getting your lawyer to demand insane things out of college students that are operating anonymous Reddit accounts, thinking that there's this massive conspiracy that you will uncover if you engage in frivolous lawsuits against people who cannot defend themselves against those lawsuits. And you know that they can't do that because you can bury them in a mountain of paperwork and know full well that they don't have the finances to be able to fucking defend themselves in a court of law. That's crazy.
Friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know.
In her chat,
yeah.
Which I'll show. Denims is
Denim.
actually participating in this whole Child Protective Service lie.
Yeah.
Which I'll
and if
show
you're
you guys
friends with them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Originally, the complaint was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core? People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know, I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not going to make you guys like meet up and kiss or anything.
He got apparently real mad at Steiny too for having me on his podcast. That episode's coming out tomorrow, I think. I don't know.
Anything. I get it. You guys are in fucking... You're either my best friend who's deep-throating me to the base of my cock, or you are Satan. You're the Davil.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody. And, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then, you should have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, he doesn't work with us anymore. But that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't
Okay, do you have anything else to say for your friends, though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick to clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is. And they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like, yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say. Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to broach. I don't think we need to do it right now. But you've insisted that this is an important thing to address. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast twice. I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
At least say something like he doesn't work for me, and I.
That's the other thing is just like it's so it's so aggressive. Like this is the method. It's the tested and true method to just constantly do this. This is how you churn out content where you just discard people, real people, sometimes people that are in your life. It just feels so crazy to do this. It feels like you don't care about human beings as human beings. And it's all toys to play with that you can just cast aside and discard like a piece of trash. The issues themselves don't matter. People's belief systems don't matter. Everyone is a piece of content for you. Anyone and everyone can be discarded, cast aside like it's nothing.
I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that makes me think of your behavior since you started being a Twitch streamer. Yeah, I famously did this all the time, over and over again, and don't famously hold on to relationships with people who are literally doing that to me, regardless of how vicious they might be, with the hopes that I can change their minds, while my audience fucking yells at me and consistently tells me that I am a loser who doesn't care about real politics, but instead wants to defend his rich streamer friends. Like, what are we talking about? People unironically in my community yell at me all the goddamn time. And the people that I started this stuff with, including my fucking best friend in the real world, okay, that I brought onto Twitch, Will Neff, whose girlfriend, Caroline, I've also known for almost a fucking decade, are now content creators that have their own communities on top of everything else. But besides that, like Austin, who I have a podcast with, like these are the people who I started this journey with. And our friendship has only grown throughout these years. I don't want to have conflict. I don't want to have drama. Drama, while it's great for clicks, right? It's fucking awesome for clicks. It's awesome for the algorithm. Takes away from the actual goals that I have here. Cutie being left out here, that's true. I got smoke for Cutie right now. That's why. Who's Cutie? I don't even know her. I know I can't even joke about stuff like this because people will like clip this out of context and just like post it and blast it and brigade everything and anything that I've ever been on. You know what I mean? To prove a point where it's like Hasan has transsexual relationships. Look at him. You know what I mean? It's like, no, of course, I love Cutie. Like, for the record, I did this with Aiden Ross until it was impossible to salvage. I did this with XQC until it was impossible to salvage. There's a reason why, outside of like classic quote unquote villains, okay, online, there's a reason why you won't hear this kind of attitude from many other content creators. And it's not because I have them under a web of lies and gaslighting and fucking, mind control or whatever the fuck Ethan might suggest. That's not the reason. It's because I try to keep to myself. I did it with Nick Merckx. I try to talk to Nick Merckx directly when I saw him going down this right-wing path. Notice how there's one thing that is the most consequential aspect to all these stories is their politics. Okay? It's their politics, first and foremost. That's the most consequential aspect because at the end of the day, as I've said this, and I did this with Asmongold too, at the end of the day, what I care about for content creators in particular that have massive communities is their output, what they are putting out there and what they are influencing, what they are normalizing. And even with Ethan, I didn't care about any of the shit that he was saying. But the reason why I obviously started talking about it was because after a year of sneak disses and smears and whatnot, he very clearly put himself out there as someone who was pro-Israel. Like, he does what he was doing. And he chose to do this at like 12 months in, a year into a genocide. It was a political disagreement that I had, and I tried to stick to the issues on that front too, and not the petty grievances. chatters still try to debate me to this day. They're like, oh, look at his tattoo. Look at this. Look at that. It's like, I don't care about that kind of stuff. I care about what he says. I care about what any content creator says within the finite amount of time that they appear online, what they are presenting to their communities, what they're advocating for. That's it.
But she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually.
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about. This aggression that you're putting out into the world. What the fuck do you think we're gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit? Like, this is nasty. We had such a fair response to what you guys were going through. We don't support harassment. It's a bad thing, but it happens and you're perpetuating it.
You fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you continue to harass people. Let's think about it on a micro level. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical, toxic people. It's going to have ramifications in terms of how I conduct myself, in terms of these fair weather friends who are, you know, so happy to.
My one gripe with not just this community, but the online life as a whole is the almost reactionary campus attitudes to people. Your charitability is the number one takeaway I have. It's the reason I believe what I believe. I have a friend who was a counter-protester last year to our campus protest and is now pro-Palestine within less than 1 year. Your charitability is the best thing I've learned, and it's never too much, in my opinion. Yes, that's it. Because I recognize that no one is born with a fucking copy of Das Kapital by their crib, by the baby's crib side, okay? No one starts off, especially in a country like America or even in a country like Israel, okay? A settler colony. Both of these countries in their inception did genocide, ethnic cleansing, ethnic displacement. There's a lot of similarities between America and Israel, down to the connection to the greatest evil historically, the English, okay? No one is born, quote unquote, woke. I certainly wasn't either. So I understand that it takes time, self-reflection, self-criticism. These are difficult things to come by. So someone has to be fucking charitable and not constantly be like, oh, you've said something that I consider to be a microaggression. You are the greatest evil of all time. I think it's like a lot of people do that. And I even understand why some leftists do that. The reason why they do that is because they're sick and tired of constantly having to be on the defense. Okay? I get it. But you're being charitable to narcissistic content creators. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. You're doing it. You're doing it right now. You're fucking doing it. I'm not just charitable to narcissistic content creators. I'm charitable to everyone. The fuck are you talking about? That's my point is that this community is 42,000 people because of that. Do you understand? It's because of that. It's because if I were constantly calling everybody fucking white nationalists, white supremacists, racist, which is what right-wingers say I do all the fucking time, ironically enough, if I didn't assume that people could be charitable and go on their own journey of learning and development and change what their belief structure looks like, then I wouldn't do what I'm doing. The entire purpose of what I'm doing is to cause people to maybe reflect on previous things that they consider to be unshakable foundational truths. This is what it's all about. And that's precisely why I maintain this level of charity for content creators as well as I do to chatters as well who want to learn. Now, of course, in that process, there are people who catch me when I'm pissed off, or there are plenty of people who try to abuse that charity to come in and say, just curious, why are you a piece of shit terrorist anti-Semite? Just curious. Like, you're not fucking just curious, all right? And of course, I yell at them, and there are hours and hours of compilations like that, right? But having said that, the overwhelming majority of this community, if not the damn near entirety of it, all the way from when I had 35 live concurrent viewers to 35,000 live concurrent viewers, have had at least one issue that they've changed their minds on. The fuck? Half of you motherfuckers that are yelling at me for not being for being far too charitable don't realize that there was a point in time when if you had spoken out about a thing that you had firmly held convictions on, you would wish that I'd be charitable to you as well. That's it. That, I think, is my superpower in general. I have a firm commitment to constantly trying to have people be charitable to me because I understand that that is the only way. That is the only way I can get people to second guess what they believe is the truth, what they've been socially conditioned into believing. And many of you who have taken advantage of that and have grown because of that, because this was a welcoming community to people who truly want to learn, to truly see a different perspective, you then turn around and don't fucking repeat that kindness to others. It's ridiculous. That's it. And the reason why I understand why people have reactionary attitudes is because leftists will literally constantly talk about social conditioning in a white supremacist, racist, transphobic society that we exist under, and then they get shocked when motherfuckers reflect that perspective. Yeah, of course. What do you mean? If you recognize the impact of systemic racism, you have to also understand that motherfuckers are going to be kind of racist without thinking about it. Okay? The fuck? Like, what's the expectation here? Of course they're going to be fucking racist. That doesn't mean they will stay racist. If you think people are intrinsically evil and racist and there's no way to change that, then why the fuck are you even trying? Like, what's the purpose here? That you're just slotted into a position at birth? You're just going to be a Marxist-Leninist, a card-carrying communist. And this person is always going to be a liberal who's a racist. Like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? That's not how human beings are. That's not how you are. Always look within and analyze the changes that you have had about key issues that you now look back at and recognize how differently you thought. There are people in here who used to be Ben Shapiro fans. There are people in here who used to be Steven Crowder fans. There are people in here who used to be Destiny fans. There are people in here who used to be Ethan Klein fans. And over the course of many years, their attitude has shifted on a lot of these issues. Would you want everyone to constantly reduce you to who you used to be? No? Then you recognize why you have to be charitable to others. This is why I always tell you, be fucking normal. That's it.
Be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say. Like, you're the H3 podcast, okay? There's a lot of friends of the show. There's even more fair weather friends of the show. Let's not get into this shit, okay? That is so bizarre and insulting to suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it. No, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years, and as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach us to say like, yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted and I feel defensive and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk.
This is also the other problem. Is like, although I dislike you, Hasan, I absolutely do agree on your point that Ethan Klein is an absolute muppet. What the fuck? Listen to me. Okay? Listen to me. Saying that you are defending Israel after 16 months of genocide, and that is a byproduct of Zionist ideology, which is a fascist ideology, is not anti-Semitic. You cannot, like, there's a difference between people that fucking yell about me all the goddamn time and people who compare me to Osama bin Laden. One is Islamophobic, and there's not really much I could do about it. Who gives a fuck, right? I mean, we live in the post 9/11 universe. It is what it is, right? The other is people hating me for a multitude of different reasons. If I were to constantly fucking run around and be like, oh, you guys are being Islamophobic, you guys are being Islamophobic. When people go, Hasan, you have a Porsche. You've leased a Porsche while you're a socialist. What the fuck is wrong with you? And I was like, that's Islamophobic. People would laugh at me. At least categorize why people have their disagreements with you. You know what I mean? Try to figure out exactly what this is. It's not always about anti-Semitism. You know what I mean? Yes, I fucking leased a Porsche, goddammit. Ironically enough, he went and bought the same Porsche after, and now he fucking runs around talking about Hasan as a wealthy hypocrite socialist.
Something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
How much
Sorry.
do you actually care? Isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever. And it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that sometimes. You guys are just hurt, and you're kind of like dancing around and making very like loose, poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying, fuck you, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad. You're behaving poorly. You're hurting people.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like...
Yeah, this is a civil rights violation. If you don't defend me, a podcaster who fucking constantly chirps about Israel, if you don't defend me, this is a civil rights violation.
Not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in Ethan's analogy, he's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, you know, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're gonna have to march on your own, black student.
Marching with the black students and...
I mean, why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same...
What a fucking laughable thing to compare yourself to. Jesus Christ.
Thing, to bring it back to Hassan just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
It's been performed exquisitely. Harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching for the past fucking year, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about Hasan.
Like, people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid
I'll show that, yeah.
getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'll accept this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people's shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for saying
that. But that would be commendable.
And by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is claimed, they're actually good people, like that's going to get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a fuck. It's not my business.
That's
also, like, people disagree with you, Ethan. A lot of people do, as a matter of fact. Not only do they disagree with the way you go about dealing with issues, okay, but also people disagree with your overall fucking sentiment. They disagree with your opinion, and it's not in an anti-Semitic capacity either. Some of the people that Ethan has deplatformed are Jewish, okay? Like the Arabs podcast. He called him a token. A person that he tried to get fired from their Good Mythical Morning production job. Matt Leap, also Jewish. Like, what do you mean? It's like you don't care. It's not anti-Semitism at all. It's just me. People don't like what I have to say. They must be anti-Semitic. Like, what a fucking silly way to approach reality. Yeah, well, I'm not saying Noah Cohen, Felix Biederman, or Lowell overruled because he hasn't tried to get them fired. Because they don't really have fireable jobs.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's difficult and standing by your principles.
Ethan
That's the
brought
whole
up how
point. That's
Sam
what makes
Hyde-
standing by your principles.
Ethan brought up how Sam Hyde broke iDubbbz. Some of his chat likes Sam Hyde now. Dude, that is crazy. He made Sam Hyde look good. Lemafayal. We love Sam. Just because we hate Hasan and iDubbbz doesn't mean we like Destiny and Sam Hyde. Who's Sam Hyde? Sam got him, Lamau. Sam's going to eat this up, lol. Sam is too smart. Lol, Sam Hyde W. Is wild. Is wild because, like, if there's a real rabid anti-Semite in this equation, it's not me. It's not iDubbbz. It's fucking Sam Hyde. He's literally a pedophile Nazi, okay? Not only is he a straightforward Nazi, he's also a fucking abusive pedophile. And this motherfucker is like, he doesn't have issues with that because, like, Sam Hyde hasn't said anything about him personally. It's just so simple. It's what you see is what you get. If you criticize Ethan, okay, recently, if you have something to say about Ethan recently, no matter how gentle you might be initially, you're the fucking worst guy, all right? You're the worst guy on the planet. You're the biggest anti-Semite on the planet. If you have something to say about Israel or Ethan's takes on Israel, oh, God, that is the highest stage of anti-Semitism you could arrive at. You could be a literal fucking neo-Nazi. He also said Sam is an extraordinarily funny guy that inspired me when I was coming up. He's just a little crazy and potentially a Nazi. Yeah. I'm a rabid anti-Semite terrorist. Sam Hyde, who fucking is an out and about Nazi, is potentially a Nazi. What is happening? How can people not see that this motherfucker doesn't give a shit about anti-Semitism at all? What do you mean potential?
Principles admirable is that it's not always easy.
Why are you saying that I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I get, like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey,
yeah, real life friends with Andrew Anglin, like, who gave to his defense fund. Like, get the fuck out of here.
What are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving is exactly in line with my principles. Now we're going to talk about the BDS list. We're going to start off with Frogan because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan, that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast. You are following Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam, Morg Pie, friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is anti-Ethan. Jesus, this is fucked up. Pokimane, comment etiquette. Oh shit, Asmongold's in here? Asmongold follows Frogan? No, Asmon. That means you're anti-Ethan. That's fucked up. We're going to want to avoid these creators at the top of the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hasan's in there. You'd think that Hasan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hasan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hasan because that's what he did. You got to be the lowest of the low to be associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the...
No. He's mad about that too. He literally, ironically enough, maybe iDubbbz is not aware of this. I remember this. Ironically enough, after brigading the Trash Taste, the Brigading the Trash Taste podcast, so did fucking Asmongold. Asmongold did that as well. He turned his crosshairs on Theo Von. The irony, of course, was that Theo Von had literally one day before me, and I did not know this at the time, had Candace Owens on. And he thought that he could get Theo Von to look at me as an anti-Semite dangerous terrorist when he had Candace Owens on. And Ethan didn't give a fuck about Candace Owens being platformed by Theo Von. He was like, Hasan is being platformed by Theo Von. Does Theo Von know how much of a dangerous anti-Semite he is? Yeah, make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting terrorist-adjacent creator. Do you not care at all about how you look, man? Like, think about that. Think about that, bro. Like, this right here is... There are a million examples of Ethan demonstrating that he doesn't give a fuck about anti-Semitism at all and only has this, like, personal agenda towards people that have said, I don't like what he has to say about Israel. He's just lost in the sauce. He's defending Israel, right? He can't stand that shit significantly more than he actually cares about real fucking anti-Semitism. That he turned around and got mad about this and not about fucking Candace Owens being on the Theo Von broadcast. Like, that's crazy. Like, it's so transparent. You don't have to be the smartest Ethan Klein foot soldier to recognize the inherent irony right here. Okay? Also, 1 minute ago, Jesus Christ, dude, screenshot from 1 minute ago. Holy fuck. I know his ass didn't actually clap that himself. He definitely got it from his subreddit that is actively now a hunting ground for other subreddits, as a matter of fact. So, you know, a lot of crossover with other subreddits there.
The world. To associate with Hasan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hasan on Instagram, so Hasan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on...
Yeah, that's... I didn't even realize that, but yeah.
Us nieces and iDubbbz feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people can be removed or put onto it depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hasan but are still anti-Ethan, but Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hasan. It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. I think Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't fuck with his ideology. But he's gonna keep that to himself because the last thing that he wants to discover is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't fuck with him.
Bill Burr came on. It was like the worst fucking show. It was just horrible. That was like my lowest moment on podcast history. We could talk about Bill Burr, ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan go on Lexapro. I was prescribed it and it was in my bedside. And then it was the Bill Burr episode that made me finally start.
When Stavros goes on Hasan's stream and he mocks your content nuke.
I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore.
Oh, no.
It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that, and I actually feel betrayed.
Yeah,
and so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
You don't fire back because you're coping. So you're just gonna tuck your tail between your legs and never mention on your podcast that mentions everything. You're bringing up some fucking connection I have on Twitter. Someone mocks you on a stream, you're not touching it. Fuck you, you're a coward. It's just his job. It's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know, he makes fun of everyone. It's not just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with.
Oh, Chad Felix. Oh, Felix is going to love this one. Oh, no, dude. Felix Mogg. Oh, dude. Maybe Ethan will finally talk about Felix. I know he's been begging for it. He wants this so bad. Oh, yeah.
Although he's sniffing around.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody.
Yeah, dude, classic canary mission ass behavior, okay? Ooh, someone has said something mean about Israel. That's what Canary Mission does, right? And they're like, well, gotta get him fired. For Ethan, it's not just about Israel, though, obviously. It's more so about his comments about Israel. God forbid anybody makes fun of Ethan God forbid anybody has a disagreement on with Ethan. Holy shit, dude. Time to find out where they work. Get him fired. It's crazy. Yeah, he brought on Boner Box because people were like, hey, Ethan, we're in your fan base. We are pro-Palestine. Who can we watch? Like, this was a demand. People were like, who can we watch that's like a pro-Palestine content creator? And he was like, here, this guy, Mr. Snipe Job himself.
That wants to kill my wife or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. He's pathetic. And he interviewed basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can bully, he can manipulate, he can send lawsuits to. And I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being a piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video and you've got an audio. We're hitting both. I don't want to do that.
Yes.
There's no point.
Let's leave.
Yeah, there's no need.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. But shit. Like, how pathetic are you? Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I don't like pedophile. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach. You'll be living with your parents.
Dude, I think this button compilation also shows like the attitude change as well. Like the way he has like changed over time, not just like because he got physically healthier, right? Like I'm not talking about that. But mentally, like where he's at.
Parents for a lot longer, yes, please, I want to be a good Jew. I'm a good Jew, please, guys, please.
That was fine. Yeah, I don't think it was that
was fine.
big a deal.
Hey.
Of all the things that
Anywho.
it always surprises me what you think crosses the line.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, yes, do it.
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button.
Liking a fucking Redditor for posting a clip from his stream. Like there is just no I don't know what to say about that. That's just like the most ridiculous thing you could do.
You know, Dan's in the bathroom. Let's just not do this right now.
I asked if Korean people are POCs.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it, it was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use they get Ashes to cover most of it.
We're doing it.
What are you
Making it
doing?
so awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like this is what I'm talking about when it's always like.
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I was just talking about finishing Wednesday.
On Friday at the movies. Is it?
You guys like.
All right, I'm taking my hand off the. What? Okay, well.
Heard all that.
Thanks, button.
And he didn't want to take accountability for it. He immediately wanted to deflect, and he wanted to say that the button fucked him.
First of all, I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every time we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know.
It makes it.
I was being selfish.
No, dude, that button f***ed me, dude. Can you imagine that button f***ing me over like that?
The button fucked you? AB fucked you? Who fucked you? You fucked yourself by being an asshole. He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
We're doing it.
What are you
Making it
doing?
so awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke. Ethan is being overly defensive, or he's saying things that are like not true and he's exaggerating.
People saw that. They thought that was what you searched to
I did
pull
not
up that
type
photo. So I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate you doing that. God forbid.
It's okay because I buttoned it.
Why?
Because
it's not that big of a deal, man.
Just
Like,
your
how
inability to.
No. Hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
Well, you just asked how it changed
Surprise
things.
them on your show.
Okay, all right.
You know, I understand that that's his role, and he's you know, Ethan's made that his job or Dan's made it his job. Ethan leans on it so heavily. In the same way that he leans on the button. Ethan is leaning on all of these people to be adults and look after his behavior and give all of this emotional and empathetic energy for Ethan, but Ethan refuses to give it back to them. Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, 2 Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the fuck up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah in Syria alone killed double that much. All right, I'm going to move on. I just want to play Hassan talking about bad empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him because he's putting them in this position every day, right? But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest. It's more important.
Yeah, that was, I assume he bun because he kept repeating the false information that Hezbollah personally had like fucking barrel bombed Aleppo or some shit. Like he was making it seem like Hezbollah had an air force that killed 500,000 people minimum during the entirety of the Syrian civil war. And the only reason why he was even talking about that was to fucking quote unquote dunk on me. That's the other thing. That's what's so crazy about it. He didn't give a fuck about any of this shit. He just thought that this would be a cool, like, I got you moment. And basically everyone that understands anything about any conflict whatsoever was looking at it like, no, this is wrong. But it doesn't matter because most people don't know anything. They just think big scary terror guy doing big scary terror things, so they don't actually fucking scratch the surface of this information and try to figure out if Ethan has any veracity to these claims whatsoever. Ironically enough, my position on Hezbollah in Syria has nothing to do with my conversation about why Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated and how it was not justifiable to begin with, alongside thousands of civilians in Beirut, by the way. That's what's so crazy about this whole process. Like he wanted to find anything that would make me look bad. Like that's what's so pathetic about it, if that makes sense. Like this is shit that I care about, okay? And I know that to a certain degree it's stuff that Ethan cares about as well. At least like to a certain degree managing the conversation around Israel or talking about anti-Semitism. Like these are things that he cares about, right? For sure. But the issue is everything comes back to petty grievances and drama with him.
That he dumps. We're all familiar with Goblin mode. Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way, my ratio is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm looking at like 20 goblin modes to 1 too far. Demon mode, let's call it.
What makes demon mode different than goblin mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
Ethan, the reason the internet got behind you when you were being sued by Matt Haas or when you were being sued by Ryan Kavanaugh is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power, you have a ton of options, you have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you can do all of these things.
I've never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point do you kind of fucking have to? I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, you know, Ethan's a pedophile.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and being
pedophile. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable, which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit like that. Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
Just the most oblivious person on the planet, dude. No self-awareness. Holy fuck. No self-awareness. Bro, one of his fucking fans showed up, rolled up to Dan Clancy in public. Okay? And I think, like, I don't know what the fuck they were asking him. I forget what the clip was about. But he literally posted it on his Instagram story, encouraging his fans to do this kind of thing. The only other time I've ever seen this happen was Destiny, when Destiny encouraged his fans to fucking come at me personally, okay? And Sam Hyde, ironically enough. They went up and they were like, why did Ethan Klein get banned? And the fucking CEO of Twitch was like, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. And he posted on his Instagram story. He was like, this is a brave journalist. It's so shocking.
You have so much less to go off of saying that than anybody has about
based Dream.
Dream.
On his looks. Just on his based on his
Well, at least you're self-aware.
That's 100% a joke. I have no evidence to conclude that he is.
One of the more notable legal threats that Ethan has sent out recently is against Noah Sampson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're going to be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast is so fucking creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show. Upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
I'll say it.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard, I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say, but
Ethan brought on a former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's all that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
you are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. Noah
Yeah.
Sampson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Sampson, who's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Now let's talk about the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to.
He works with Sam Cedar at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews
that
at large
it's
view it. I don't think that is the.
What in what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by
Jews
Jews against anti-Zionist
No,
Jews.
seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking.
Yeah, if you want to know, because he said it was anti-Semitic. I told you guys. My text message to him that he never responded to on Thursday, October 24th. Okay? Thursday, October 24th. The last text message I ever sent to Ethan Klein. I read it on stream before. I'll read it again. I don't know what happened over the last couple of months, but I'm trying this as a last resort. I don't think you see me as an honest person at all, but I really think you should talk to Sam Cedar privately. You clearly respect him a lot more than you respect me, and he has lived experience. This, of course, in reference to Sam literally going to Israel, becoming an anti-Zionist over the years. Okay? Changing his attitude towards Israel. That's lived experience. This isn't about debates or drama or clips out of context. I have always admired and defended your open-mindedness and willingness to change your worldview. So I hope you will do this. In spite of everything that has happened, I hope you're doing fine. I hope your family is well and the crew is good. Also, not that it matters, but it was wild to see you using a clip titled HasanAbi from a Destiny community account in an unlisted link. He never responded to that. And instead, that was on October of last year. Think about all the things that he has said since then. It's fucking wild. No, not 2023, 2024. That is when he was already calling me a terrorist. At that point, he had already started calling me a fucking terrorist using unlisted clips off of YouTube from Sex Pestany's own fan accounts, unlisted clips titled HasanAbi. Those are the clips he was using on his fucking podcast to talk about his former podcast co-host, former friend, because he had to prove something. He played Twitcher terrorist after he went after the Arabs podcast for the Sabra hummus shit alongside the ADL and successfully got a bunch of content creators banned for making a tier list, a joke tier list, where they stated that liking Sabra hummus was the equivalent of being the least Arab coded. Okay? Like a bunch of black content creators making a tier list about who has, a joking tier list about who has the N-word pass, right? If they were to sit there on stage and then say, person who has the pass at the top of the tier list and person who puts raisin in their potato salad in the bottom of that tier list. Okay? Now, don't say it's fucking still weird. Shut the fuck up. That is a direct analog here. Yeah. If they did a who has an invite to the cookout. Okay? Not the N-word pass, but like who has an invite to the cookout, if you want to fucking call it that. Over his extended crash out, he has unironically done shit that ended up hurting him in the long run too. Like they pushed actively to get a politics tag alongside Sex Pestany and that other fucking freak, his lieutenant commander, Dan Salty Man, working with literal congresspersons, trying to get me banned before the election with no real reason other than pure malicious intent. Like, these guys don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. What are you kidding me? They fucking say anti-Semitic shit all the goddamn time. Yeah, Dan the Diddler, the fucking Diddler commander of the Diddler Brigades, the DDG Brigades, whatever the fuck. They call themselves the Hezbollah. They call themselves the Taliban. Anyway, they got the politics tag slapped onto Twitch. Okay? They actively tried to get fucking all advertisers to pull out of Twitch. How fucking insane is that? You're hurting thousands of content creators at that point. And it's not like like this was also in broad daylight too, until a Bloomberg article written by a fantastic reporter basically revealed all of this targeted Gamergate style brigading, this relatively sophisticated brigading campaign. And then they had to delete all this shit. And there wasn't a moment where I was like, I'm being gang stalked. You know what I mean? I didn't fucking run around and lose my goddamn mind. I just kept my head down and just kept doing what I do, which is ironic because that's what I wanted Ethan to do from the beginning. Just stick to the fucking goofs and gaffs, man. You're hurting yourself. You're hurting yourself in this process. You're the shadow of what you once used to be. You know what I mean? You're killing your own audience in this process.
Tell you, this is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences.
Yeah, random streamers with their country tags got their ad revenue removed and banned creators for a month before an election, forcing them to lose tons of money too. Yeah.
As people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Cam.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch, though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking. You're right. I call her a see you next Tuesday.
Listen, you have.
I'm curious, what do Lena and Sam think about it?
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to be in consensus that it's in poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm going to have to pass on saying that.
Can he ever say a bitch towards a woman? 60% yes. Jesus Christ.
The infantilization of Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hasan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he stands.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership.
You know what's funny? Here's how I know. This is one thing that I realized that this is where I realized he was being disingenuous, because I was like, is he actually a baby? Like, does he have a baby brain? Does he have a child's brain? Where I was like, these are my politics. We had a fucking politics podcast for 2 goddamn years. So clearly you know what my politics are. But maybe he's just a baby brain person, right? Like, fine. Maybe he didn't understand what I was saying when I said it to him. But then I realized in one of the clips that I saw of the context puke, where he actually talks about the first time we ever interacted. Okay? The first time we ever interacted, it was his podcast where I walk him through the steps of my America Deserved 9/11 moment. Okay? And he was very understanding. But in that podcast, where I also talked about my politics of what I believe, like social democracy in the interim is good because it marginally improves the living standards of all American workers. Is a good thing, but that's a short term. Obviously, in the long term, I want this entire system to change, right? And that is you might disagree with that. You might say I'm a revisionist. You might say that's not going to happen. You might be a revolutionary Marxist-Leninist vanguardist, whatever. Fine, okay? That's not what this point is. The point is that I was having this conversation with him, describing to him the steps of democratic socialism, okay? And how you arrive at democratic socialism and what my worldview is. And there was a bunch of socialist ass shit behind me when we were having that conversation. In the context puke, Ethan clipped that to make an argument about how I was actually a liberal, left-leaning liberal. He clipped his own podcast interview with me where I had a bust of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and a USSR Ushanka, like prominently featured behind me as we were having this fucking conversation. He cropped it because even he had the wherewithal, in my estimation, to recognize that if he were to show that, people would go, dude, you're having a conversation with a guy that you thought was a liberal and he has fucking Lenin behind him? That makes no sense. So either he did that deliberately in an effort to massage the truth a little bit, or he got it from someone else who had the wherewithal to do that and fucking duped Ethan.
I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hasan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being aware of Hasan's 9/11.
Yeah, it's so funny. He's like, oh, you groomed me as a 38-year-old adult. You groomed me into thinking that you were just a fucking liberal. No, the reason why he had this attitude is because he thought if he posts this as is, if he posts this fucking context puke as is, he can maybe convince other people. He can maybe dupe other people into thinking he's the victim here, okay? That he wasn't fully knowledgeable of my worldview, that I actively told him over the course of 60-plus fucking episodes on a podcast that ran for 2 goddamn years, a political podcast that ran for 2 fucking years, okay, to a 38-year-old man because he hopes that his audience will watch that and go, oh my God, he is the victim here. Oh my God, maybe I'm the victim. Maybe Hasan actually lied to me too. And then he fucking slapped on a compilation of me saying I hate liberals. Okay? Ironically demonstrating why I hate liberals in the process. He's like, he hates you. You're a liberal. He hates you. You're a Democrat. He hates you. He hates you. He hates Democrats.
Comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Now, to be
Yeah, you didn't know I was radical?
clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together.
Controversial jokes.
Because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hasan a little bit more.
He did. He did. You know what's funny? Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find the fucking first ever Ethan Klein, Asia Productions, HasanAbi. Let me see. There's so many fucking things that he's posted about me that it's gonna be impossible to find the original video. I don't know if any chatters will see it. Where is it? Yeah, I can't find it. Maybe you guys will have it ready to go. Oh, here it is.
Unfortunately, or this notion that like we're all going to become millionaires.
By the way, fucking Lenin, Che Guevara, USSR Ushanka, right there. Okay. Let's see. South Carolina, Bernie versus Trump, marginal differences in policy. By the way, this is where I literally talk about, all of my worldview and whatnot. The slippery slope, racism, crime, poor people, social fabric, Muslims, white evangelicals, Turkey, America, Alex Jones. Is this where it is? The America Deserved 9/11, where I talked about like what it is. I must have hidden all of my thoughts. All of my thoughts were hidden to him. When he called 4 years ago, when he called Hasan a liberal, Hasan's soul died. 4 years ago. Second spike from the right.
Worked openly with Nazis and white supremacists. And I mean like Nazis and white supremacists literally, like people who call themselves white supremacists or white nationalists, or have openly admitted that they believe that the white race is superior, like Stefan did in that famous video.
Oh, second one right here.
Started as like controversial or can be clipped out of context. I always say that. It's a meme in and of itself at this point. In order not to avoid terms of service.
America deserved 9/11 in a video.
My dad is lighting the kitchen on fire again, folks. Holy moly. Holy moly. Okay. I might have to deal with this real quick. Hold on.
Okay. It's just so ridiculous. Does it work?
Well, I got banned, so I don't know.
No, I don't think.
Capabilities. So that's part of what we're doing. And the other part is just knowledge. We want to know.
Someone said, is that 54? Is this it?
This.
Yeah, cancel culture, by the way. Exclusively a leftist idea, yet for some weird reason, Republicans love doing it and manufacturing outrage.
Yeah, there was
Weird.
I don't know but Hasan basically was reacting to something, and he said jokingly that America deserved. He said, "Fuck it, America deserved 9/11."
Yeah.
But then you went in to explain. By the way,
We clarified it literally immediately
Yes.
after. I was like,
But
I'm saying controversial, exactly what we did.
But did you know you were fucked though when you said that, because you said in a video game afterwards?
No, because everyone was like, why did you say that? You're going to get banned. So I was like, what do you mean? If you watch the entire video, I go, fuck it, dude, I'm saying it.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, how is anything I'm saying controversial? We literally armed the same groups and caused destabilization in the region. And then we're shocked when the very same people that we armed, gave weapons to, gave training to, turned around and hit us back. Like, how is that in any way remotely controversial?
Right. I think that's a conversation that takes place all the time. I think it's just the way you said it. People were like, oh, here we go. We got this young Turk. And then you're associated with the Young Turks, who, by the way, Alex Jones calls the Young Turds, which I think is hilarious.
Oh, I love Alex Jones. He apparently did a broadcast of that.
I've got the video. I was hoping to watch it with you.
Yeah, I'm so happy. Like I was so I love Alex Jones. I mean, it's very unfortunate that due to our completely destroyed public education system in this country that like people take him seriously and then literally act on the psychotic things that he says, and that we can't all just appreciate him as like incredible content.
Oh my God,
incredible
so funny.
content.
Well, here, let me
like performance art.
And yeah,
Wow, Ethan Klein, completely aware of how people can clip things out of context. But where was it? This isn't even what I'm looking for. I basically describe in great detail how ISIS formed, right? How ISIS formed, how it played how the material condition played a formative role in like radicalizing so many people into insane positions, like completely unjustifiable positions, while also describing the concept of blowback to Ethan. And he totally understood, or it wasn't even ISIS. I think I was talking about Al Qaeda too, but no, I'm fairly certain I talked about ISIS as well. Okay. And it's just like, he got it then. And this is the first time we ever talked. So what happened?
Warren found out what his international politics opinions are. But you wouldn't even need to do that. You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it. But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
No single.
Isn't this also a Sam Cedar bit where they call Ben Shapiro the Pope of the Jews? That's Sam Cedar, right? For kind of this reason. That's why they always joke about Ben.
Person that represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel. This is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never. I don't believe that that's ever been stated, and I don't think Israel ever.
What?
Explains that it's like.
It's in the Constitution. What are you saying? How can someone so aggressively try to defend Israel and be so fucking oblivious, dude? That's crazy. There was a whole law change in Israel. There was a nation state law that dictated that Israel was a nation for Jews, by Jews, and only for Jews. I'm paraphrasing. Every aspect of Zionism from its inception, even though it was created by secular Jews, atheists that didn't give a fuck about Judaism at all, knowingly and willingly have entertained the notion that Israel is for the Jews, by the Jews, and it is for Judaism. It is in everything that Israel does. It is a false conflation. Why would you, on the one hand, adopt that framing? Yes, the law that I'm talking about is the basic law. Israel is a nation state of the Jewish people. This was quite controversial at the time. They were like, what? This is weird. But why would you say this while also simultaneously claiming, well, all Jews are Zionists. So when you say Zionist, you mean Jew.
I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews can go? With that slogan, we might actually have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent.
Yeah, I ironically covered this all the way back in 2018 with Noah Colwyn, especially because none of my thoughts on Israel were ever hidden. Ethan knew my thoughts on Israel. I suspect he must have.
Present all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that. They're not going to say that their most genocidal behavior represents anything to do with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness together. So when they're being criticized, all of this...
Also, they do that. They literally do that. That false conflation is actively egged on by the Israeli state. Not only is the Star of David in the flag in and of itself, but besides that, there is no reason to fucking put Star of Davids on the fucking heads of Palestinian prisoners that they kidnapped. There's no reason to get tanks to draw Stars of David in the Gaza Strip. There's no reason to prop up a fucking menorah in the middle of the Gaza Strip as a symbol of conquest. Israel actively does present itself as the Jewish nation, of course, but while also simultaneously engaging in defense of Israel as a way. Like it plays two different roles. Look at this. What do you think this is? Why are they doing this? You can get mad about it. You can be like, "Oh, how dare you? This is anti-Semitic," which is ironically, at the root cause of the IHRA debate. That's why Ethan himself has at moments, and I've heard him say this, talk about how people just substitute the word Zionism for Jew because all Jews are Zionists. He says this himself. So he's making that conflation himself.
All of a sudden, they have the perfect defense. Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say Habibi tier list. It was presented at TwitchCon as like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Tier list them, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't.
And also, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. Like you got like a white guy who's like, "Can I say it? Is it a slur?" And then Love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, "Oh, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list." Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like that is a word that's used. Habibi, it means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi, I'm your Habibi. So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it, because it's not like they have massive representation on the platform.
Making a tier list based on race, and nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is racist.
I will say that conveying information through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hasan.
Cracker.
I mean, you know what my take is.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Pale face motherfucker.
Pale face. I mean, again, I think that's an F. Hog.
So hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hasan feel as though they are white guys, so they felt very comfortable talking about white slurs on their tier list.
I think I'm more white than you. What do you think?
I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about Arab shit on their tier list, Ethan? You're the white guy. You think you're more white than Hasan.
I think I'm more white than you.
So, yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like cracker, but the Arabs can't have their tier list.
I would put him also in Arab. I know Turkish people are different.
Notice how they dropped the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi. And then it's like, Hasan, okay, actually, he's Arab. We fucking love him. He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
Funny about this whole thing is that they say Habibi in Israel. Again, people underestimate just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like,
we say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
This is racist!
If you're not Arab or understand Arab culture at all, which is a lot of Americans, and Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and calls it anti-Semitic, you're just going to eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat Sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat Sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store, and I'm...
Boo! Sabra hummus is dog shit. And BDS, but also mostly just dog shit. Yeah, Ethan tried to say that Love Sabra was actually Loves Jews. And I didn't even know this as the fucking expert of anti-Semitic dog whistles, even I didn't fucking know that Sabra also meant cactus or Jew born in Israel. That's what it was. I don't think a single person knew that when they said love Sabra. They were talking about Sabra hummus, which is dog shit. You know? That's it. But Ethan did that classic thing that everybody loves doing where you just think that no one is capable of making jokes. And perhaps for Ethan, it's hard to discern when someone is making a joke because they didn't falsely smear someone as a fucking pedophile. You know, that's the only type of quote unquote jokes that Ethan makes. So it's confusing to him. He's like, is this actually a joke? I don't understand. Why is nobody fucking defaming another person randomly for a minor disagreement?
I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it, but it is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American, they're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is fucking Sabra. And that sucks that that's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the US. So what are they left with? They're left with a common, relatable, shitty hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think anybody prefers Sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is
Sabra.
fluffy.
Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat this Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. Imagine eating a whole fucking vat of Sabra. That's crazy.
I've never liked hummus.
Oh, okay.
Well, you hate Jews then.
I don't.
And Arabs.
Yeah.
This is racist.
Yeah.
It's crazy that after he collected those scalps and in the process yelled at an Arab Jew that was also on that panel and got him banned too, and then subsequently called him a token, which is anti-Semitic. Okay. How dare you not unconditionally support the apartheid ethno-state? You must be anti-Semitic. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Then he does this fucking victory lap where he's basically like, yeah, I hate Sabra too, actually. You are not allowed to hate Sabra. He made a fucking video about it where he was like, Sabra is in the fridge of every Israeli Jew. What the fuck? It's our national pride or some shit.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions are anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism is leading to not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and instead thinking that that is an attack on you. There's this incident on the podcast where they were reacting to Cutie Cinderella, and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being a pretty important wake-up call for Ethan. He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology in Seattle. And Ethan got an A+ rating.
In terms of a public apology, this is A+.
Ethan won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know, he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score, a perfect 10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally 10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm the best at
10 out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady. You fucking don't. Is my perfect apology in this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10. This one is actually best apology, so. Ethan Klein, you guys, oh my God.
I was trying really hard to think about an impactful moment during this video. Like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up? And
should have reviewed his N-word apology. Does he have an N-word apology? I genuinely don't know. I actually don't know. Wait, are you guys setting that up to be like, nope, that's the joke? Oh, okay. Well, my mistake.
I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B at least. So I went to visit Psychology in Seattle. I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, you know. We might learn a thing or two.
Xander! Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score, 10. I said, hey, Lud, no wig drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person now that you've inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation?
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it without taking any consideration of prior or future behavior. If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry and will apologize, and I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks! Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade, but that's okay because this is the internet. Anyone can have their own official apology rating system, so I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That's just based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit, because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been, and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human, because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. H3 used to be the sports figure that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stunk. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good, and I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up, and fighting it, he changed YouTube for the better. And I thought that was cool, because I thought it was like he was fighting for free speech.
I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neil. I'm like, fuck, like, it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like, if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
And I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more hold up, a feeling of almost infallibility, that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way.
Goddamn. Cinema. Where's yours? I didn't do one. I'm glad that other people did. Frogan did, but you didn't? Yeah, I didn't. Partially because I don't think it would have been helpful. The reason why I don't think it would be helpful is because, and this is what I told iDubbbz at the time, I was like, listen, I've made my position known in terms of wanting Ethan to get better, and I've said it so many times that at this point, it literally is just repeating the same thing that I've said over and over again. and that I don't think he will ever view it charitably. Like, I just don't think that he will look at that and see it as productive. Because in spite of all the things that Ethan has done, in spite of everything that he's done, I still want him to get better. I still want him to, take some time off, really reconsider what he's done this entire time, and get better. And someone might look at that and go, I mean, yeah, he made a 3-hour doc about you specifically, so yeah, you'll always be a villain to him. I know. That's what I mean. It's just like I have maintained that level of charity to this day, and that hasn't changed. And some people even fucking say, oh, you just want him to get better because you want him to stop talking about you. And it's like, yeah, there's a level of self-interest there for sure. It doesn't really matter. Like, Ethan trying to tarnish my name, Ethan trying to come after me, has demonstrably not worked. He's not the first person that has decided I have a political disagreement with this person and I'm going to do everything in my fucking power to constantly call this guy a piece of shit and make my audience hate him. This is my entire career. I'm a fucking leftist online, dude. What are you talking about? I'm live 8 to 10 hours every day. Of course, I open myself up to attacks just on that alone in perpetuity. It's not new. Ethan will not be the last person that comes after me and kind of loses their mind in the process. So, yes. And Steiny asked me this question as well, ironically enough, on the podcast that we did. And I said the same thing there. I wish him well. I don't think that all of this stuff that he's engaged in is good for his mental health. And it feels like it's so bad for his own personal mental health that, like, it unironically is visibly deteriorating him. So that's the reason why I didn't repeat exactly what I've said a million times over, because I don't think that he would look at that and reflect on it. I think it would have an unproductive effect because he considers me to be, and judging by what he has said, and that's just scratching the surface. Like, iDubbbz did not tackle most of it. Ethan buttoned AB. Ethan announced he's spending his summer break to do a part 2 of Context Nuke. I think eventually this is going to turn into him just rehashing it over and over again, and finding new things to yell about until it's just like an audience of 10 people. It's not healthy. It's not going to change the truth, and it's certainly not going to change people's perceptions of you. So in this process, all you do is basically hurt yourself for seemingly no reason other than hoping that one day magically people will actually recognize where you're coming from, change their entire worldview, and decide, no, you were right all along, actually, Ethan. We were wrong. Like, all Jews are Zionists, actually. And therefore, criticizing Zionism is criticizing Judaism. Like, you're correct. Like, that's not going to happen, especially not when Israel has refused to stop,
We're going to go visit. We're going to show our kids how wonderful and great it is. While they're actively genociding a people, you are downplaying that.
What is this? What is this clip
he's making, though? Is that not the point he's making, though?
See, and this is one of the saddest parts about his impact. Turn this off. There's a genocide going on. Like, his fucking dumbass foot soldiers come in here and just use this as a talking point. Like, the only time where they ever recognize that there is a genocide is to cynically use it as a talking point. It's so fucking gross, dude. Please reconsider what your output is online, okay? Reconsider what you're putting out there, chatter. It's fucking disgusting. It's weird. It is a weird and gross thing to do. You sound like a fucking Nazi. You might be a literal Nazi. God damn. Like, nobody, when you do this, when you say this, no one, especially in this community, but in most places, is going to look at that and be like, wow, that's a brilliant joke. You know who will find that a brilliant joke? People who also don't recognize that Israel is committing a genocide. That's it. The only people that you are surrounding yourself with are other people who also are pro-Israel. Those are the only people you'll get laughs out of when you say something like this. For everybody else, they're like, wait, what? What the fuck's this person saying? Are they like virtue signaling? Are they actually being sincere? Yeah. And the inherent irony of it all, in terms of like there's a genocide going on statement that I kept repeating over and over again, was for the course of the year, over the course of the year, where Ethan was like saying a bunch of really fucking insane things that people understandably clocked as being pro-Israel or in defense of Israel. They would bring that stuff over here to me, and I was like, there's a genocide going on. I don't care about what Ethan Klein has to say. Ethan Klein is not your fucking enemy. Okay? It was literally for me to redirect the attention over to what I wanted to talk about, which was what Israel was doing to Palestinians on the ground. And he so selfishly and so cynically clipped all of those parts and showed it to his audience as me simply going, oh, I can't do this. There's a genocide going on. Oh, I can't do that. There's a genocide going on. As though it's like just a talking point. It's so fucking insane to me, dude. It is so gross and so fucking insane. Anyway, did Ethan watch this? Did he actually end up watching this video? When it was relevant, you redirected combos. That's it. He's 10 minutes in, 2 hours in. Jesus Christ. He's watching it piece by piece. Literally pausing more than you ever have. He's watching it now, but AB has been silenced. Oh, that's fucking cool. That's cool. It's a nice thing to do.
Wow.
Yeah, where's this from? I don't know what pizza place this is.
It's like Pizza Hut. Or Papillon. It looks like Papillon.
Oh, it's Papa John.
Where's Hawk to take a bow?
Take a bow, Hawk. He might not want to.
Zane, you get pizza?
So good.
Very good. Did we say you could have some? I'm just kidding. Obviously.
Give me a minute here, guys.
Look at the poll.
What kind of pizza?
Oh,
this
everybody.
is like this is like
right
not
here,
major
Hawk.
change.
Where's the poll?
There's the camera. There's your camera right there.
Is Ethan busted?
Wow. Take a bow. Yeah.
What a guy.
Thank you so much.
What a guy.
That's so kind of you.
He still thinks that content cops about Israel-Palestine conflict. I mean, it partially is. It's partially about the Israel-Palestine conflict, but it's also a lot about Ethan and what he considers.
Oh, it's a random spot?
What
You don't
Ethan
wanna call it
considers
out.
to be is
Why, you didn't like it?
like, or what?
Did it
How
screw
Ethan
you?
presents himself, how Ethan carries
ain't doing
himself.
that. Oh, okay, got you. We ain't doing that.
We ain't doing that.
Anyway.
Is maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information. And that would be
My employees feel the
so
need?
wrong.
What are you even talking
You're so
about?
far from.
Why are you making shit up, bro?
horrible. They shouldn't be doing that.
They shouldn't be
sending you things that upset you.
They literally don't.
Well, some people do that.
Yeah. I'm just making it clear that I do not.
No.
I go out of my way not to. I feel like you got enough things pissing you off all the time. I like to send things that make you laugh.
This isn't one of them.
Right.
This is a solo journey. This is on the Ethan Klein channel. Your point makes no sense. I
Right.
did this on my personal channel.
Right.
It didn't include the crew at all.
When Ethan does this,
I literally have never seen that video.
Dan didn't even know.
I didn't even watch that one.
Thanks,
I
by
wasn't
the way.
joking earlier. I usually watch them. Earlier I said I don't watch the Ethan Klein videos. It's not totally true, but that one I've never seen.
No, apparently.
you don't have to.
Yeah, apparently.
Side project.
They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why
Good
is there
advice.
so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions?
Bro, are you trying to defend yourself by saying he's small and therefore we shouldn't have to tell him to fuck off? His tweets were getting a ton of traction on our subreddit, like thousands of likes.
he'll
Yeah, if
get
you want
to
comfort
that, Ethan,
people,
don't
it's
worry.
our fans that post it to the subreddit that try and piss you off all the time.
But I don't even.
No hate to our fans, you know. No disrespect, but
They're not trying to piss us off. I mean, listen, if something is happening in the world, we should know about it.
yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
and that,
right.
Can't just live
in this
under
case,
a rock and
Just
assume
not
that
something in
nothing's
Israel.
happening.
If something in Israel is happening, we should only know about a perspective that, you know, shelters Ethan from the truth about Israel's behavior so that he can say the dumbest things on the planet, like, Yoav Galan seems like a good guy, a moderating voice, actually.
It's a screenshot of the subreddit. What?
Linking him to me and posting on the Reddit when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this.
What? Are we doing? Are we fucking?
Wait, maybe he's. Hold on, maybe he's cooking here.
Okay.
Icarus drowned. Who is Icarus?
I don't know
drowned?
who, whatever Mossad agent he thinks this is, but like, if it has thousands of upvotes, I'm not fucking caring about who posted it. Clearly, people find it interesting.
in the first place. If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped.
This doesn't absolve you of being a shitty friend, dude. It doesn't matter who this person is or why they're posting. Apparently they're a Destiny fan, which is the most incriminating thing.
Right. I don't know why my mind didn't go there. I thought it was.
Yeah, interesting, man. It just feels a lot. It just feels weird because you used to actively knowing full well that Destiny had the tendency to brigade your subreddit, would combat that sort of thing, and then let it fucking unleash upon your community. And now here you are.
Well, to be fair, I do usually do that when I'm like see a post that I think is kind of sussy, and I look at the account and see where they're like posting or whatever.
Well,
but
and what I was going to say is that he's showing a comment from Snark.
Right.
He said that iDubbbz is on H3 Snark. Let that sink in.
Sick.
And he cares to care so much about our crew members.
Points this out is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit.
Bro, you are actually on H3 Snark. That is so embarrassing. So apparently the most reputable place that's never lied about me is his source for this is a comment on Snark?
A top 1% commenter.
My mind is bending.
Power user.
So embarrassing.
Listen to the person listen to the person who obsessively hate watches you, Ethan. Come on.
Okay, I don't know if this is real, but there is a super chat from somebody named Icarus saying, I'm Icarus drowned. I'm literally just a liberal and a Jew. Okay.
Busted. We found out he's Jewish. Well, I think
they're more concerned about lifelong Destiny fan because this is like the.
But
this is where it all ties back.
Bro, I feel like I'm watching someone get actively gaslit in real time by dudes who are also sub 80 IQ. It's not like these guys are fucking brilliant. You know what I mean? Like the people that are gaslighting him are literally anonymous trolls that use him like a fucking napkin. Okay, they use him like a fleshlight.
That's it. That's it.
Do you know that that's it?
I mean, he's moved on. One comment on Snark.
Okay. Right.
Has proven that Destiny fans are hijacking my brain to be offended by anti-Semitism.
Within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going...
Wait, what?
You of all people should find that funny. You can't be serious, bro. You can't be serious right now.
Oh,
holy fuck. Holy fuck, bro.
Ethan and Hila are doing...
By the way, I call Hasan a terrorist supporter because he literally is. Like, he literally is a terrorist supporter. Provably.
Just got 5 gifted from Mudahar, by the way.
Oh, what's
Shout
up,
out,
player?
Some ordinary gamer.
I saw he made a comment.
Dan.
I missed it.
Really?
I put in the chat.
I guess Dan.
Mega awesome nerd. One of
Okay,
our
Dan.
mods says Snark literally said I was a liar for saying I saw racist shit on them, even though I found a thread.
What the fuck's going on? He's literally being molded into a lolcow before our eyes. I mean, most likely, yeah.
There you go. Stop seeking out stuff that will annoy you.
This man made a content cop where his primary evidence is one comment on Snark.
I don't think that's the whole point of the content cop, man.
Podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile. That guy's...
Is it not given any more context? Is he just like popping?
No, that's it.
So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and...
That's it. That's it. That's the own.
Oh my god, what is this edit? This video is so bad.
That's the own, guys. So far, his evidence is me saying I think the River to Sea is offensive and explaining why, or explaining why Israelis are uncomfortable with it. I think I was even more delicate with the way I said it. One comment from Snark. Is that it? Was there something else?
Yeah, y'all thought I paused a lot, bro. This is craziness.
Scrolled a Twitter thread that had a bunch of Hitlers, which again,
How dare
even after you I didn't really understand your explanation. I I don't really get the point that he was trying to make.
Oh, him? No, me either.
Yeah.
I think like I said, I think he's saying is you seeking it out, but it's your fault for seeing that. Is what he's trying to say. From what I understand,
it's such a weird point that I guess it's just like
your employees to send you stuff like that, which we don't, and you guys don't. So he's wrong and wrong.
Yeah, that's definitely what he's saying. I don't want to see any other way to interpret it.
He's saying it's not just your employees; it's people on your subreddit manipulating you.
Call us spineless cowards.
Check.
Yep.
Looks like that dart hit a bullseye. Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like she's a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit, and that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and IDub's feed. My good, do you not see why that would upset me? Is that a mystery, my friend? Good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck?
Well, you actually just described that you do see his tweets, and some you agree, and a couple you do.
Right, he actually
the C word. So
that's a good point, Hila.
Huh? I think I explained that she was she was
interacting
with Froggy
She interacted with it at some point. But Hila's point is even better. He literally just said that he's seen these tweets.
Yeah, he just said so himself. So.
And that he even agreed with some of them, but he didn't like them to not stir the pot or whatever. So
I don't think this person is going to understand the point
your feed.
being made.
It sounds like it's your feed.
It is, yeah. Well, so the reason what I saw was him.
Yeah, I think the goal here is to
Denims in chat
basically watch this in 3.5 second increments in an effort to say that he watched the whole thing, but basically to showcase to his audience like, oh, I watched the whole thing, it was all a bunch of nonsense, and misinterpreting every statement along the way because it's 3 seconds long.
That Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like she's a IDF.
And then he kicked out AB because AB disagreed with him. Dan is actively preventing them from realizing that people will find this shit so disgusting. Yeah. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter because, people will be able to see the reality on their own, I think.
You literally showed it.
Because you said it.
You literally just told us a minute ago.
You're on video.
I know what's on your feed. And I mean, clearly, right? Based on this video.
This is how he reacts to it as well.
For you tab. For all you know,
This is your own? You don't know what's on my feed? Let's not address the fact that my friend called Hila a genocide murdering
Did he actually kick out AB?
baby
I actually don't know. Someone said that he wasn't on the wide shot after he buttoned him.
Oh, his friend.
After AB defended a point that IDubs was
address
making.
this by saying, you don't know.
You don't want him to respond to each point? No, of course. I do want him to respond, but I want him to also understand and internalize. Like, it's ironic because Ethan will say, Hasan, you haven't watched my context nuke, sorry. And I have. I didn't actually have to watch Ethan Klein's compilation of it because I had literally addressed those exact same criticisms that he fucking compiled on his subreddit that he basically compiled from Destiny's subreddit months before he actually posted the context nuke. That's the irony of it all. Ethan knew what my answers were to a lot of the things that he posted on there. He could have very easily figured it out. He just chose not to, especially because he did not want to understand. Yeah, there has never been a video response to someone making a video before that fucking video comes out 3 months prior, At least he had the balls to watch it live on the spot. This is one of my funniest, one of my favorite types of cope that people have. What he's doing right here is precisely the reason why I would rather have this conversation man to man in front of Ethan. If you think I'm afraid of him, why the fuck would I actively want to talk to him directly? Like, you guys clearly have to understand. If you're even invested in like the content of it all, even if you care about the blood sport of it all, you have to recognize that I'm willing to go to where he's at and have a conversation directly with him, uninterrupted. I've even said I would watch the content nuke side by side with him if that's what it takes. This man is a professional dodger of criticism, okay? He does not think that there is any criticism, especially at this stage. He does not think that there's any criticism that's valid. He actively runs away from it. He shelters himself from the truth, so much so that it has built enough resentment, that people fucking unironically have created secondary communities Okay, can you stop being a dumbass and suck it off? Nasrallah for rage bait. He was a disgusting piece of shit outside his advocacy for Palestine from his genocidal homophobia to his role in Syria. It's so fucking funny. You'll scream at chat for scaring off normies over tepid leftist criticism, and then you'll valorize Nasrallah to trigger people, which actually scares them off and hurts your message, dumbass. You are dumb as hell for not doing this with a nuke. People can go to this to refute the iDubbbz video. You have nothing. Nobody's going to search a 6-month-old VOD on your channel. They would look up a direct response. You reacting to him, react to this, but not the nuke. Make you look like a pussy to normies because you can just refuse your live convo. Get over that shit. I like that this dude literally thinks that the only people that actually looked at the context nuke and thought it was valid were dumb babies who have no understanding of any of the things that Ethan talked about, considering that it has been fucking undermined 1,000,000 times over, and that I would rather have a conversation directly with him, but that's somehow not bravery. That's actually cowardice. To be able to have a conversation with him directly is cowardice. I should have just piece by piece addressed every single dumb fucking thing that he said so that he could clip my reaction also out of context and then keep presenting it to his audience in the most nefarious ways possible. I'm saying I'm willing to have this conversation in person. It is the greatest fucking way to deal with this issue. He has ran away from it, just like he ran away from fucking Twitter because he's scared that people will call him out. That's why he only fucking attacks people from Instagram stories. And you're over here trying to defend this shit. Meanwhile, everyone with 3.5 fucking brain cells has already recognized what Ethan is doing over and over again over the course of the past fucking 15 months. But no, I'll unban you. Don't worry. Don't worry, big dog. I think you're wrong. You also had this kind of attitude towards Asman as well, I think, if I remember your username correctly. It's just weird. As a 15-month subscriber, maybe we have a difference in agreement on some of these things. But it's just odd that you constantly find yourself on the weirdest side of every argument. Hey, watchers come in here and say, watch the nuke as if it weren't literally here for every moment that was clipped for that video. Like, brother, we were not here only for the clip. Yeah, I know. The idea that a community like this one, okay, that is already much more aware of what the fuck's going on in the world is going to be like, oh my God, Ethan Klein of all fucking people made some really solid points. I didn't realize this guy was a scary, dangerous propagandist. Like, are you that stupid? Why would you actively admit that you're that stupid of a person? Oh, what the fuck was I expecting from a 2009 account? Bro's brain has been fucking warped. It's genuinely amazing how you can see Ian's journey into a better, kinder, more empathetic person to the extent where he took what used to be a vehicle for hate, watching, and turned into a message of disappointment and care about a lost friend with hope for a better future. Yeah, I don't think people care about that stuff. I don't think Ethan cares about that as well. You have reacted to so many different... parts of the content nuke. Has Ethan responded?
Hasan is watching Bad Empanada, who, by the way, cosplayed as a Hamas terrorist to kill Hila in a video game.
Yeah, dude, you know what's really funny about this? Bad Empanada played that game that's like supposed to be the reverse of Call of Duty. The goal that he was trying to do with that as a troll was to show how different the double standard is. Ethan ate that bait and has not shut the fuck up about it in perpetuity. The irony, of course, is that every single fucking Call of Duty is literally killing Muslims. Muslims are the enemies. That doesn't track in Ethan's mind as like a weird thing. He does not understand how this plays a role in creating resentment towards random fucking Muslim people and brown people that you've never met before, that you've never seen before. He doesn't understand how social conditioning works in this regard. Or maybe if he does, he doesn't give a shit about it. He likes it. Okay? That's what it is. So when someone flips the script in that regard, he personally loses his fucking mind, demonstrating the point that fucking Bad Empanada was trying to do, which is, of course, trolling, while also simultaneously showing the double standard here. And it's something that I've referenced quite a bit as well. It's something that I believe I even brought up with Steiny. If someone were to say that they want to nuke Tel Aviv, they would get banned. If someone were to say they want to nuke Tehran, they would not get banned. This is a double standard. If someone were to say they want to nuke Afghanistan, they would not get banned. But if someone were to say they want to nuke Washington, D.C., they would get banned. This is the double standard. That's it. What you consider to be perfectly normal, perfectly permissible behavior versus what you think is completely beyond reason, when both parties in both of these circumstances still are human beings. They're equal. They're even at the most basic level. That's the point. That's the argument that Bad Empanada is trying to present here in the trolliest, silliest fucking ways possible, because he's an insane person. I've talked about this a lot. It does not matter But he ate that bait and constantly fucking just relitigates that. What did you say?
By the way, extra hilarity, Hasan is watching Bad Empanada, who, by the way, cosplayed as a Hamas terrorist to kill Hila in a video game.
Yeah, is Ian gonna mention?
So that's not good.
On your stream.
Wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
It's not a fucking petty beef. I didn't include that. If it's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people.
Dude, I love.
Whoa.
Yeah, the shoes thing is weird. That's.
He's saying that you're resorting to like incredibly weird, personal, petty resentments that you have because you hate everything about me. And you are not even ashamed of showing how much this beef is not about anti-Semitism, but simply about your own personal vindictive nature, your own personal revenge fantasy. Your parasocial recollection of that chatter was correct. They talked about your tweet to Asman back on March 18th. They said it was stupid to call him out. Yeah, I know all my fucking chatters. It's even the dumb ones, okay? Like Miyazaki's accountant. I know. He also always masquerades this as like defending me, but weirdly enough, I guess he couldn't take it, so he unfollowed me, only to follow me again just to fucking complain once again. Very strange. But the reality of the matter is there's a lot of fucking weirdos in here, okay? I'm sorry. I love the collective, but some of you individually are not very sane people, okay? This is one of those people. If you put together a well-made YouTube video on the puke like you did for the last banning, people would have an ability to easily see your points. People aren't going to look through 999 hours on a Vaz on a YouTube channels to find context for your clips. Like Bad Empanada, but he was dumb for talking about looking at secretary as well as that playing that game. It was like someone playing Kata looking for you to kill. Yeah, except people do that all the fucking time. He just literally compare me to Osama bin Laden. Also, that aside, I'm not even defending Bad Empanada doing that. I'm saying that Bad Empanada is a fucking troll and does unhinged shit in general. I just described to you what his purpose was, okay? You don't have to agree with him to understand what he was trying to do. Now, that's number one. Number two, okay? I have done this, okay? The only thing I didn't do was take advantage of the algorithmic boost that I would have gotten to do a point-by-point analysis on everything that fucking Ethan Klein had erroneously stated. Because why would I? Why should I? Ethan Klein's extended crash out in the aftermath of the context puke that didn't fucking unfold in the ways that he had envisioned because he's so goddamn narcissistic has already caused him to collapse in and of itself. The arguments were so silly that it basically operated as a fucking filter. For people who are completely oblivious to the reality, they looked at that and they went, oh, this is a scary guy, isn't he? And over the course of many, many years of millions and millions of YouTube clicks, in the exact same way that Ethan Klein had made the context puke, people have made up their minds. Either they have this opinion over me, and one day they will accidentally arrive at the context on their own and realize that they've been duped, or they will carry on that resentment permanently, and there's not much I can do about it. But in the process, if you noticed, this community kept growing. I kept collaborating. I kept working with other people. I kept doing what I always do. I kept fundraising. I kept going to fucking protests, rallies. Perhaps I know what I'm doing. Perhaps if I were to go down at that very moment, when I was in Japan too, of all places, go down this fucking rabbit hole of doing back and forth clips out of context over and over and over again, maybe I'd be at a very different place right now. I guess we'll never know. But I'm very happy with the place that I'm at in the aftermath of the context puke. And the reality of the matter is, Ethan does enough on his own due to his lack of curiosity, due to his inability to comprehend how other people think, due to his inability to see the world to see the world beyond his horse blinders. He already consistently will farm an audience that is looking for outrage, especially against like common enemies, you know what I mean? While also simultaneously, he will keep eroding what made him who he was. He keeps losing what made him Ethan Klein, okay? What made him a lovable character. Do you understand? Let him fall on his own sword if he chooses to do so. That's why I said, your mods actually know how to deal with weirdos better than you. Yeah, that's why they keep banning you, you fucking idiot. Why are you calling yourself a weirdo? That's so funny. Asked for the ban because I became too focused on bullshit internet drama and needed a break. Can I get an unban now? Mad at one-day ban and crashing out as a result. Requested permaban for own mental health. Too drama-pilled and constant de-engagement has made it worse. Feel free to unban once they wish to chat again. I'm over my drama period. Can I get an unban? Unban. Request it again. Unban if they ask. Come on, dog. What are you doing? Be an adult, okay? I know you're capable of being a fucking adult. And for the record, no, don't dunk on this chatter. Some of you have been exactly like him, okay? Brother, he's silencing Noah. More people are publicly on Ethan's side than are yours. He's getting 3 million viewed videos, and his live views are stable now. Cutie lost a sponsor to the Streamer Awards. You're just being stubborn and can't accept who's winning this. Online, also just sue him. Literally made up quotes for saying your anti-Semitic slurs in this puke. That was my point, man. Yeah, dude. I don't want other people to humiliate you, but I think that your understanding of what's going on here is entirely out of whack. What the fuck are you talking about? I literally interviewed Bernie Sanders and I'm going to be on the fucking Daily Show next month, and you're over here being like, nah, more people online actually think Ethan Klein is in the right here. More people are publicly on Ethan's side than are on yours is hilarious to say. There is no winning, by the way. There is no fucking winning. There's no winning and losing. The only person who's losing in this process would be me as well if I just entertained it over and over again. Daily Show? Yeah. Daily Show. The Daily Show. You slip up. We were supposed to know the Daily Show. No, I talked about it already. Jordan Klepper was in my house. We did a fucking piece together. What do you mean? Oh my God, I can't believe a fucking anime podcast filled to the brim with fucking reactionary douches in the fan base were very upset about platforming me. That doesn't mean anything. Please see the world outside of your fucking horse blinders. Most people in the real world do not know what any of this shit is. Okay? They don't care about any of this shit. They don't know who the fuck I am, and they don't know who the fuck Ethan is either. At most, they remember Ethan as the fair use guy, maybe. Okay? And if they see what he looks like now, they're going to be like, oh, he's kind of different than who I thought he was. And most people know me as the woke guy from maybe the Young Turks. If they were over the age of 35 and under the age of 35, they know me as like, oh, that's the progressive guy. You know? This only reflects your own algorithm. Yeah, if you only see drama slop tubers on your timeline on YouTube and whatnot, you're going to think, holy fuck. Yo, chill on the trash taste hate. Big shameful fan here. No, I love the trash taste guys. But it's not a secret that they have a lot of fucking reactionary dudes in their fan base. It's fine. It's ironic because their politics are very different than some in their fan base. And for the most part, they, I guess, don't talk about politics that much, which is precisely the reason why that doesn't become a very big issue, you know? But yeah, like I said, if you see all of your, if your algorithm is reflecting this kind of drama and you have recognized that it actually hurts your mental state personally, then maybe reflect on that a little bit. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. I don't want to shit on you for it, and I don't think it's appropriate for other chatters to shit on you as well, because they themselves have probably found themselves in a weak moment in a similar place where they're just like also looking for this negative shit, seeking it out and whatnot. But understand this: you have also recognized that. Looking at this, read their last message, motherfucker. Also, my point was you should have kept me banned like your Mosh tried to, as with many unhinged chatters. Engaging with dumbass posts like mine just derail the stream pointlessly. Like I said, I have shit takes. When drama hits a point, I should literally be banned. I'm not going to ban you because I think you're capable of being a fucking adult, okay? That's it. See? Notice how I paid them. Notice how we're talking you off this fucking cliff that you're on. That's it.
No, it can't be.
Well,
it actually can't be. Holy fuck, dude.
It sure is.
Oh my God.
Sam Cedar, what a nightmare.
Just released a video.
Yeah.
It's about you.
And in any case, the one thing that I believe iDubbbz did here, and I think it's good that he did this, is that stuff like this gives people the permission structure to also say their piece. Just like when a lot of people, and this is not like the morally equivalent scenario, I'm not saying that at all, but remember when everybody was quiet or oblivious to what Cody Ko had done, and then there was one content creator that came out and made a YouTube video about that specifically, and also simultaneously about calling out other content creators who are friends with Cody Ko that didn't say anything, right? D'Angelo. That actually kickstarted the process of other people going, oh my God, I either A, didn't know what the fuck was going on, I'm so sorry, or B, people got the permission or the courage to be able to say something about this. Throughout his career, Ethan Klein has wronged a lot of people with, ironically, very similar methods. And it's such a broad range of characters that he has done this to, that you have billionaire Zionists like Ryan Kavanaugh who are in his crosshairs while simultaneously the damn near entirety of the pro-Palestinian content creator orbit online. It's a very broad spectrum of people who get the same level of carelessness and sometimes negligence and oftentimes smears and brigading. And I think that ultimately, like when someone like iDubbbz comes out and says something about it, other people go, oh, well, I didn't know what was going on, and now I'm more aware of it. Why are you fighting someone who just doesn't want war and people to die? What an incredibly charitable interpretation. Do you think Ethan thinks that way of me? Because that's what I want. I want an end to the genocide. I want an end to the apartheid. This was our major disagreement. Ethan quite literally said, if the walls come down, the Palestinians are going to fucking rape and pillage and kill all Jews in Israel. I don't think that that is the case. This disagreement grew into a massively consequential crash out where Ethan Klein has called me every name under the fucking sun over the course of the past year. My anger and resentment towards Ethan, in spite of my wishes for him to get better, revolve around wanting him to stop doing Hasbara, wanting him to stop defending Israel. And I'm being very, very open and honest with my words here when I say this, saying every now and then that what you are, wait, what? Do you remember he also does a comedy show, so his name calling is a jokey? Yeah, he was just joking when he said war criminal Yoav Golan is just a good guy.
We're going to begin.
All right, let's get to the fucking real news. Judge tells DOJ she has no tolerance for gamesmanship in case of man mistakenly deported. We are also going to cover Senator Chris Van Hollen, who flew down to El Salvador today. Let's get to the real fucking news.
Harsh
Jesus
words
Christ.
for the Trump administration in the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who, as you know, was mistakenly deported to El Salvador. Well, he is now in a Salvadoran prison, despite a Supreme Court order that the administration should take steps to bring him back to America. A federal judge now says she has seen no evidence that officials have done anything to comply with that order, and that's raising questions about whether they may be ignoring the court. Scott McFarland is at the Justice Department with the latest on this story. Scott, good morning. A lot of people want to see this man return back to the United States.
In the meantime, Gail, the judges ordered depositions from several top Trump administration officials, and she's put federal lawyers on notice to cancel vacations and cancel appointments, that it is all hands on deck.
The world didn't give it.
With a crowd of supporters and Kilmar Abrego Garcia's wife gathered outside,
I will not stop fighting until I see my husband alive.
his attorneys argue the Department of Justice is defying a judge's orders, refusing to turn over even basic information about what's being done by the Trump administration to return Abrego Garcia, seen here, from a notorious prison in El Salvador, to which he was deported by mistake a month ago. A previous court order in 2019 protected him from being sent to El Salvador, from which he'd fled years earlier.
This case is about the government unlawfully and admitting to unlawful.
Okay, this is the last thing I'll say. I lied. People should ask that question. Where is AB? Where did AB go? Where did he go? What happened? No, I'm serious. What happened? Why did he get silenced when he offered a little bit of context or a little bit of feedback? And why is he gone? Where did he go? You said AB seems to be in the wide shot after the button. I don't think he is. I don't think he's there.
Unlawfully removing a gentleman from this country.
Federal Judge Paula Zinnes blistered Trump administration lawyers for not following her prior orders, saying every day Mr. Abrego Garcia is detained at the Salvadoran prison is another date of irreparable harm, and that she has no tolerance for gamesmanship or grandstanding.
The Constitution is being tested.
Jeffrey Rosen is president and CEO of the National Constitution Center.
We're dealing with the most fundamental questions of whether or not the president will respect an independent judiciary and the rule of law.
The administration continues to allege Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gang member and that his fate is in the hands of El Salvador, whose president Monday said he wouldn't help ensure a return.
The question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States?
Trump administration officials argue if Abrego Garcia is returned to a U.S. port of entry, he'd be immediately deported elsewhere.
If somehow he comes back and that happens, he's going to be detained and removed again.
Yesterday, Republican Senator Chuck Grassley was confronted about the case at his town hall in Iowa.
Are you going to bring that guy back from El Salvador? Yeah. Why not?
Well, because that's not a power of Congress.
Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen is en route to El Salvador, he says, to try to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia and also to meet with Salvadoran leaders to try to secure this man's release. Gail?
All right, Scott, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. President Trump campaigned on the promise to secure our homeland and deport violent alien criminals from our communities. That is why the American people overwhelmingly reelected him back to this office, and it's why the American people defeated the Democrat Party in devastating fashion. Today, we have officially learned Democrat officials still refuse to accept the will of the American people. Maryland Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen rushed to Dulles Airport this morning to fly to El Salvador, potentially using taxpayer dollars to demand the release of deported illegal.
Oh, you mean a senator actually cared about his constituents? You know, since this person, his wife, his 5-year-old child with special needs is a constituent of Chris Van Hollen? You mean that's what the senator did? What a horrible thing this senator did to chase after an innocent man who was unjustly deported, kidnapped, so unjustly that the American government admitted to the mistake. Just to make sure I'm getting this straight, no one has heard from Abrego Garcia since he was disappeared, and not even a U.S. senator can get in touch with him, and 100% could be dead, but no one would know. Yeah. Scott McFarland, CBS News' justice correspondent. I may be the first in the United States senator to visit El Salvador on this issue, but I won't be the last. This is an unsustainable moment. Van Hollen says he was not able to see Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and he says El Salvador authorities could not guarantee a visit with Abrego Garcia next week. And he says he was not permitted to speak with Abrego Garcia by phone. Van Hollen says El Salvador leaders told him they'd facilitate a phone call with Abrego Garcia if the U.S. Embassy had asked. Van Hollen says El Salvador official was not sure they'd be able to arrange a call between Abrego Garcia and family. Chris Van Hollen then pauses and emphasizes the Trump administration is lying about Abrego Garcia. I think this is still speculation.
What's that?
Can you repeat that? We just started the live stream.
Can we?
Dude, I can't watch this. This is such fucking... I keep seeing KKK Caroline saying that he has been confirmed as a member of MS-13. Oh, KKK Caroline. You're talking about fucking Caroline Leavitt. I was like, what? I thought you meant Caroline Kwan. I was like, well, she would never. What the fuck? Anyway, we don't know. We have no way of knowing.
Illegal alien MS-13 terrorist.
He is not that. Fuck me, he is not that.
The Democrats and the media in this room have continually and wrongly labeled Kilmar Abrego Garcia as a Maryland father. There is no Maryland father. Let me reiterate. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an illegal alien.
Yeah, this is the meta, by the way. Trisha McLaughlin, when Garcia was arrested, he was found with rolls of cash and drugs. He was arrested with 2 members of MS-13. 2 judges found that he was a member of MS-13. The finding has not been disturbed. When arrested, he was wearing what is effectively MS-13's uniform. How fucking far removed are you as the Assistant Secretary of Department of Homeland Security? How fucking far removed are you from just like average working Joes that you look at a fucking high visibility vest and go, that's a sign of an MS-13 gang member. He's wearing high vis. He was arrested for loitering, as Aaron Reichlin Melnick correctly points out. If he had had cash and drugs on him, the PG County police would have charged him with something rather than releasing him. Plus, they didn't even fill out an incident report. So where are you getting this information from? They're just making it up. But that's it. That's all it takes. You can just fucking lie like this when it's a brown person. Straight up. Straight up. They already did this with black people. They did this with the fucking Haitians that are eating cats and dogs. They could get as aggressive and as insane as they want to with their fucking blood libel when they're talking about black people and brown people. And this is happening in front of our fucking eyes. They're testing how much false information the public will abide by, how much false information the public will eat up. That is what's going on here. The case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia is not unique. 90% of all of the people that have been deported to CCOT have no fucking crimes whatsoever. I think it's like a total of 12 people that have some serious crimes that have been deported. Okay? The rest are minor offenses or no criminal record whatsoever. And these people can just say, without any care or consideration for the truth, that they are rapists, like child rapists, bloodthirsty murderers. And a lot of people believe them. It's fucking insane.
MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist who was deported back to his home country. And when Kilmar Abrego Garcia was originally arrested, he was wearing a sweatshirt with rolls of money covering.
Yeah, the Fourth Circuit judge literally said the Trump admin had ample opportunity to show he was a member of MS-13, but did not and didn't even bother to try.
The ears, mouth, and eyes of presidents on various currency denominations. This is a known MS-13 gang symbol of hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. Abrego Garcia was also arrested with 2 other well-known members of the vicious MS.
Are they just like making new shit up now? Is that what's going on? Because none of this was in the fucking police report at all. It's from the White House, so I don't know. Wait, what? I want to look into the definition of uniform before they're referring to before judging. Google search puts clothing in the second definition, remaining the same in all cases and at all times. It's from the White House, so I don't know. I guess this is the reason why a lot of people are fucking stupid enough to just be like, nah, the government could never make shit up. Why did we go to war with Iraq, by the way? I don't know. They would never famously make shit up. The administration that won, hello, where are you going? That's crazy. She's just quietly walking away. Okay. Hello. That's something a third grader will make up to try to get you in trouble with the principal. This case is literally turning Ivy League educated boomers into pure Nazi zero critical thinking left in this country, man. Oh, 100%. Like, this person is a fucking union member too. Like, it's not, oh my God. At first they claimed him wearing a Chicago Bulls hat was reasoning enough that he was MS-13. Now they're saying the fucking high-vis shirt that he was wearing was the MS-13 uniform. What's next, dude? What else is MS-13? Drinking water? Did he drink water in the process? Before he was getting apprehended, we ascertained that the criminal assailant was consuming a liquid substance from a plastic vestibule. I don't even know if that's the right word. No, it's not the right word. Vestibule means passage, hall, room, or between the outer door and interior of a building. What the fuck was I thinking? Why did I say vestibule? What would it be? A vessel. I was thinking vessel. I'm so stupid. Why does anybody listen to me? A plastic vessel. Yeah. The assailant was engaging in kinetic action in the process of moving one leg in front of the next. Yeah, here it is. This is the big fucking smoking gun that this racist piece of shit had to be like, this guy's MS-13.
A hoodie. Garcia's a Bulls fan, but he's from El Salvador, and he lives in Maryland, not Chicago.
Wow. I can't believe a guy would have Chicago Bulls merchandise, literally the most marketable franchise universally, for anyone over the age of 25. What the fuck? I'm a LeBron dick rider till the day I die. And even I recognize that Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant are 2 of the most marketable universal figures of NBA history. There are motherfuckers in the Taliban wearing Kobe Bryant jerseys, bro. What the fuck are we talking about? And the same goes for MJ. What do you mean? The Chicago Bulls is literally a universally recognized institution due to the historic period where Michael Jordan dominated. Yeah. One of the most iconic sports moments of all time. I can't believe he would wear a fucking hat dedicated to that team. Oh my God. It's like Luka Doncic is Hamas. Yeah. How dare this guy wear a fucking Chicago Bulls hat? He must be a terrorist. Jesus Christ.
The Bulls lost 60 games in 2019, so why the hat? Can Garcia name anyone on the team?
What are you saying? Who gives a fuck, dude? What? Awfully suspicious that this brown man is wearing a Bulls hat. That's it. That's literally what this argument is. It's like a joke if it wasn't so fucking heinous. If the reality wasn't so goddamn heinous, you couldn't treat this as anything but a joke. awfully suspicious wearing a Chicago Bulls hat. You're not even from Chicago. Dog, it's not like he's wearing a fucking Pelicans hat. What are you talking about? It's the goddamn Chicago Bulls. It's like wearing a fucking Yankees hat. I have a Yankees hat. I've never watched baseball. I think baseball's fucking boring. What the fuck do you mean?
Anyone on any Bulls team besides Jordan? Everyone from El Salvador knows what it means when you wear a Bulls hat. It means you're MS-13.
No, that's not what are you saying? Ah! I can't do this. Kaya, please. Fuck. They're not even fucking trying. They're not even trying. That's the craziest part. They are not trying. They know that their fan base is dumb enough. They know that their fan base is racist enough. Do you understand? You don't do this if you're trying to convince people. You do this if you know they've been convinced already. Okay? They're not even fucking trying to make shit up. This is quite literally context puke shit. Ethan Klein being like, well, these are bad guys and America are the good guys. Why aren't you supporting the good guys? No arguments whatsoever. Just scary brown man bad. God damn, when I see stuff like this, I'm like, we deserve Donald Trump. We do as a nation. If a nation has enough people that are going to believe this fucking rabid psychopathic slop, we kind of fucking deserve our own demise. You know what I mean? It's like Maryland dad dressed like a gangster. Why was he dressed like a gangster? He's wearing a fucking Chicago Bulls hat while being brown, bro. This is literally all this is.
When you're in Compton, you don't accidentally wear red and say, oh, I didn't know red was Bloods. If you're a Latin American illegal alien in Maryland, you don't accidentally wear Chicago Bulls gear and hang around with high-ranking gangsters from MS-13. This is the reason he...
Yeah. I once asked a Lebanese mechanic in Beirut if he was ever in the Midwest because he was wearing a Bulls shirt. And he told me in perfect English, come on, man, the Bulls are universal. These people have never left their fucking homes. They've never left America, I don't think. It's so funny. You can go to a goddamn village in the middle of fucking Turkey and you can see Bulls merch. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? I can't believe we're even like having to defend the universality of the Chicago Bulls brand, by the way, because there is no defense. There's no need for this. What do you mean he's wearing a fucking Chicago Bulls hat? That's it.
He had to break into the country. Are you ready? A local gang in El Salvador was shaking down his grandma's tortilla shop. And his lawyers say if he gets sent back to El Salvador, he's a dead man. It's a tortilla blood vendetta.
Oh, my God. The only real information that he presented is at the end. And he doesn't even do anything to disparage it. He just says it's silly, not recognizing that MS-13 in El Salvador actively fucking harangues, harasses, extorts local fucking shop owners exactly like that. So much so that even the most racist American criminal justice system judge looked at that situation and said, yeah, this information is pretty fucking valid and consistent with the way MS-13 operates. This is why we can't send him back to El Salvador. That's what happened. He didn't even fucking disparage the statement that was seen in a court of law as admissible evidence. Evidence that fucking cleared the high standard that would offer this person protection from being deported to El Salvador. And this fucking guy doesn't even try to undermine the evidence. He just goes, ha, tortilla shop. Oh, it's a blood feud with a tortilla shop. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know anything? Oh, he just made a joke. He didn't even try to make a joke. He just basically, he did the thing that all brilliant content creators do, where someone makes it justifying a terrorist wife beater. 2 judges ruled that he was an MS-13 gang member. Are you saying you know better than 2 judges? Yes, I'm saying I know better than you, dumb fuck, because both of those judges are immigrant court judges that literally do not care about the actual standard of evidence in this regard, because the standard of evidence is nothing. It's just fucking hearsay that a cop that was subsequently fired reported on with claims that this person was an MS-13 gang member that operated out of Long Island. He had never been to fucking Long Island. So much so that a third judge looked at it and went, yeah, I don't think this is valid. I don't think this is valid enough for deportation to El Salvador. As a matter of fact, there's enough evidence here that is valid to not deport him to El Salvador. A fact that the American federal government accidentally also admitted to, for the record, when they said, oops, we made a mistake. That's the only reason why this is even a fucking story, and you don't know about the fucking stories of Andre, the gay hairstylist that was also sent to the fucking CCOP facility for having tattoos of mom and dad on his arms. The only reason why people are talking about this is because the federal government actively admitted that they made a fucking mistake, and now they're refusing to fucking atone for said mistake, even though they could very easily do so, even though they have done so directly from El Salvador. As a matter of fact, this administration has demanded to return people that they falsely sent to El Salvador in the past. Fuck you. That was a pretrial bail determination. They said the accusation was enough to withhold bond, not that he was MS-13. Very different. Yes. God damn, dude. Imagine actually defending a terrorist and justifying this much. So cringe. Yeah, I can't imagine myself defending a terrorist because I'm not defending this fucking terrorist donkey over here, Jesse Waters. Okay? You are the one who's defending terrorism. You're the one who's defending people getting fucking kidnapped in the middle of the street by Gestapo agents, only to be fucking trafficked into a slave labor colony, you fucking Nazi freak, you goddamn vermin. What the fuck is wrong with you? Holy shit. Don't worry. That kind of shit will come down. That kind of shit will come knocking down your door one day too, okay? And you'll have no one to defend you. Dipshit. Notice how I gave him all of the relevant factual information, and instead of hearing any of that, it just breezed past him and he went, I'm defending the rule of law, you fucking donkey, with the hopes that one day you don't also get fucked over. You might not have the emotional intelligence to understand that, but I'm still gonna fucking advocate for your well-being, even if you fucking fight me tooth and nail down to the fucking very last step, because you're a racist, mouth-breathing loser, okay? But even a racist, mouth-breathing loser, such as yourself, does not deserve to be treated this way. Does not deserve to be treated as nothing but cattle. Not even cattle. We treat cattle better. Your priorities are backwards in saying you would rather protect terrorists than victims of the country. You have not demonstrated that this person is a terrorist. You have not demonstrated that at all. You are only imagining that a brown guy wearing a fucking bull's hat is a terrorist because he's a brown guy wearing a fucking bull's hat. Expect it coming from the left? Oh my God. Oh, it seems you know better than the two judges look at you, a grown-ass man crashing out over a terrorist. I'm a grown-ass man crashing out because I think that other American individuals are not this fucking sub 40 IQ, okay? I'm crashing out because I think we have the endless bounty of the internet. You have access to all of this information. It is readily available to you, and yet you choose to go off on your own fucking idiotic notion that this person is a fucking terrorist without any evidence whatsoever, and only evidence to show that he is not a terrorist. Only evidence to show that he's not MS-13. Fuck. It's blowing my mind how stupid and how racist people can be in this day and age.
13 gang. And two separate judges found that Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13, and that finding has never been...
They know they aren't in danger. They want a white ethno state. They know this admin is working in service of that goal. First, they came for the communist argument doesn't work when you were talking to a literal Nazi. No. Okay? That's also not true, because their quality of life will be destroyed in an irreparable fashion with the Trump administration. It's like dumb fuck liberal Zionists in Israel who don't understand that the apartheid justifies all of the fucking reactionary slant in the fascist apartheid state, and they don't recognize that underlying cause, so they just keep going along with it, and then they go, oh, how could this have happened? Why do we have Itmar Ben-Gvir, a terrorist, in a position of power? It happens because you can't fucking check your idiotic white supremacist fantasies. And before you know it, you're going to be the fucking crosshairs. That's how it's always worked inside of fascist administrations throughout history. My goal is to snap at least some people out of this fucking stupor that they found themselves in. Yeah, First They Came for the Communist is a poem written by a fucking Nazi, okay? A former Nazi. Do you understand why that poem is prescient? Or do you understand why that poem is important? Because it's written by a fucking guy who was like, yeah, I'm a Nazi. I like the Nazi stuff. What's going on? I'm a Christian Nazi. It'll never happen to me. And then when it did come for him, he was like, well, I have no one else to fucking save me. That's the whole point. Historically, fascism ends, right? Yes, of course it ends, because it's a fucking suicidal death cult. You will never stay in the in-group. If you think that you will stay in the in-group, you are a fucking moron.
Disputed. And just this morning, it was revealed through Maryland court documents that Abrego Garcia's wife petitioned for an order of protection against him for 2 instances of domestic violence in May of 2021. And here is the order right here. The court ordered that the respondent committed the following acts of abuse. Once in May of 2021, assault in any degree. And on May 4th of 2021, he punched and scratched his wife, ripped off her shirt, and grabbed and bruised her. This is from a court in Maryland. So not only are Democrats rushing to defend an illegal criminal foreign terrorist gang member, but also an apparent woman beater. To set all of that aside, the basic fact that he was illegal.
He's like, dude, oh my God. Saying this as a part of the Trump administration is extra spicy. What's next? Did he say he wanted to grab women by the pussy? Are you going to lie about that too? Like, what do you mean? This person is an alleged woman beater? What the fuck are you talking about? Pete Hegseth is the goddamn Secretary of Defense. What are you saying?
Legally inside our country and had a lawful deportation order made him subject to removal back to his home country of El Salvador. And if he ever ends up back in the United States, he would immediately be deported again. Nothing will change the fact that Abrego Garcia will never be a Maryland father. He will never live in the United States of America again. And the United States Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the President of the United States and the Secretary of State could not be compelled to forcibly retrieve this citizen of El Salvador who is currently locked up in a maximum security prison in his home country due to his MS-13 membership. To remind the media and the Democrat Party, MS-13 are among the most vicious and dangerous individuals in this world. They pose a direct threat to the United States, El Salvador, and any other country who maintains basic law and order. MS-13 rapes innocent girls and women, runs sex trafficking operations, murders for sport, and terrorizes law-abiding people. That's why El Salvador President Bukele made it clear this week that he will not be releasing this MS-13 gang member from his prison. But that is not enough. All of that is not enough to stop the Democrat Party from their lies. The number one issue they are focused on right now is bringing back this illegal alien terrorist to America. But where are the Democrats applauding the fact that southern border crossings just hit a historic low? Where are the Democrats supporting our brave men and women of law enforcement who are putting their lives on the line every single day to arrest the violent illegal alien invaders that the previous administration allowed into our country? And where are the Democrats when innocent Americans are victimized by illegal criminals that Joe Biden let in?
Like, an innocent American is being victimized. Even if you say Abrego Garcia is not an American citizen, okay? His wife is. His children are. You're victimizing them. You're ripping them away from their father. His brothers in the union are innocent Americans who are also being victimized in this situation. It's also incredible because God, every day we are more depraved as a society. We are moving in a very fucking dangerous direction. We're in that dangerous direction. We're not moving in that dangerous direction. We're there. It is fucking terrifying, dude. It sucks to see happening in broad daylight with no way of changing the trajectory. It's actually psychotic that they're just openly lying about this dude being MS-13 with no information whatsoever, with no evidence readily available, and only evidence to suggest the contrary, the exact opposite, that he is not an MS-13 gang member. And it doesn't even matter. None of it matters. His wife adjusted domestic abuse court filings in this Newsweek article. Exclusive. Abrego's wife responds after restraining order revealed. Jennifer Vasquez-Sura, the wife of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man deported to El Salvador before the U.S. Supreme Court called for him to be returned, is defending her husband and denouncing U.S. ICE for what she describes as an unjust act of abduction. Vasquez-Sura gave an exclusive statement in Newsweek, responded to the DHS release of court filings alleged domestic violence. Her statement comes after the DHS posted documents from 2021 indicating that she filed for a protective order claiming that her husband punched and scratched her, ripped her shirt, and left her bruised. The temporary restraining order barred him from contacting her and directing him not to harass or abuse her, according to court filings. After surviving domestic violence in a previous relationship, I acted out of caution after a disagreement with Kilmar by seeking civil protective order in case things escalated, she said. Things did not escalate, and I decided not to follow through with the civil court process. We were able to work through the situation privately as a family, including by going to counseling. Our marriage only grew stronger in the years that followed. Like, what is this argument? They're saying that, like, they're protecting this woman who is demanding the return of her husband who has been fucking abducted. Oh no, you don't understand. We're actually doing you a good. We're doing you justice here. It is so fucking slimy and so goddamn gross to try to pull this civil proceeding up to be like, yeah, no, this guy is actually a terrorist, wife beater, fucking coming from the people who hire rapists, dude. Drunk rapists are in so many positions of power that it literally feels like you have to be a pedophile drunk rapist to even get any proximity to power whatsoever. And these guys are like, yeah, this person whose wife is demanding his return is actually a victim that we're saving in this process. Gross. What the fuck? It is so fucking gross. Yeah, also here's how they're packaging this. Trump's counterterrorism czar, Sebastian Gorka, says Americans critical of deportations like Abrego Garcia's are providing material support to terrorists, a felony crime. And if you think it's just like a stupid statement coming from a stupid man, make no mistake, these stupid men are in positions of power, and they're saying this because they're gearing up to eventually deport you too. You either have to shut the fuck up and stand idly by as all of the constitutional protections are eroded for the whims of a madman who's willing to nuke global trade, ruin your fucking future, ruin and make worse the affordability crisis that already existed that conveniently made him the president. They just want you to shut the fuck up, and they will continue shredding the Constitution to make sure you shut the fuck up.
That's what we learned today from the White House press briefing. And again, a judge ruled 6 years ago that he couldn't be deported from this country because he was a gang member. And that judge had fears that he would be targeted by rival gangs in El Salvador. Doesn't that just solve the question right there in itself?
Well, the question is solved, Rob. Good evening. At so many levels. Number one, this individual is a foreign national who came here illegally. So that's your first two strikes. Then we find out he's a member of an organization that we recently designated as a foreign terrorist organization. So 3 strikes and you're out. And it's quite telling that we have Democrats on Capitol Hill, not just the lunatics who are torching Tesla dealerships in acts of terrorism themselves, saying, oh my gosh, the rights of this individual. You mean the terrorist who came here illegally, and that individual who said, I can't go home because one gang that I'm not a member of wants to kill me because I am a member of another gang. Seriously, Rob, if you read this in a fictional novel 10 years ago, you'd say absolutely absurd. This is where we are today. President Trump, Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, Tom Homan are trying to keep us safe, but the other side of the aisle is on the side of the terrorists. I realize that the taxonomy of politics in America is dead. It's not left and right. It's not even Republican or Democrat. There's one line that divides us. Do you love America or do you hate America? It's really quite that simple. And we have people who love America, like the president, like his cabinet, like the directors of his agencies, who want to protect.
I can't think of a person who does not love, who hates America more than Donald Trump. Everything that he's done so far is unironically ruining America even further, just accelerating America's demise. Everything he touches. I also love that in the aftermath of the war on terror and the aftermath of 9/11, we've gotten to a fucking point where you could just say someone is a terrorist, no evidence necessary, totally fucking deny you of your habeas corpus, totally deny you of any rights whatsoever, and it doesn't even fucking matter. No one seems to care. No one seems to care that we are now living this reality where you could just be called a terrorist, and then that's it. You could be disappeared overnight. You have no legal protections. How can people not recognize that this is dangerous? It's not just happening to Muslims in Dearborn anymore. It's happening to Mexicans. It's happening to El Salvadorans. It's happening to Guatemalans. It's going to happen to white people eventually too. Just wait. Criminal history for the subject. Oh my God. The Morin family is insane. Every fucking one of them. I know this from firsthand experience. They're awful people. The woman who was killed, Rachel Morrow, was literally the only normal one in the family. What's also extra crazy, it's not extra crazy because we know that it was disingenuous at the time that they were using this argument, but like the very same people that were talking about how the government's going to come and disappear people for no fucking reason whatsoever are now unironically championing that exact same thing that they were claiming the Obama administration was going to do. The very same people that said, this is a witch trial, this is a witch trial, this is a lynching, to any and every instance where someone was being fucking raced on the timeline, are now unironically demanding that more witch trials take place. Oh.
It's appalling and sad that Senator Van Hollen and the Democrats applauding his trip to El Salvador today are incapable of having any shred of common sense or empathy for their own constituents and our citizens. Nobody knows this more than the woman standing to my right, Patty Morin, whose beautiful daughter Rachel was brutally maimed and murdered at the hands of an illegal alien in August of 2023. Patty no longer has her daughter because of the failed Democrat Party's open border, and these are policies that President Trump is bringing an end to. Patty should not have to be here today, but she is, and we are grateful and we are honored for her willingness and her request to share.
Also, Chris Van Hollen literally did put out a statement on this lady's daughter. Van Hollen's statement, a conviction of Rachel Morin's killer. While the conviction of Rachel Morin's killer will not return Rachel to her family where she rightfully belongs, this verdict brings a measure of justice that they so deserve. I'm grateful to the law enforcement officers who brought our killer into custody and for our legal process for delivering his justice. As I've said in the past, the American people deserve meaningful action to reform our broken immigration system, improve public safety, and strengthen our border security. We can do this while also supporting our immigrant communities and respecting the rights of individuals who are here legally. I am committed to doing both, and I will continue pressing my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to move forward on this issue. Yeah. But look, it doesn't matter because lying is overpowered. You could just be this fucking psycho and just be like, Chris Van Hollen doesn't care about me. My daughter was murdered by another totally fucking random undocumented immigrant. Undocumented immigrants in this country, okay? Documented and undocumented non-citizens. Non-citizens across the board, but specifically undocumented non-citizens, come from literally every part of the planet. The notion that they're all one singular hive mind, hell-bent on murder and death and destruction is somehow even more psychotic than the previous psychotic nature of white supremacy. We have elevated our white supremacy. There is no discernible factor here that actually makes undocumented migrants monolithic at all. Nothing that binds them together. We're talking about a group of people, if you believe the numbers that they claim, 20 million, that are Chinese, Thai, Korean, Guatemalan, Salvadoran, Venezuelan, German. Like, it is so insane. If there's like, these guys are like, nah, all 20 million are actually all operating with the same fucking opinion.
Before he did that, he stopped on that trail.
Ukrainian, Polish,
and
it's so
rocks,
crazy. Haitian.
still stained with her blood. He used them to hammer her head against those rocks. They say at least 20 times. They could count.
That is a different person. What the fuck are you saying? It's like if somebody arrested or kidnapped and deported a random black person, and then they were like, hey, we're going to bring up this lady, okay, who has been victimized by a black perpetrator to make this argument. What the fuck are we doing? It's a totally different person. I don't even know where this fucking guy, this murderer actually came from to begin with. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? This is lynch mob shit.
The cuts in her head. They said that when they did the autopsy, and I've seen the pictures, there's a 6-inch square in the back of her head where the skull is shattered the way.
I can't get over this rolls of cash that Trisha Ohio claimed he had. The gang worksheet filed out by the disgraced cop explains where the allegation came from. Trisha thought a hoodie with rolls of money pictured on it was him having physical rolls of cash. I'm trying so hard not to be ableist in this very moment, but god damn, I really think that if you're the type of adult that needs constant supervision to not accidentally kill yourself, you shouldn't be allowed in the Department of Homeland Security as a deputy assistant director. Okay? You should not be allowed to operate a fucking vehicle, let alone be holding the levers of power. This is demonstrating the mental fortitude of a person who cannot put clothes on, okay? They're not merely stupid, they're evil. No, they're both. They're evil and stupid. They are both. Money dollar pattern all over print hoodie. I don't know I don't know what this is, and I can't see it. It's not loading. All of this that has unfolded so far is precisely the reason why we need due process. Because someone simply claiming a false statement is not enough to do such a horrifying act of cruelty, okay? This is why. Deporting someone is a cruel act. If you do it to a random person, an innocent person, it is a cruel and unjustifiable act. It is a violent act. I guess because on its face, this is a new method of demonstrating white supremacy that many people are oblivious to it, because this is Klansman shit. This is lynch mobs. This is exactly how black people were lynched. False assertions and statements that associate all black people with certain kinds of activities falsely, erroneously. That is what this is.
And the
oh my God.
I just landed at the airport in San Salvador a little while ago. I'm now en route into the city, looking forward to meeting with the team from the American Embassy. And I do want to thank our Foreign Service officers and the whole team.
I mean, this is neo-Nazi shit for sure.
At this embassy and embassies around the world for all the good work they do on behalf of our country. I'm proud to co-chair the bipartisan Foreign Service Caucus that stands up for the men and women who are serving our country overseas and at home in the State Department. After that, I hope to meet with some high-level government officials from El Salvador. As I've said before, the goal of my visit is to talk to people here about the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I told his wife and his family I would do everything possible to bring him home, and we're going to keep working at this until we're successful. I also hope to have the chance to meet with him, but we'll have a better idea if that works out a little later on. So I asked the Vice President if I could meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. And he said, well, you need to make earlier provisions to go visit CCOT. I said, I'm not interested at this moment in taking a tour of CCOT. I just want to meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. He said he was not able to make that happen. He said he needed a little more time. I asked him if I came back next week, whether I'd be able to see Mr. Abrego Garcia. He said he couldn't promise that either. So I asked him if I could get on the phone, either video phone or just a phone, and talk to Mr. Abrego Garcia. So I could just ask him how he's doing so I could report back to his family. He said he could not arrange that.
Chess, stop speculating that he's dead. Okay, please. Please.
He said maybe if the American Embassy were to ask, maybe that could happen. So I will certainly ask the American Embassy to ask the government of El Salvador.
This is so fake. He had to go there in person. He couldn't call first to confirm if he could be released. If you can't comprehend why his physical presence on Salvadoran soil is significantly more impactful, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Yeah, of course. If he were just to be like, oh, I called them up and they couldn't give me an answer, it's a little bit different than like flying out there, don't you think? It's like Jonestown. Congresspersons have been harmed in the past for this.
Salvador to connect us by phone. I asked him how about his family? How can he talk to his wife so that she can hear his voice? I let him know that the family has requested that. He said he was not sure whether he could make that happen. Thank you.
Are you concerned whether they're still alive?
I don't know about his health status. That's exactly why I wanted to meet with him directly. That's why I wanted to talk to him on the phone.
It is so insane that all of this could be, once again, and I feel like this is the same with like Israel, it's one phone call. It's one phone call. If one person in a position of power woke up this morning and chose not to be an evil Nazi piece of shit, it's done. It's over. All of the wrongdoing is reversed. That's what makes me so angry. That's what made me so fucking angry about Joe Biden refusing to stop the genocide that Israel was engaging in. That's what makes me so angry about Trump also refusing to stop the genocide Israel's engaging in. That's what makes me so frustrated about the reality that Trump could also stop All of this, all of it, one fucking phone call. For the price of $6 million, we have designed this like disappearance scheme.
And that's why I want to arrange a phone call with his wife. I mean, this is a notorious prison. And the family, this is a guy, again, he just...
Doesn't this make us look weak? How can we get Russia to stop its war? I mean, people understand that this is not a representation of weakness. It's a representation of cruelty. Because they know, they know that they can stop this with ease. Fucking El Salvador. What do you mean? It's a country that we were able to influence into housing, warehousing, whoever we want disappeared. If it's that easy to do so, the reversal of that decision, even for someone who we have admitted to wrongly sending to El Salvador, we can easily change. This is horrifying.
Got disappeared off the streets of Maryland. He ends up in, I'm sorry. This is why I wanted to see him. I also want to say to everybody here, you may know, in the state of Maryland, we have a very wonderful, robust Salvadorian population. And they contribute greatly to our state.
¿Su pregunta cuál es? Que si es una afrenta del gobierno de Bukele al sistema de justicia de Estados Unidos. From the Bukele administration to the United States of America.
Well, I'm asking President Bukele to... Okay. I'm asking President Bukele, under his authority as president of El Salvador, to do the right thing and allow Mr. Abrego Garcia to walk out of a prison. A man...
Happening today, a Democrat senator is traveling down to El Salvador to try to get a deported, suspected migrant gang member back to the United States.
It's really incredible when you think about it. This comes as other Democrats push for a welfare check at the mega prison where the worst...
Suspected MS-13 gang member.
The worst are...
Yeah, Fox News still has to run with a suspected gang member because they could be sued. Yeah, they're scared of lawsuits. The administration is not. Not that it matters. They'll probably fucking flip this too once they realize, like, who's going to do anything.
Being held.
Maybe let's just get his aura read. Make a check on him.
Griff Jenkins is live in Washington with more. So, Griff, suddenly this is an issue the Democrats are embracing.
Well, they're rallying around it. Good morning, Steve, Ainsley, Brian, and Lawrence. And look, this may be a first we're going to witness today. A sitting U.S. senator traveling to a foreign country to advocate for an illegal alien deemed affiliated with MS-13 deported to his home country. But that's exactly what Maryland's Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen says he's doing today. Watch.
I don't even know if we announced this, but I am planning tomorrow to go to El Salvador to work to bring him home. The Trump administration themselves admitted in federal court that he was wrongfully abducted from the United States.
And he's not the only Democrat rallying around Garcia. A federal judge ordering the Trump administration to facilitate his return. As many as a dozen House Democrats want to follow. Axios obtaining a letter from these representatives, Robert Garcia and Max Frost, requesting a codel be authorized to travel on the taxpayer dime. In the letter they write, a congressional delegation would allow committee members to conduct a welfare check on Mr. Abrego Garcia, as well as others held at CCOT. Now this, as Senator Van Hollen pays little notice to another one of his constituents, Rachel Morin, the Maryland mother of 5, murdered by an illegal alien, Victor Martinez Hernandez, found guilty this week of first-degree premeditated murder and first-degree rape. There was no press conference with Van Hollen standing in solidarity with the grieving Morin family. His office simply putting out a...
Senator Chris Van Hollen actually is defending his constituents with this action. Okay? Abrego's wife is a constituent, an American citizen. Abrego's children are also American citizens. Abrego himself is a constituent, technically. This is an entirely separate case, Rachel Morin's case, and it is psychotic to post this to justify the deportation of an innocent man. What the fuck are we talking about, dude? Every single person is running the same note here.
Guys?
And a couple of members of Congress are asking James Comer to authorize a codel so they can go down as well, both Democrats. But also there was some action yesterday, Griff, at the federal court level, and that is the judge who essentially said, okay, the federal government's got to facilitate bringing him back. Supreme Court said, yeah, you got to facilitate coming back. And now they put the administration on notice. You got 2 weeks to tell me exactly how hard you've tried to bring the guy back.
Well, that's right, Steve. And Judge Paula Zinnes, the federal judge in this case, says that the Supreme Court backed her up in that facilitation. The administration, fighting over the word facilitating return, does not demand actual return. She's actually given the Trump administration basically until tomorrow to explain why he hasn't been brought back with this tougher deadline. But I think what's going to be interesting as this all plays out is the parallel political track, because it'll be interesting to see what Tom Homan has to say to you guys, because Chris Van Hollen keeps using the word abducted, illegally, that Abrego Garcia was illegally abducted, and there's nothing in the language or in the case that dates back to 2019.
How do we deal with the reality of every single person carrying water for fascism in America, from the Fox News talking heads to the press secretary, the White House interns, to the voters, to the POTUS, will never face any justice for their unspeakably evil behavior over the years? Like, how are we supposed to live with that in perpetuity? With the hopes that one day justice will be served, no matter what, because this kind of cruelty is suicidal at its end, and they will inevitably find their own demise. And in the process, you shouldn't just like kick back and expect it to happen on its own, of course. You should be doing everything in your power to disrupt. That's it.
That he was abducted. He was brought in and deemed for removal, just not specifically to El Salvador. Steve?
Hey, maybe you know, Griff, the proceedings on this.
What is this? New viewer here. To clarify, I'm totally on your side on all this, but like you said earlier about wanting to save as many people from getting indoctrinated about this stuff, how is your approach of commentary supposed to convince anyone who isn't already on your side of your points? I don't know. Look around you. You are surrounded by 36,428 other people, and the overwhelming majority of them were convinced one way or another throughout this process. Maybe not on this issue, but on something, on a number of different issues. I feel like Parker and Dean's one-on-one debate approach is more effective at getting the point across to these people. I don't know, just throwing it out there. Yeah, debates have utility, but the unfortunate reality is that debate content alone doesn't necessarily work. You have to have a vision. You have to have a worldview that you actively talk about, that you convince people that this kind of sentiment is just completely fucking wrong. There are plenty of people that come in here to entertain their curiosity, and they leave changed individuals. There are shortcomings to every type of to every type of content. As someone who has done the debating stuff as well in the past, and still debate regularly when opportunity presents itself, I can tell you there are shortcomings to that style of content where some of the people do not necessarily care about the actual worldview, but instead just want the blood sport, the drama that is associated with it, the feeling, the thrill of victory associated with it. Everyone has a different way of doing content.
I don't understand why James Comer's got to give permission for Democrats to have a Codell, just so they don't have to pull the money out of their pocket.
To authorize, look, as you know, Congress holds the purse strings and the party in power. James Comer is the chairman, so he would have to authorize ultimately and sign off on spending taxpayer dime to send these Democrats down on this Codell to do whatever they're going to do to advocate on the case of an illegal alien deported back to his home country.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't know the majority was in charge of that, too. But thanks so much, Griff. Appreciate it.
Because they need security and also oversight.
I just thought the minority could ask for it.
They can ask, but James Comer can say no. However, Van Hollen is going. He's there today.
But the bottom line is,
what do you do?
Rachel Morin was a part of his district.
Yep. From Maryland.
And I've spent the entire morning trying to find his public comments. I can only find the statement from yesterday when the person was convicted of murdering her. He didn't say anything. There were no protests. This is the type of stuff that really ticks off the American people. When our citizens die, when they're brutally raped, there's no outrage from the media or Democrats. But suddenly, this guy, by the way, the only thing...
Codell is authorization for like a congressional delegation. It's when you go and you get a official congressional delegation to go to investigate matters.
Ainsley, that's in dispute now, is where he was deported.
Right.
So that's the only thing.
Caroline Levitt, we have so much to say on this. I want to play this soundbite, and then I want to play Rachel.
They're like, hey, I know this dude didn't do this crime, this heinous crime, but what if he did? That's the argument. especially while the black host is making this argument, considering the history of this kind of race baiting sentiment and what that has led to, what kind of violence that has led to. Insane.
Rachel Morin's mom soundbite, and then I want to get into the meat of this. Here's Caroline Levitt at the White House.
It's mind-boggling, the priorities of the modern-day Democrat Party. I think it's atrocious that you have Democrats in Congress on Capitol Hill who swear an oath to protect their constituents and to serve them in Washington, D.C., spending more time defending illegal immigrant gang members than their own constituents and law-abiding American citizens like Rachel Morin.
I'm very angry. I'm actually outraged.
Yo, I can't see this fucking psycho one more time on my screen, dude. Yo, seriously. Like, using the horrifying death of your daughter to enact so much violence to random people who don't deserve it, to be a fucking mouthpiece for this administration, you are a ginormous piece of shit, okay? You are a monster. Fuck you.
He says the courts have ordered the safe return of my constituent.
I can't even fucking entertain this. Like, oh my God. Playing out her fucking sick, twisted fantasies of enacting vengeance upon every fucking non-white person. God damn, dude. What a fucking monstrous piece of shit you are.
He's talking about this MS-13. 2 courts said he's an MS-13. ICE has confirmed he was an MS-13, which means he's a terrorist in our country. So he gets kicked out.
Dangerous stuff. Anyone and everyone is a terrorist now. I said so. No due process. Suck my dick. And we'll turn around and we'll do post hoc rationalizations for it. This is crazy.
Out of our country, and now that's the constituent he cares about. Is he even a constituent? A constituent is a voting member of a community. Can he vote in Maryland? Not for a federal election, right? So
they're not even talking about just him as a constituent, okay? Which he is. Non-citizen or citizen, doesn't matter. That's still a constituent, okay? Technically. But they're talking about the other victims. If you care only about American citizens process, his wife is a constituent, an American citizen. His 5-year-old special needs son is a constituent, an American citizen. His friends and other family members that are all American citizens are constituents. Oh my God.
Oh, Patty Moran says, I live in this district. He never came to visit me.
Or my family.
I live in the same district. He could have come over to my...
Oh, my mistake. Children are technically not constituents because they can't vote either, you know? So I guess his son is not a constituent by their fucking estimation. You know, that's how it works now, I guess.
My house and said, hey, and I didn't hear from Democrats. She said, I didn't hear from Joe Biden, Kamala, Mayorkas, or her senator. She did hear from the governor, Wes Moore, but she said he didn't do anything about anything after that.
Well, the reason she didn't hear from any Democrats is it's politically it's a losing proposition for them.
So is what they're doing to go down to the prison.
They've got.
It's true.
Listen, when somebody, it's two different. It's the same topic, but it's two different stories. You know, the migrant kills the woman in Maryland. That's one story, but this one is so much better because the way the Democrats are spinning it is this: it was a El Salvadoran who was in the country legally and was,
which is not true.
No, he was.
No, he was not. He had a final deportation order. The only thing that's in dispute is where he was sent.
I can actually give you the background. So he comes over at 16 by his parents. I guess so-called, he'd qualify as a dreamer, whatever that means. At 19, he gets picked up, or 20 years old, he gets picked up in front of a Home Depot. And the Prince County cops pick him up, and they go, this guy's here illegally. He's a suspected gang member. We're turning him over to ICE. He ends up in front of a court, and the judge, Elizabeth Kessler, says, you're a verified MS-13 ICE member. You're avoided hearing, and there's going to be evidence, so it's going to be coming up in 8 months. So on December 29th, he appealed because he was supposed to be deported. And he says, they said, again, you're a member of MS-13. He said, okay, before you kick me out of the country, I'd like to apply for asylum. And they go, okay, you can apply for asylum. I don't know where you're going to stand on. He goes, but by the way, if you do kick me out, it looks like you're going to kick me out. If you do kick me out, I'm going to say, whatever you do, don't kick me out to El Salvador. He said, okay. So they go, he is on a removal order. Right. Living from that time to 2025. He's living here, knowing that he could be removed at any moment. Now, people say, okay, he could have been kicked out to any country. Why'd you put him in El Salvador? So Stephen Miller says yesterday, he goes, a couple of things. The reason why you don't go to El Salvador is MS-13.
That's right.
MS-13 has been eliminated as a threat because the El Salvador president arrested all of them, neck tattoos and all. So you could say, on one count, he's been eliminated as a threat. On the other count is MS-13, thanks to this president, is a terrorist, is a terrorist group. So we're kicking you out for being a member of a terrorist group. So this senator and the Codell want to go down and visit the MS-13 member living on a removal order in Maryland. He's not an American. He may be a dad, but it has nothing to do with his legal status. And MS-13 is one of the most brutal gangs you will ever
Look at the photos.
So that's who you're going to bat for, not an illegal immigrant.
But my earlier point was the Democrats have seized on this to say, hey, this guy who is in the country and had an order not to get sent back there was grabbed and he was abducted. I mean, that's the talking point. And that is what we're going to hear over and over as all of these Democrats line up to go down there.
All right,
but people should know the truth about the situation.
Yeah.
He is an illegal immigrant on a removal order. And if you want to know why you're going to El Salvador, you say, well, the ban mistakes send him to El Salvador, but not getting him out of the country. That's what Senator Van Hollen cares about. Not Rachel Morin, not the illegals, not the 2.5 million here with criminal records that stuck in over the last 4 years. Not that he cares about this clown.
So a lot of these illegal immigrants came in under the watch of Joe Biden. They essentially just let the border open. Now the border is 95% closed. And we'll show later in the show the difference, pictures before and after. You're going to be shocked.
Tom Homan's going to be.
That's right. Tom Homan will be on our show.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
At first, at 11, it is a story you'll only see right here on NBC 10 Boston. A real estate attorney, an American citizen returning from Canada, says that he was detained without explanation. Thanks for staying up with us tonight. I'm Priscilla Casper.
And I'm Colton Bradford. Now, that New Hampshire man says he was traveling back from a quick family trip on Sunday when this happened. He spoke exclusively to our Jericho Tran about his experience. Jericho is joining us live right now with what he had to say. Jericho?
Yeah, well, Bashir Atala tells me that he has been a U.S. citizen for over 10 years. But on Sunday, he tells me he was not treated like a citizen at all when U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agents detained him and his wife for several hours with no explanation, all while Bashir was experiencing a medical emergency.
Cool, man. Fucking dope. Cool. It's just normal stuff, dude. Are you sure that having such extreme opinions on everything will help you out in life? Radicalizing people achieves nothing. You complain, but give no solutions. What do you think about the people protesting about El Salvador? I mean, America is not El Salvador, so, like, what's the point of caring? Chatter, I'm gonna try to be as nice as possible, okay? These are people, the story that we are looking at is a literal American citizen, okay, being detained without explanation as he was returning from Canada. This administration has shown time and time again that they're not going to stop just at undocumented migrants. Okay, they are taking people from U.S. soil that, without due process, are being falsely smeared and shipped over to a slave labor camp in El Salvador, disappeared with no way of return, even after the Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision, stated that this person's the deportation reversal must be facilitated by the administration. This is violating the American Constitution. It's violating the persuasive capabilities of the Supreme Court and basically eroding the power that the judiciary is supposed to have as a separate branch in what you learn in school as a very important part of checks and balances. Okay, so that's number two. It's violating due process in general, and it's causing a shit ton of harm in the process for no discernible reason, for no real reason whatsoever. This is not the America that I suspect you'd want to be a part of. This is inevitably going to ruin your life as well, okay? Because when there's no due process, all it takes is for an ICE agent to claim that you're a fucking undocumented migrant. You understand? That's all it takes. Once this is normalized, that's all it takes for someone like yourself, if you're an American citizen, to be disappeared. If you cannot demonstrate basic empathy towards your neighbors, but that they can't claim that because I'm not. What's your proof? Just kidding. I don't care. I've already detained you. I'm not going to look at your wallet. I don't give a shit. You're now a non-citizen. And not only are you a non-citizen, I'm claiming that you're a terrorist. What are you going to do? Chatter, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? There's no due process. It's a birth certificate. Oh, you carry your birth certificate around? Okay, I didn't see it. Don't care. What are you going to do about it? How are you going to prove your innocence if I ship you off and disappear you to El Salvador and then claim, even after the Supreme Court demands your return, I can't return you? What are you going to do? There's no due process. Do you not understand this? There's no due process. That means you are nothing. You are whatever I say you are. That's the entire underlying reason for due process to exist. That's it. How are you going to prove that you have a birth certificate? I refuse to see it. There's no due process for actual criminals that murder people. Yeah, you do have a point, but that is not me, so I don't care. No, dude, it's not that you don't care. It's that you don't understand a fundamental principle that I'm describing to you. I say you're a murderer. You say you're not a murderer. There's no due process, so I can do whatever the fuck I want to you. Do you not understand? It's up to me. It's not up to a third-party investigation. That's what due process is. It's not up to a independent court system now. There is no investigation. There's no charges. There's no conviction. I am judge, jury, executioner. That is what happens when there's no due process. That is why this is such a dangerous thing to do. You can say, but I'm a citizen, but I've not done a murder all day, every day. There's no due process. Who are you going to complain to? A judge? Too late. You're in El Salvador now. You're being fucking brutalized in a slave labor camp. Too late. Your loved ones are demanding your return. Your senator is flying to El Salvador. Your senator is saying, this is an American citizen. How dare the Trump administration fucking ship away an American citizen? What the fuck? This person didn't do a murder. He has loved ones. He's in a union. His brothers in his union are demanding his return. His son and his wife are demanding his return. His mother is demanding his return. Okay, so do you think that crime should be legal? What is your answer? You were just complaining without saying what to do? I don't think chatter should yell at this person. I don't think this person is trolling. I think they're just genuinely not very smart, okay? You have to remember, there are a lot of people that operate with this level of intellect. You have to understand. Like, I don't think this person is intentionally being obtuse. I don't think this person is even I don't think this person is intelligent enough to be evil. If you can't have a court system, then you are at the mercy of ICE agents. It's that simple. You're at the mercy of law enforcement. Even with due process, innocents still get falsely. Hasan, I'm dead serious. You just complain about problems. You don't ever provide solutions. There are complex issues. So what is the fix? This is not a complex issue. It's too easy to complain about issues. We all see it not provide solutions. Brother, it's not a complex issue. It's complex to you because you just don't understand something that I'm explaining to you. Okay? If I can't get you to comprehend the importance of due process and how it will immediately impact you, if I can't even get you to recognize that, we can't even talk about the complex issues and the solutions to them. The solution is making sure that the court system operates in the way that it does. Because if all else fails, if the Supreme Court's unanimous decision is not listened to and the judiciary no longer has independent power to persuade the federal government, it's over. We are living under a fucking dictatorship, at which point you might as well start figuring out how to deal with that on your own in ways that I can't openly talk about, okay? At that point, we are no longer even a theoretical democracy. We just have a fucking tyrant, a king. That's it. Okay, what would we actually do to make it better? It is two things. You tyrant the issues or let them happen. That is where the world is. You just have to have your finger on the pulse of the world, not just yourself. Okay, I don't know what you're trying to say here. All right, it's all good, man. Good luck.
Literally drove my car to Canada for the weekend, and on the way back I was treated like a criminal.
An unwelcome return home for Bashir Attallah and his wife Jessica on Sunday when they say Customs and Border Patrol.
How do I convince my Venezuelan green card holding sister-in-law to not take a vacation to Europe next month? I'm very concerned she and her husband are very casual about it. Yeah, I don't fucking understand. I don't know. I don't know how you would convince them. Tell them to fucking wake up and absolutely not leave the country. I would never in a million years tell a green card holder at this stage to entertain the notion of leaving the country if they want to return. I don't think there's a single immigration. I don't think there's a single immigration attorney that would actually tell people, yeah, no, you can go around, travel, it's chill. I don't even think tourists should come to the United States of America right now as it stands. Something that scares me is that probably 50+% of Americans are this stupid. My father's a MAGA man who is super, super stupid. What he says, he wants Trump to be a monarch and his children to be the next leader. We are cooked.
Officers stopped them at the border between.
You're wrong. I'm wrong. We are currently watching an American citizen, not a green card holder, an American citizen get detained at the Vermont-Canada border. This is a news story that we are covering about a U.S. citizen, not a green card holder, a U.S. citizen getting detained without explanation while returning from Canada. The American government has already started literally deporting and refusing entry to random, lawful, legal permanent residents when they come back into the country. They also detain randomly immigration lawyers who are U.S. citizens.
Between Vermont and Canada.
He asked me, exit the vehicle right now, and he reached for his gun. I said, okay, I'm exiting.
This guy's an attorney as well. He's a real estate attorney. There was an immigration attorney that was also apprehended at the border. They told him, after pulling him aside, they fucking told him that they knew that he was an immigration attorney. Okay? As in, they pulled him aside at the border and detained him for an extended period of time, specifically because they wanted to threaten him.
The vehicle, keep your gun at your waist.
Just hours before, Atala celebrated Palm Sunday with his family. Now he was being arrested.
They handcuffed me. They twisted my arm.
It was like a shock for me.
A real estate attorney, Atala says he's been an American citizen for over 10 years. He immediately started questioning why he was. Patrol agents explained what they would do next.
They're definitely going to escort me to the hospital.
There was a French researcher that was traveling to the United States. He was stopped at the border. They looked through his phone, okay? Because when you're in the border, you're in the nowhere zone where even though you're technically on U.S. soil, you're technically not on U.S. soil before you cross that boundary. So, you know, they can engage in unlawful search and seizure. All the laws that normally would apply don't necessarily apply in that regard. And this person was in the hands and the mercy of a fucking Hitlerite Gestapo agent who looked through his fucking phone and found out that he had said things about Donald Trump's policies. Well, look at the champagne socialist acting like he cares about anything. I don't know how to convince you that I care about this. I don't know. This is my entire fucking career. I've been talking about how white nativist immigration policies are inevitably going to cause the complete collapse of the American government and turn us into a fascist nation. And we are currently watching that happen in real time. I don't know how else to explain that to you. I don't think you will ever understand it. It's very sad, really. You'll only understand it when your fucking parents get deported, or when your parents get disappeared, or when your loved one gets disappeared. And then you go, oh, how could this have happened? Aw, made you guys mad, lol. No, dude, you didn't. We know you're a pathetic fucking loser. Only a pathetic loser would look to all of this unjustifiable cruelty, the Nazi actions of this fucking Nazi administration, and go, this is sick. I actually love this. You only say that because you have nothing going on in your life. You're a pathetic fucking loser with no friends and no family members, no loved ones, and every single person avoids you on purpose because you just have bad fucking vibes. So you think, well, I'm shitty. My life is shitty, so I might as well entertain myself by hoping that the government will be really violent to people that I suspect are my enemies. If you changed your attitude, you'd probably be a pleasant person to be around, and you would no longer fucking do stuff like this. You'd no longer be like, oh, I just popped in law. I just said you were a champagne social. You don't even know how to fucking spell champagne. You're a fucking moron. Again, we're not even talking about any of this shit right now. We're talking about fucking Trump's immigration policies. Yes, you're making me seethe, dude. I am so angry. I like that your criticism of me is that I'm wealthy. Thanks. You really fucking owned me, man. I know. I have money. You really fucking owned me. I have money. Why should I be upset? I could just move away, right? I could just move away anywhere I want to in the world. No, I just think you are fake. Once again, only someone who is incredibly sad and lonely would do such a thing, okay? but I think you're better than this. I think you can be better than this. I think you don't have to be like this, okay? You don't have to be like this. Don't take the bait. I'm not even taking the fucking bait. I'm just trying to talk to a person who is, in my opinion, doing a cry for help. Okay? This is a desperate plea for someone to extend a helping hand. Okay? This is a desperate plea for someone to notice this person. That's why they're doing it. I'm not going to ban him. I'm going to try and redirect that anxiety and redirect that fucking anger and resentment that he feels to more productive things. Okay?
Hospital and have an officer guard me and bring me back and start from zero.
Atala says CBP agents requested to look into his email on his phone, which he denied them access to because of attorney-client privilege.
So I had to, under duress, give him permission to look through my email, through my privileged information, and he made me write a statement signed by me saying that I gave him permission to look through the email.
After several requests, Atala says CBP agents called his sister Celine Atala, who is an immigration attorney.
It started with the immigrants. It's coming to us Americans, and it's going to go after all of us.
After nearly 5 hours, Atala says he and his wife were released. They are now pursuing legal action.
I really thought things would change after this administration, when we had Mr. Trump in office. Things would change to the better. Things actually changed to the
You're just rage baiting people all the time with no solutions without anything. You have lots of viewers. You could do good in the world. Instead, you are negative. Instead of actually showing how things can get better, you just get people worked up, and you know what you're doing. You're right. I should be talking about how awesome it is that this guy got fucking detained at the border. This is awesome. I'm glad that this guy got detained at the border. Are you happy? It's based. I feel much safer now that random American citizens are being detained at the border for hours. Thank you. This Trump supporter who got detained at the border for the very same policies that he fucking voted for is actually an awesome indication. You know, it's like these guys can't realize, they can't even comprehend that what they're literally looking at a mirror right now. And it's going to happen to them one day. And then maybe then they'll understand. And it's not like I don't fucking suggest solutions. I urge congresspersons to take action. I celebrate when they do, like Chris Van Hollen, putting his body directly in the line of conflict here. Okay? I go out to protests. I go out to rallies. I urge you to do the same thing. I actively demonstrate. There's only so much we can do if the government is going to behave in a tyrannical manner. A big part of that is also my advocacy. A big part of that is education. A big part of that is even growing the movement and creating broad awareness. You are literally getting mad at the first step, the entry point. You're listening to someone trying to engage in education and create awareness over the unjustifiable actions that are being taken by the administration and going, I actually am more offended at the fact that you're saying all of this awful shit is bad than the fact that these things are happening. Okay? That's my goal. That's my purpose. My purpose is to create awareness. Do you understand?
The worst.
Now, I reached out to the Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. They have not got back to me yet, but there's still a lot of questions in the air. Bashir needs to leave to Lebanon in just a couple days. He'll be there for a couple months, and he doesn't know what's going to happen when he tries to come back. In Needham, Jericho Tran, NBC 10 Boston.
First at 6, ICE agents smashed the...
If you get more mad at a guy telling you this action is fucked up rather than the action itself, your priorities are completely out of whack.
car window of a Guatemalan man. As he was driving in New Bedford, he came upon a blocked street and then realized it was for him. I'm Patrice Wood.
I'm Gene Valicenti. His attorney says they got the wrong guy, who's still in custody tonight, as NBC 10's Kennedy Buck reports live.
Be advised, some of these chatters are coming in to try to promote you to say more aggressive recommendations. I know, but this is not my fucking first spin around the block, okay? I know half of the people are like, come on, dude. Don't you want to do violent direct action? Base didn't unlock his window, fuck him. No, let him chirp. It's fine. You act like it is. This man has changed me from a Steven Crowder conservative to an outward socialist, and frankly is a way more positive role model for young men like me who are struggling to find an actual positive masculine role model. It's great. I'm glad that you did that, by the way. I didn't do that. You did that. You took the first step. You were charitable. You were open-minded, and that's what matters. That is the most powerful tool you have. That and empathy. I think you should really emphasize getting offline and organizing and forming community. Yeah, I do that already. I do that every day. I don't know why your suggestion is something that I already do. Your suggestion is literally just saying what I do all the time, to do more of what I do. Unless what you mean is just, be silent, be quiet, don't stream every day, but instead organize quietly. I am a megaphone. You understand? This is what I do. I do it every day. What do I stress? Every time I go to a rally, every time I go to a protest, and people show up to those protests, they want to take photos of me, and they say, oh, thank you for everything that you've said. You've really changed my perspective. What do I always say? I say, no, thank you for being here. Because without you being here, what I do is meaningless. Okay?
From New Bedford, Kennedy.
Jean Patrice, 29-year-old Juan Mendez is a husband and a father, and he was in his car on Monday morning when ICE agents took him into custody. His attorney tells me she doesn't know how and when to get him back home.
Como pesadilla.
It brings up trauma, it brings up nightmares, it brings up worries for the entire community.
29-year-old Juan Mendez and his wife were driving in their car when they noticed Tallman Street was completely blocked off.
Entonces,
After about 20 minutes, some of the officials got out of the car and they were carrying like an axe, and they started to break the window of the car on the right-hand side.
ICE agents then approached them asking for papers. Mendez and his wife said they would wait for their lawyer to arrive. The agents didn't wait and instead smashed the windows of Mendez's car, and Mendez was taken into custody.
As I arrived, the SUV with my client in it passed me, and the window was rolled down, and my client yelled out, "Ayúdame, help me."
Mendez has no criminal record, according to New Bedford District Court, and his attorney says that ICE agents grabbed the wrong person, and he's currently being held in a detention center in Dover, New Hampshire. Knowing they had the wrong person, why has he not been released?
I don't know when he will have a hearing. I don't know what documentation ICE has submitted to justify his continued detention. So to answer your question, why haven't they released him? I don't know.
Unfortunately, incidents similar to this one have started to increase since the beginning of this year.
It seems that New Bedford is a target because there have been at least 8 incidents in New Bedford since January 20th.
Now Mendez and his family are praying that he won't be sent back to Guatemala.
I believe it's possible. I hope it doesn't happen, not to this family.
Mendez's attorney tells me she's unsure of when his court appearance will be scheduled. She believes it possibly could be May 7th, but has had no communication with ICE. In New Bedford, Kennedy Buck, NBC 10 News.
Turning now to the Trump administration's crackdown on college campus protesters, Mohsen Madawi, a green card holder, was arrested earlier this week in Vermont. He was among the students who led protests at Columbia University against the war in Gaza. While he is not charged with any crime, the administration wants him deported. Why? They say he undermines U.S. foreign policy. Lilia Luciano was the only reporter to sit down with Madawi the night before he was detained, and she was there when federal agents took him away.
We're on our way to meet up with Mohsen Madawi, who has been in hiding for weeks, and he fears that the administration is coming after him.
We met Mohsen Madawi in Vermont on Sunday, where he had been sheltering in place, concerned about deportation, even though he has a green card, like fellow Palestinian Columbia student and protester Mahmoud Khalil.
How do you make that choice to leave your housing and hide?
After I learned about the detention of Mahmoud, so technically the process for justice was missing there.
Madawi, born and raised in the West Bank, was among the students leading pro-Palestinian protest at Columbia.
What happened after that?
I became a target. I received death threats. Some people actually found where I was, and they slipped a paper underneath my door saying, "We are watching you."
Before leaving New York City to Vermont, Madawi got a notice for a long-awaited appointment to become a U.S. citizen.
When you got the appointment, what were your thoughts?
Mixed feelings. I've been waiting for this for more than a year. And the other feeling is like, wait a minute, is this a honey trap?
You think they could be calling you in to detain you?
Correct.
What do you want people to hear from you in the case that you are detained?
This is what happened. No, this is literally what happened. It was. This fucking Nazi-ass admin called him in to say, because he was sheltering at home, worried, understandably, that the administration would make a lesson out of him and to, try and deport him, despite the fact that he had a fucking green card. So they literally called him in to the immigration offices in Vermont to say, hey, your citizenship application has been fulfilled. Today is the day that you are going to get interviewed, take a test, and become a citizen. He knew very well that in the worst case scenario, he was going to be detained and also shipped away, possibly to be deported. In the best case scenario, he was going to become a citizen. That's why he's saying this right here before. He called all of his congressional representatives ahead of time. Until this week, he had been in hiding. That's a real sentence in the New York Times. I hope people realize how fast this has become normal. A legal permanent resident who spent a decade in the United States. Until this week, he had been in hiding. There's a reason why I'm saying this is Nazi shit. Ironic because fucking Sheryl Sandberg of Facebook was talking about how Jews in the Upper East Side or in the Bay Area were going to have to go into hiding after October 7. She used that as a talking point to propagandize. She used that as a talking point to fucking propagandize Israel's genocide and to defend Israel's genocide. They started a campaign called Would You Hide Me? Meanwhile, there are people who have to hide right now. And once again, just like the Jews during the Holocaust, these people did not do any crimes. Because just like the Nazi German government during the Holocaust, the American government is looking to disappear people. You mean illegals? Dog, this person, yeah, hiding. I'm sure he was just like Anne Frank. Dude, what are you talking about? He's not illegal. He's a fucking green card holder. What do you mean? Shit happens like playing propaganda on stream with a guest and leaving the room, chill, lol. Wait, first of all, I don't give a fuck. Hell yeah, dude. I would play Ansar Allah musicals all day, every day, dumb fuck. You made the rhetoric. This person is not illegal. You're the one who's fantasizing that he's illegal. And once again, I have no fucking shame in playing the Ansar Allah songs against Saudi Arabia as they were fucking overcoming a genocide. Okay? I don't give a fuck. It's just a terms of service violation. You smarmy little fucking crying to the referee ass bitches, dude. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Please ban this person. Mods, ban this person. Suck my dick, okay? If you had the capacity to fucking experience shame, you would know that you are a delusional loser. You then talked about people hiding illegals. First of all, undocumented immigrants are also human beings, okay? So if they're being falsely prosecuted in the process of like maybe filing an asylum application, which is their legal right to do, then yeah, that's still fucking ridiculous. I respect you not banning at least, give you that law. You should respect me more for even entertaining your fucking stupid ass and trying to talk to you and to try to convince you to unlock the humanity that's trapped inside of your fucking little brain, okay? There is something there. You have to be a human. You can't be this much of a subhuman moron, right? So no, I'm not banning you for that reason. Yeah, this dumbass would be going around saying Jewish people were illegals during the Holocaust because they were. They were also escalated to the status of stateless. That's how it happened. That's what the Nuremberg race laws were. That's what it was. They were. The Holocaust under German law was legal, okay? I'm Salvadoran American, and so far in my personal life, I'm the only Salvadoran American who's beyond disgusted by Bukele and Trump. My parents love both of them and see nothing wrong going on. They literally have the Bukele calendar in the living room. Bukele may have reduced the crime rate, but his methods are similar to nuking a city to wipe out a virus. You got all the infected, but you also got the healthy people. Exactly. Yeah. What is this? Was confused. Why does it seem like libs are in support of Hamas? As an outsider looking in, would be considered a centrist until being that was considered right-wing, lol. How can they support Hamas when they spent decades making Farfor the mouse-spreading jihadist propaganda? Your mom blew herself up. Now you need to as well type of shit. And them using children's TV stations and hospitals as shields. We banned that shit and condemned their rhetoric before. Just curious. In my opinion, let them do what they did for thousands of years and fight over stupid ideals with 0% support from us in the West. Edit. Guess wasn't long enough. New to posting here. See? I'm telling you, he can maybe eventually understand what's going on. Okay? He's just like a fucking reactionary teenager that unfortunately found himself watching the wrong podcast. Okay? This is not the 45-year-old mechanic with bills to pay that has firmly held convictions and is just like a deeply racist person. I'm telling you, I think this person can be convinced, but we'll see. Let him keep chirping in the fucking sun, into the sunset. Who cares? I mean, I hope he's a fucking teenager. Holy shit. If he's like straight up a old ass dude, goddamn. What do you have against mechanics? Nothing. I'm just creating a hypothetical profile in my mind.
I want people to know that my compassion extended beyond the Palestinian people. My compassion is also...
That demo doesn't watch you anymore because your content is mostly dick pics and 4chan drama now? Yeah, always. I'm always doing dick pics and 4chan drama. Also, if I was doing dick pics and 4chan drama, my audience would be entirely 14-year-olds. What the fuck are you talking about? Seemingly, all the fucking Zoomers care about is that shit. The fuck are you talking about? All they care about is fucking drama and dumb shit. We need to fix these goddamn Zoomers and Gen Alpha. They're into the worst shit.
So for the Jewish people and for the Israelis as well. My voice may not be heard for a very long time. So I am giving this interview because I have faith. My people are dying. My best friend was shot in front of my eyes. And all of these efforts are there to silence me, to say nothing about these stories that deserve to be heard.
We're on our way to meet up with Mohsen, who's right now gathered with his attorneys in preparation of this appointment that could change his entire life. Mohsen just walked into the building where the appointment is happening.
Soon after, we saw what appeared to be officers strapping on vests.
This is ICE. All of those trucks were ICE.
An hour later, Madawi was let out in handcuffs. He was set to graduate next month.
If my story will become another story for the struggle to have justice and democracy in this country, let it be.
Mohsen Madawi's lawyers have filed a petition challenging the legality of that detention, and a federal judge signed a temporary restraining order to prevent agents from transporting him out of the state of Vermont. Right now, the State Department officials have said that due to privacy considerations, they can't comment on this specific case. But right now, he remains in federal detention in Vermont.
Yeah, but you know what's so unsettling about this? He's in the country legally. He has a green card.
Absolutely.
A lot of people we know have that. So you would think that you're safe. This shows that you're not safe.
And not just that, Gail, the fact that he was sent an email for that application, not for that application, for that appointment for his citizenship. He was ready, he told me. He said he was at a fork on the road. Either he gets closer to becoming a citizen with more or full rights, or he's detained. And he said he was ready to take that exam, the 100 questions.
Right.
So, he's told you're coming in for this. And we were told when the interview began. So it sounded like, okay, this is going according to plan.
So his intuition about it being a honey trap was correct.
Absolutely. And that's very concerning for everybody. If the government is telling you you're coming in for one thing, and by the way, he's not charged with any crimes. He's not charged with anything.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What are the charges against him?
Just like Khalil, it is up to the State Department, to the Secretary of State, to determine if your presence in the country goes against our foreign policy without any specifics. It's a story to keep an eye on.
It is concerning because most people will receive an email about their citizenship
that they've been waiting for.
Okay.
And
come on, Tony. Tony, why are you being quiet? Is it because this is, shit that you wanted? He's thinking, why can't we do this at Ta-Nehisi Coates?
And you can't not show up. That's part of the process. And that's what he told me. He said, look, I asked him, the states, why are you showing up? And he said, well, because that's part of the process and I still have hope that if I am a citizen, I can continue speaking on what matters.
So now he's detained where and for how long?
He's in Vermont. The temporary restraining order, his attorneys tell me they're trying to turn it into a preliminary injunction to keep him in Vermont, and they're trying to get him out on bail as well.
All right, Lilia, thank you.
It was a night of hot tempers and heightened emotions here in the U.S. That's where town hall events hosted by Washington lawmakers put them face to face with the voters they represent.
Holy fuck.
Republican Senator Chuck Grassley fielded questions in Iowa about a man from Maine mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
Are you going to bring that guy back from El Salvador? Yeah. Why not?
Well, because that's not a power of Congress.
The Supreme Court said to bring him back. We would
like to know what you, as the people, the Congress, who are supposed to rein in this dictator, what are you going to do about it? These people have been sentenced to life imprisonment in a foreign country with no due process. Our government cannot do anything.
Now, Grassley is known for visiting all 99 counties in Iowa every year and says that his office has received more emails so far in 2025 than all of last year. Voters questioned his support of President Donald Trump and apparently weren't happy with the response.
If you're proud of voting for Trump and what he's doing in office, are you proud of it?
Yeah, these are my HasanAbi heads, dude. Rise up, HasanAbi heads. All the 86-year-old HasanAbi heads. Let's go.
Everything he's doing right now.
There's no president that I've agreed with 100%.
I didn't say that.
Meanwhile, in Georgia, a town hall hosted by Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene turned violent after an altercation between a police officer and an attendee. Here's what CNN's crew saw. So what you're watching there is CNN crews witnessing police use a stun gun on at least two men after they refused to leave the event. Both men and another woman were arrested. Police say that officers used force that was, quote, necessary to gain compliance and control the situation. At least 11 more town halls are set to happen across the country tonight. Reed Binia now has more details on what lawmakers hope to accomplish on Tuesday.
Tempers flared as Washington lawmakers faced constituents at town halls on Tuesday.
God damn.
Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene was interrupted several times by protesters at her town hall in Georgia, with police forcibly one case by pushing back.
Unfortunately, you're being brainwashed by the news that you're watching. A lot of Democrats pride themselves on being educated, and I suggest they educate themselves better.
In Iowa, Republican Senator Chuck Grassley took a different tack, mostly listening to concerns about the Trump administration.
I'm trying to recapture the constitutional authority of Article 1, Section 8, one of the 18 powers of Congress.
Democrats also faced pressure from constituents Tuesday, listening to criticism that they're not fighting hard enough to combat Trump and Republicans.
I hear the criticism that we're not doing enough. I'm never going to lie to somebody as a politician. I can't do things in the minority that I think people wish I could do. So I'm doing what I can do.
I'm Reed Binion reporting.
Town halls gone wild, complete with scrums and stun guns. That was the scene at an event for Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene in suburban Atlanta. Police arrested 3 people. They did use stun guns on 2 of them. Now, Greene did not take questions face to face. Instead, questions had to be submitted in writing, and she mocked anything that was critical. Protesters jumped at her several times.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're all inside the interior of the United States. All inside the interior of the United States. You can head out. The protest is outside. Thank you very much. Protest is outside. Protest is outside. Bye. Have fun out there.
All right, let's get ready to see. And it's Eva McKen who's been covering these town halls across the country. Eva.
John, it was true to form for the far-right ally of President Trump as she sparred with her own constituents. She pushed back on tough questions, accused Georgians of being brainwashed. Now, it was clear Greene relished this. Republican leadership has advised against holding these types of town halls to avoid these episodes. But what we saw last night was Greene very much looking for a fight. Listen to how she responded to a constituent concern about cuts to the federal government.
Doge gutting our government with a chainsaw approach and the utter destruction and ignoring of our Constitution and rule of law. He is not well physically or mentally. Poor Christina. Poor Christina. Well, I'm sure, Christina, you think that you're pretty smart. But the reality is you are being completely brainwashed by whatever source of news you listen to.
So you could see the Congresswoman reading there because she decided to do it that way and not actually answer questions.
I can't get over how fucking dumb and annoying and lame these guys are. Like there's no interest in like maintaining a level of class either. Where it's just like, yeah, I'm the dumbest moron you've ever seen. And as a matter of fact, my stupidity is also part of the process. It is a secondary fuck you to all of America a somber reminder that dumb fucks like me who are purely racist, white trash pieces of shit are actually running the government. What are you going to do about it? And I have an army of stupid people who are even dumber than me that vote for me and defend me. What will you do? Nothing. This is the America of our dreams. This is our America. This is our design. If everyone is fucking stupid, then, you know, your intellect does not matter. That's where we're at. Not only are they fascists, not only are they violent, but they're also incredibly dumb. Yeah, it feels like they are. They're taunting us. It truly does. It's like when Elon Musk comes up and says like, oh, USA, USA. I feel like that's not just him trying to say USA, but that's more so him saying like, what are you going to do about it? I can be the lamest motherfucker you've ever seen in your entire life, and these mouth-breathing losers will still fucking hang on every word.
In real time. Now, in at least 2 instances, our crew on the ground witnessed officers using stun guns after scrums with male attendees as they tried to remove them from the building. Meanwhile, a town hall with Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley also got testy yesterday. His constituents thanked him for being there and not hiding from them, but they raised concerns about immigrants being rounded up and railroaded in this moment and potential cuts to vital services for veterans. John?
And what are members hearing about tariffs around the country, Eva? Because that is also a subject that's coming up.
There is a lot of concern, especially for the vitality of some of these small businesses. You heard a lot of farmers question Grassley last night.
Okay, aside from the tariffs, I do want to point to one more thing. This is Secretary Rubio talking to the executive director of FFO Freedom, former State Department cyber author of the unpublishable monstrosity Weapons of Mass Deletion. He's talking about how the State Department is working to restore free speech. There is nothing more laughable than this, okay? It's like if they were talking about how they're going to fix the immigration processing system in the process of like mass deportations. It's like the Trump administration saying they're going to fix the economy in the process of nuking global trade across the board for seemingly no real reason. Okay. The idea that these guys are actually restoring free speech is the most laughable, most insane thing, especially because the guy that's saying they're restoring free speech
go about once again restoring free speech.
The guy that's saying, yeah, this administration is doing everything to ensure we restore free speech here, is also personally responsible for calling the deportations of multiple people at this point, calling for the deportations and the revoking of green card status for multiple people for no crime other than the fact that they have an opinion he does not like. I need you to understand how fucking insane this is. Marco Rubio, who is leading the charge on deporting international students who criticize the war in Gaza, announces new actions on protecting and championing free speech at the State Department. What the fuck is going on?
In a world where we are facing foreign threats from the European Union and Brazil and other places to Americans' ability to talk.
Yeah, so the first thing, obviously, is our number one priority is Americans. So we don't want to see an American who happens to be living in London or happens to be living in Europe post something online about American politics or any politics, and all of a sudden they're facing ramifications over there, or they're denied entry, and something happens.
No, dude, no way, no fucking no. He's just, they know they're doing this is on purpose. Bro has crazy earlobe game. Yeah, Marco Rubio has the earlobe of a dude who had the fattest gauge of all time. Okay. Considering that he liked to go to foam parties in Miami, maybe he did. Maybe he did have the fattest fucking gauges in the past. And he got him closed off. It looks like the head ninja from Wano. Oh my God, the one with the big ass head? True. Or no, not even. The one that was defending the one whose ears... Wait, hold on. This guy... Hold on, let me see. This isn't the guy. Hold on. This guy, Fukuro Kuju. No, dude. Bro. Oh, dude, watch out. Watch out. Them things are hanging, bro. He is hanging dong right now. Brother, that is disrespectful. Fix that shit. Fix that shit. Your testes are hanging on the side of your face, flapping away at the wind. What the hell? Yo, chill. Chatter said he can hear me. No, he can't hear shit. He's got them big old satellite ears, but he can't hear shit because his earlobes are constantly banging on the side of his fucking neck like a goddamn waves hitting a ship's hull. Okay, he can't hear nothing. All he hears is bong, bong, bong. Drums of liberation ass. That's all he's hearing. Fucking Dumbo. Jesus Christ.
You know, we're denying them into our country, or we're going to arrest them because they posted something while living overseas. So our number one interest is the impact it has on Americans. The broader point, which is the one I think the Vice President made very clear in Munich at the security conference, and you know, people freaked out about what he said, but it's true. What is it that links us with Western Europe? What is it that links us with these? It's our shared values. And one of those shared values, we hope, is freedom of expression. I know they don't have a First Amendment, but freedom of expression. Right? And if that is eroded, if suddenly these become...
All right, you can make fun of him for the Buddha ears, but not big ears in general. Look in the mirror. Yeah, I got big old ears too. That's why I have the card. I can say it.
Places where people are targeted because of what they said or what their opinion is, then one of the pillars of our shared interest, beyond military cooperation, beyond anything else, is under attack. And I think he made a very vibrant point that in some ways...
I can't believe he said this. I can't believe Dumbo said this shit, bro. That is crazy. Okay, hold on. He's trying to deport. He's actively trying to deport legal permanent residents for writing in student newspaper. The hypocrisy. It has to be. This choice of words is deliberate. Can't believe Dumbo here is claiming he'll protect American citizens. He's taking against. He looks like this. Oh my God, he does.
That police actually had to deploy a weapon on constituents, you know, who were obviously, probably some of whom got out of control, I suspect, and that's why they were stunned. But I guess I am not stunned by what I'm seeing across the country. This anger, it feels like 2010 with the Tea Party. It feels like 2017 with the healthcare debates. And this is where we are. There's a lot of anger in the country, and it's being directed at their members of Congress for not providing enough of a check on the executive.
Yeah, there's a couple ways to handle it. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene actually told a constituent who was speaking out that they were being brainwashed.
Why is MTG supporting Musk and Doge and the slashing of Medicaid, Social Security offices, libraries, and more? This is outrageous from Sarah. Well, Sarah, unfortunately, you're being brainwashed by the news that you're watching. And, you know, a lot of Democrats pride themselves on being educated, and I suggest they educate themselves better.
How does it go when you tell the people who came out to vote for you that maybe they're just not very bright or haven't watched the right news?
So first of all, kudos to Chuck Grassley at 90 holding a town hall.
Oh, in the midst of his like 99 county run that he does annually.
Yeah, no. So just like.
This morning, Harvard is fighting back against the Trump administration's freeze on billions of dollars in grant money. Now that freeze came after the school rejected White House.
To brighten your day, standing ovation for AOC while talking about Palestine at the rally in Montana.
Detained with no charge or evidence for using their First Amendment rights, especially if they are using those First Amendment rights to speak up for Palestinians and to end the war in Gaza. The administration admits that it has jailed a young husband and father from New York, Mahmoud Khalil, without any evidence or charge of a crime. The Trump administration admits that they have thrown him in a cell thousands of miles away in Louisiana from his family because he attended.
That's why I need you to understand something. That's why when I see these fucking crowds, I don't immediately, like the rest of, unfortunately, my Twitter leftist fans, don't instantly fucking go, oh, this means nothing. This means nothing. These people mean nothing. It's not what Bernie says. I've been in those fucking crowds. You've been in those fucking crowds. You know that there are people there, just like yourself, that are far more radical or far closer to the truth. Because I don't want to use the term radical here when talking about Israel, because it's not about being radical at all. It's about being empathetic. It's about being equipped with the knowledge of what Israel's doing. It's about seeing the reality. Do you understand? Casting aside this broad populist momentum that is happening because you just don't consider the people that are getting everyone together to be completely in line with your worldview is silly. And what I mean from that is not to stop criticizing Bernie Sanders. I'm not demanding that at all. I won't stop criticizing Bernie Sanders either. Same with AOC as well in moments of critique. But what you fail to recognize is that they are mobilizing people. Okay? They are mobilizing. They're mobilizing people every day all around the country. Okay?
A protest, and that they are detaining him for the content of his speech and nothing more.
Yeah. For example, in Idaho, and that's what I was going to talk about as well. What are the Bernie critiques? Bernie Sanders, after 18 months of Israel's genocide, still blames Benjamin Netanyahu almost as a singular force of being. Sometimes he says Israel, but usually he says Benjamin Netanyahu. Bernie Sanders says Israel has a right to defend itself when it's starting the point of a conversation. Bernie Sanders is far more to the left than the average American congressperson, but the expectation from someone like him, who is or has been at times a anti-imperialist when it counts, the fact that he's not doing that, the fact that he's not like, the fact that people in the crowd are outflanking Bernie is crazy to me. The fact that AOC is outflanking Bernie is crazy to me. Bernie still, I think, has not, to my knowledge at least, has not called what Israel's doing to be a genocide. Also, at one of the rallies, yes, there were people holding up a Free Palestine like flag. I think that was there already, and cops basically fucking came and packed those people up, and it was awkward. Like Bernie was just like quiet in that instance, when he should have, in my opinion, actively fucking demanded the cops unhand these protesters. The fuck are we doing? I hear what you're saying, but I will criticize AOC for calling it a war. Yeah, AOC called it a genocide literally fucking like 2-3 months in. What are you talking about? On literally the congressional floor. You are oblivious, I think. A lot of the criticism against AOC, unironically, is shit that you read on Twitter. Of course, she is nowhere near as she's nowhere near as clear and hasn't stepped on any fucking landmines in the way that like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar are very obviously on board with this, very obviously closer to the broad public sentiment than even AOC is. Having said that, AOC is very close to Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib across the board. That's it. They both say Netanyahu's to blame and support funding Israel. There's zero daylight. No, that's not true. Okay? Her biggest flub, in my opinion, was to repeat the fucking Biden is working tirelessly for a ceasefire. Like that was 100%. If you want to fucking critique AOC, critique it on that, okay? Because that's the point. That is the actual point to criticize her on. Don't fucking come in here with nonsense because you are oblivious. I wrote about my deep disagreement with a lot of the reactions I've seen to Bernie AOC rallies and how they betray a sort of nihilism that is antithetical to revolutionary politics and ignores the dialectic at play in the current situation. Yeah, there is a nihilism that has taken hold in a lot of people left post-2020 that has seemingly given up on the idea that a better world is possible and has stopped trying to fight for it. Instead of using a materialist lens to understand why the working class is the way it is, you deride them as stupid, as gullible, as rubes, as voting for their own oppression. In one breath, you say, we don't live in a democracy, and this is true. But in the next, you decide that people who vote in the system are fully responsible for every awful thing the ruling class does. I don't even know if that's what leftists online say, to be honest. I do think that they have a nihilistic framework that they operate off of, though, where they think neither party's going to save us. Okay, what are you doing? Are you organizing? Using this momentum that exists to organize within these crowds is what you're supposed to do. You know who does that? Fucking Baba Avaking's cult does that, okay? Revcoms do that, but dumb fuck perfectly normal Marxist-Leninists never seemingly do that, I guess, or just simply complain about it. Why are you letting the Revcoms take up space? The fuck's wrong with you? Anyway, leftists online don't really think this. Online leftists do. Yeah, I agree. I saw post Claro put of having Bernie open up her chat or open up for Coachella, and so many comments were saying Bernie is back as he says money from AIPAC, and to look up how much money he's gotten from AIPAC. The fuck? Crowd size and mobilizing is all well and good, but I think we need more this time around. I agree. Anyway, you make your whole personality about not voting rather than what you're doing instead of voting. You define yourself through negation. What you don't do, who you don't like, what systems you oppose, instead of what vision you have for the future. What you support, what you believe in, what you are willing to fight for. Hating the right things doesn't make you a radical. You have to take action to make the world into what you believe it should be. Have you ever seen a Beyonce show? I have not. I would like to. So when I see Bernie bring this massive crowd together in parts of the country that are deep red, for the record, as well as deep blue districts, it is not a moment to say Bernie is the worst person to be doing this, okay? It's a moment to say, how can we get this movement of people who are obviously angry and resentful at the right things, mind you, because this is not a fucking Cory Booker rally, okay? These are people who, on the issue of Israel, in my opinion, are further to the left, closer to the truth, than Bernie Sanders is. Why does Son keep punching left at MLs lately? I'm not. Anyway, does anyone have the... Oh, pro-Palestine demonstrators here.
One America in which the wealthiest people, the top 1%, have
Cops come up.
never had it so good.
People start booing the cops. It's a Bernard rally. Cops removing a fucking Free Palestine banner at a Bernard rally is gonna get a lot of people angry and upset. Okay? Bernie sees what's going on. People are cheering the people that have the Free Palestine banner. I think look, maybe I'm being a little fucking parasocial. It was covering our flag. Shut the fuck up. I can't take you seriously. I'm sorry. It was covering our flag. Oh no, my flag. Fuck the flag. Oh, that's cool. Anyway, again, I can't. Thank you. The chatter. Wait, chatter was serious? No, that makes it way funnier. Oh no. Sure was. That ain't right. I have achieved my goal. No, you really did. Anyway, stop. I think, look, I'm going to be a little parasocial as someone who has great respect for Bernie Sanders, regardless of our very significant disagreement on an issue as serious as whether or not Israel is doing a genocide. The reality is Israel is doing a genocide. Okay? If Bernie Sanders spent every waking moment also fucking actively shitting on pro-Palestinian demonstrators, I would have a very different reaction to this. But the fact that he doesn't do that feels like maybe I'm being a little parasocial, but like there's a sense of shame, and he doesn't know how to react to this stuff, partially because I think he's an 85-year-old liberal Zionist who still in his mind believes in this like fake notion that Zionism could have ever been anything but an exterminationist project. Okay? That's it. That's why I think he tries to do what he can do. It's an 85-year-old dude, okay? He tries to do what he can do in the sense that he doesn't entertain the anti-Palestinian coalitions while simultaneously still putting forward bills to stop weapons transfers to Israel, because he has done that over and over again. Tell people to Prime. Yes. Subscribe with your Prime. Top 10 most embarrassing things you've said. I think this is a pretty valid assessment. Unless you think personally that he is, he literally wants all the Palestinians to be fucking melted, and not that he like genuinely believes in nonsense. Not the nonsensical position that like, oh, there will one day be a two-state, and that, liberal Israelis will live side by side with liberal Palestinians. Like, No, he thinks Hamas are fucking scary, barbaric monsters. Okay, for sure. Except he doesn't outwardly say that, because he also kind of recognizes, I think, that that would be really fucked up for him to say, if that makes sense. It's completely unacceptable to fucking constantly say Israel has a right to defend itself. Do you know what I mean? No, I fully think he doesn't give a shit and just as upset that the genocide is so apparent and obvious. Yeah, no, I think there is, I'm not saying Bernie Sanders' opinion. I'm not trying to empathize. I'm not trying to empathize with Bernie Sanders' position. I'm not telling you that this is the appropriate position. I've said this before. Liberal Zionism is like saying you're a liberal Nazi. Okay? That's it. Like, it's a ridiculous, it's a completely fucking ridiculous position to have. It is a severe contradiction. Okay? But given the fact that he is 855 years old, he has this contradiction in his heart. And as a, you are so full of yourself, thank you. I guess you're right. I don't think that there is anything wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with criticizing Bernie's takes, for the record. But having said that, I think that using the momentum that he has right now and not casting aside and simply saying every single person in that crowd is a fucking liberal Nazi or whatever is stupid. Okay? It's stupid. That's why other congresspersons, I'll give you an example. Chris Vanderholen, right? Maryland Democratic senator that flew down the fucking El Salvador today. Why am I glazing him? Do I agree with everything that he says? Do I agree with his assessment on issues? No, but he is a fucking senator that in this very specific moment is doing the right thing. Van Holen, sorry. Did I say Vanderholen? Senator Lederholen. He's doing his fucking job. Remember that. I will work with anyone and everyone that carries the torch. I think this is a major, major mistake, for the record. He did at least talk for several minutes on the matter. It wasn't a bad part of his speech, but the way he quietly turns away and ignores the people with the flag is disheartening. He could have just said one thing. Yeah, no, I agree. I think the reason why he doesn't have any fucking motion on this is straightforwardly because he just doesn't, like, this is a major issue. This is a major contradiction that he has. He might be, unfortunately, too old to address. Does that make sense?
America today.
He's still trying to, like, go through his speech. You should be like, this is America. These people have a right to say this. Palestine will be free. You know, any number of different things. That's what he should be doing in this situation. No, it's not that he's too old to understand. I'm not saying he's old and feeble-minded, Chad. I'm saying he's old and calcified in his positions and not interested in addressing the contradictions that exist. It is especially apparent to me, considering that in his dying breath, he's still trying to rally people, and he doesn't have an ambition for, you know, more power. He can't. He's way too old. He wants to carry the torch. He wants to pass the torch to someone else. Seemingly, that person is AOC. So in this process, he has the luxury to say whatever the fuck he wants. He could literally go up on that stage right now, given that, I mean, he said he's going to run again for fucking senator for Vermont, but he could literally talk about how he wants to dismantle the Zionist entity piece by piece, okay? He could sing the praises of Hassan Nasrallah if he chose to do so, if he wanted to do that. He could do whatever the fuck he wanted. He could be like, Che Guevara was the most misunderstood politician in the history of mankind. He could say that. He's not doing that, not out of fear that he might not win his Vermont senatorial race at the age of 855, okay? The reason why he's not saying that is because he doesn't believe it. But there's something within him that stops him from taking the Chuck Schumer route, that stops him from taking the Cory Booker route. I think a lot of Democrats, for one reason or another, either through social conditioning and firmly believing that Israel is the most important ally that we could ever have, or through the genuine fear that they have that they'll get fucking unseated by AIPAC if they speak out of turn, don't speak on this issue. Bernie doesn't have those considerations, okay? If he personally thinks that his messaging on this issue is closer to the public sentiment, I think he's wrong. It's just crazy because I think pre-October 7, he said more radical shit about Israel at times when it was demonstrating great courage. That's what is surprising to me. There's a reason why Palestinians fucking rock with Bernie Sanders super hard when he ran for office in 2016 and 2020. Okay? I think there's also something that we forget. A lot of American politicians are still American at the end of the day. And as you have probably noticed from this stream and my naysayers, Americans are committed to never understanding an internationalist perspective. For them, this movement is about getting free college and maybe free healthcare, but also not ever considering that a part of that cost is happening directly, or a big hurdle against that happening is directly a consequence of American empire. Bernie Sanders, in his rhetoric, has recognized that reality. All right? He's recognized that reality. He has mentioned that numerous times. Why can't he say he supports Jimmy Carter's vision for peace, not apartheid? I feel like even going there would help move the narrative. I think I'm telling you, I think post October 7, he became more radical on the issue of Israel, like worse on the issue of Israel than he was ever before. You guys want to see I took my Band-Aid off? You want to see my gross pinky? You need to, if you want to be a radical, okay, hold on. My mom just got up and wants to see it as well, but hold on. Look at this. Look at that. Gross. It's glued. Look at that. Gross. The doctor said after a couple hours, the glue sets in and then you can do it. The pit. I went to the pit, chat. What happened? Does it hurt? No. I've seen the pit. This is nothing. Exactly. How'd you do that, my guy? When I was putting my weights down. It's a certified boo-boo. I have a certified owie. Bernie has always had a bit of imperialist dog in him, though. See, Parenti not fucking with him after Yugoslavia. I generally agree with your take. I don't think he's the guy, but I do think capturing whatever momentum possible is a good thing. Yes. I'm not going to lie. If you think I didn't think, like, would it look cool if I lost my pinky like I'm Yakuza for a second? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't considering that. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, damn, like, if I lost the tip of my pinky, is that fucked up? Barbarism Critic says, if you want to be a radical, then you have to radically shift your perspective, the one that is always looking for the next opportunity to bring people in the movement. You need to abandon the idea that people with false conscience or bad ideas or liberal sentiments are fixed and immutable and incapable of growth or change. Once upon a time, you and I were liberals too. To be a radical is to see the potential in every moment and in every person, not to deride those who aren't as politically advanced as you are. You must do away with your narrow view of the world and what it can be. A true radical doesn't just react. They look for the dialectic at work in every situation and search for the contradictions that can drive change. I agree. Respectfully, that's a whole lot of words to get the core argument of AOC and Bernie pull huge crowds and then send those crowds into the wrong place, but that's good because we can theoretically poach them. Well, that's incredibly reductive, but yes, the job of a socialist is to meet the working class where they are and advance their consciousness. It is how it's always worked. I know. I just don't understand why people don't recognize that. I think people genuinely don't understand. If I had to guess, I think Bernie may feel frustrated with a less focus on Gaza. He's very one-minded, has a significant blind spot on Palestine. But at this speech and others, he says we need to focus on Gaza, but also the American worker. It's not good, but that's what it kind of seems to me. Yeah, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You want to know why it doesn't matter? Because if you think you are not going to have allies that at one point or another thought that a fucking two-state solution was possible, even right now, 60 months into the genocide, or dare I say, I'll take it one step further, allies that literally think what Israel was doing was awesome and righteous up until the very moment where they have that pivotal moment of change, you're delusional. Wake up. Wake the fuck up. Yes, there are right now, today, people all around you that might think what Israel is doing is fucking dope. Heinous shit. Okay? It is up to you to try to convince them that they are wrong. It is up to you to show them the truth. There are many of you in here that probably felt that way before October 7. Have I spent a whole bit of time telling you how right I was for the past 10 fucking years? No, because that would be stupid. I shut the fuck up, I dial in, and I actively and stubbornly try to correct you, to try to course correct. And guess what? It fucking works. It works even when it feels like it's not going to work. It works when a year ago at this point, I had lost a fucking third of my audience because of my hard-headedness on this issue. Being correct but too early is nothing. It doesn't matter, especially when you recognize that people's starting positions are going to be different than yours, okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. You have to remember that. Yeah. And the thing that gives me so much hope, though, is literally the difference of reaction to this, where people are booing the cops. People are awkwardly silent about Bernie Sanders' non-response here. These are Bernard heads. These are people who fucking came to this crowd to hear Bernie speak. He is the fucking headliner, okay? People are actively booing the cops. What does that tell you? What does that show you? That means that this audience still loves Bernie, but absolutely is further to the left than Bernie on the issue of Israel. Many people are. Many normal Democrats are. I think a lot of normal Democrats have a lot of normie Democrats, the Barbaras and the Deborahs, okay, are far more, far closer to the truth of what's going on in fucking Palestine than the average Democrat is, no matter how radical the average Democrat is, with the exception of like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, you know? Now look at this.
Donald Trump's detention of Mahmoud Khalil for his speech is anti-American, and we demand his release, along with the release of Rumeisa Ozturk, who he is also jailing.
There are bigger issues than Israel at this moment. It's so funny because you're a fucking idiot who doesn't understand, who refuses to understand that no, there aren't bigger issues than Israel at this moment. You want to know why? Because the administration is using Israel as a weapon to fucking shred the First Amendment and due process, dumb fuck. God damn. They're changing American policy. They're undermining the American Constitution while using Israel as a vehicle to do so. So if you want to go, oh, I don't care about Israel. Why do you have to talk about Israel? Because you're deeply ashamed of your fucking perspective on Israel and you're too afraid to openly say it. So you have to cynically go, oh, no one cares about Israel. Shut the fuck up. All you care about is Israel because, I don't know, for some reason or another. Maybe you're biased because your name is Hassan. Maybe because you're Muslim. Wake the fuck up, idiot. The Trump administration is posterizing false deportations that they're promoting of legal permanent residents that they want to literally denaturalize, revoke the citizenship of, because of no crime whatsoever, other than the fact that they were critical of Israel. That's fucking insane. Wake up.
For writing an off-school paper. Return of Abrego Garcia, who's in El Salvador.
He's not just being silenced, but he's also a liar. Yes, we need everyone together right now, but that does not mean that Coleman is not using Palestine for a show and opposing action is not one more nickel. Why does he say... Then why does he say no to an actual arms embargo? What are you talking about? He hasn't said. Bernie Sanders has not only not said, why does he say no to an actual arms embargo? He has actively written the fucking bill for an arms embargo. Shut up. This is what pisses me off so much. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yes, Bernie on the optics doesn't go far enough. Bernie on the statements doesn't go far enough. But as far as grading him against the rest of fucking Congress, that's one aspect where you can't talk shit. He is far more to the left than the average Democratic senator is. He is far closer to the average American citizen's attitude on the matter. Fuck, dude. You just demonstrated exactly what the problem is. Article on Bernie being one of 15 senators blocking arms to Israel? No, he wasn't just one of 15 senators to block arms to Israel. He was the senator that proposed this bill to block arms to Israel. What are we talking about? Senate voted against considering the first two resolutions by Senator Bernie Sanders to block the Trump administration. If you want to criticize Bernie, criticize him on the fucking Marco Rubio vote. Okay? 99-0, including Bernie. If you want to criticize Bernie, criticize him on what he says. If you want to criticize Bernie on not going far enough on the legislative agenda, you have to rate him on a curve with respect to the rest of Congress, because it's not like he's fucking not doing anything. You just think that because you saw shit on Twitter. Fuck. This is one of the major problems with anti-electoralist leftists, okay? Anti-electoralist leftists, understandably and correctly, point out that within a bourgeois democracy is always going to have, whether it's a two-party system or a multi-party parliamentary structure, is always going to have two poles of power that will never undermine capitalism, okay? That is their stated purpose. That is their goal. You're correct. But because of that, you're not interested in understanding how Congress works, understanding how the machine works. And if you don't understand how this machine works, you can't actively and adequately criticize when politicians do the wrong thing. This is an issue. This is an issue. This is a major issue for a lot of leftists. That's why I love people like David Dan or people like Sam Cedar. I might not fully agree all the way with some of their assessment, but it doesn't matter because they fucking understand how this machine works and they try to move politicians marginally in the right direction. Okay? That's it. And I say this as someone who also recognizes that electoralism is not going to pave the way for a fucking revolution. Okay? But you don't have anything. You have no movement. You have no motion. You don't have a vanguard. You have no education. You have no awareness. You have a country with no class consciousness. In order to even build class consciousness, you have to move the needle in the appropriate direction, at least in the interim, to mobilize, to organize, to agitate. But you don't want to do any of that. You just want to fucking chirp. Shut up. God damn. And it's fine. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. Okay? I understand. You're like, I'm checked out. Whatever, okay? I can't force you. If you want to call me a fucking sheepdog for the Democratic Party, that's fine. I don't care, okay? That's fine. You go ahead. I have a principled stance on this matter. I have a different method than you. I have a different belief system than you do at the end of the day. I believe that in order for there to be any sort of real revolutionary sentiment or revolutionary organizing in this country, Americans have to get to a point of class consciousness. As material conditions erode, as contradictions worsen, Americans are moving in the direction of fascism. They're not moving magically in the direction of Marxist-Leninist principles. Okay, they're so far removed from that reality. So I'll take any help I can get to make it easier to unionize, for example, because unionization will create an opportunity not only to push back against the Democratic Party, that force them to do the bidding of the American working class in moments that fucking matter, but it's also very important for educational purposes as well. Do you understand? Right now, I, in a socialism with Hasanist or Chinese characteristics, look at the material conditions in the United States of America, look at broad awareness in the United States of America in terms of what people think about socialism, and I think that there is no fucking shot in hell that you could do a revolutionary Marxist-Leninist party. There's a million of them. There's a million communist parties. Why the fuck do they look like a Discord server that breach containment every time they get together? They're trying their best. No disrespect. But, like, there's a reason. All right? Bro said 30 minutes ago he doesn't punch left. Lamau. Okay, I make jokes. Okay? I make jokes about everyone on the left, on the broad left. Calm down. In any case, I personally think Bernie supporting this resolution was the wrong play and prolonged the issue. But again, that's just my personal opinion. What is this? A resolution affirming... Oh, yeah, this was fucking bullshit. A resolution affirming that Hamas cannot retain any political or military control in the Gaza Strip. Yeah, 100%. Ridiculous. As soon as you see Fetterman on there, you got to fucking run away. I mean, Lindsey Graham too, but like this is the type of shit that he does that I think demonstrate. This is the type of shit that he does that I think at the end of the day demonstrate that his is like his opinions are his firmly held convictions. Yeah, he's like Hamas is a terror organization. He said that over and over again. Okay, but it doesn't matter. You want to know why it doesn't matter? Because out of all these senators, out of all these fucking senators, I need you to understand something. If these senators, no matter who they are, even if it's fucking John Fetterman's oaf ass that went out and was like, oh, I think I'm going to personally save my constituents who have been falsely deported against speaking out against Israel, and he put his fucking ogre ass, his oafish ass on the line, I would celebrate that decision. I would be cautious, given his background, given his track record, okay? But it doesn't matter. I fucking hate that person, okay? I hate him. I think he's a monstrous piece of shit. Having said that, in the interim, in the short term, in the period where congressional action is a necessity, okay? I'll take it. I'll take help wherever I can get. Is he really that bad? He is worse. If you think John Fetterman is, you're like, oh, Hasan, you described this guy as like a really bad guy. I'm going to tell you right now, dude, he is worse than the way I have presented him. To be charitable again, this was approved by unanimous consent, so they didn't actively vote for it. He just didn't stand on the Senate floor and stop it. Effect is similar, but I'd also never expect someone to be the only person to stop an anti-Hamas messaging bill. I don't think Rashida would even do that. Yeah, I agree. I think Bernie has a better chance of doing that than Rashida Tlaib, but that's besides the point. He has the clout. He has the momentum. He's Jewish. That's another huge factor here at play. He is the guy. He has more power to be able to do that than Rashida Tlaib ever did. How are you any different about liberals on as Bernie from lesser evil libtards who spoke about Kamala over Trump then? Your argument is like theirs, where you could have worked within the Dems with Kamala in power. Are you so delusional that you think Bernie Sanders and Kamala Harris are on the same fucking wavelength on every other issue? What are you talking about? In terms of presenting bills that deny arms to Israel, Bernie Sanders has introduced bills. So within the limited congressional authority or the expansive congressional authority that a congressperson has, Bernie Sanders has definitely been infinitely... God damn, dude. Liberals are so fucking annoying still to this day, to this very moment. What's Kamala Harris doing right now? She's an active leader in the Democratic Party. What's she doing? What's she doing? Is she out there in the streets? Is she speaking now? Huh? Is that what she's doing? No. The fuck is she doing? You're experiencing it. You're a regular Joe. You're a layman. You are experiencing the death and destruction of the Trump administration. You will suffer. What's she doing? What has she done? Fucking Cory Booker has done more than her, and he hasn't done shit either. Yeah, she got a Hollywood agent. She went the Obama route. She's writing a fucking book. Yeah, she's at a real estate conference in Queensland. What are you guys talking about? Seriously. It's like Kamala Harris I could argue against Kamala Harris in the same way that I get mad at fucking Jill Stein. Where is Jill Stein, bro? Where's she at? Where the fuck is Jill Stein? Where's she at? We're here. You're here. Bernie's here. Where the fuck is Jill Stein? Gotta wait 4 more fucking years to see her again. This is why I get fucking mad at Jill Stein too. This is why I get mad at the fucking Green Party. Wake up. Oh my God. It turns out she didn't give a fuck. That's crazy. I've seen this song and dance before. At least PSL organizes, okay? They are infinitely more respectable. They're infinitely more respectable than the Green Party. You understand? They do a fuckload more than the Green Party ever did. Twitter activity of Jill Stein. 4 tweets per day. When is this? Yeah, I saw this. Ethan Klein says Hasan is a white dude.
Here and say, go back home. Unreal. And I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. Imagine that. According to Hasan, the white dude who has no lived experience outside of America. Awesome, bro.
This is so funny. I saw this. I was like, dude, I was your podcast co-host. You know I grew up in Turkey until I was 18 years old. What the fuck? Oh my God. It's just such basic facts that he consistently gets wrong. I just like, it's so strange. He wiped his whole memory of me. It's just, how else can you make better fuck Hasan propaganda if you remember things? I don't know. The most charitable interpretation here is that he probably accidentally said Hasan when he meant Ian, because I'm constantly on his mind, I guess. He doesn't recognize the state of Turkey. Yeah, he's like, that's just more Israel. You mean northern territory of the Greater Israel Project? What do you mean? The Ottoman Caliphate will be restored, except it will be Israel instead of the Ottoman Empire. Yeah. Anyway, you mean New Greece. Yeah. So Bernie on the policy front, on the legislative side, is far closer to the interests of the average American. Bernie on his own, though, when it comes down to his own opinions, like whether it be that one clip from 2014 when he popped off at someone, or even especially after October 7th, when I think he had like a brain-breaking moment and genuinely got scared. This is what I want to talk to him about so bad, but I know he's just not going to do it. I just don't think I don't think I'll get an opportunity. New Ottoman Empire in Berlin. Content Cop 1 million views in 6 hours. That means it's got way more, because those views don't actually show Does he not take you seriously? What? No, not Bernie doesn't know who the fuck I am. Calm down, okay? Let's be real. I don't think he knows who I am. I think he kind of knows who I am now, but not. He doesn't fully know who I am. But it's okay. You interviewed him? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people interview him. I'm sure. I mean, look, he knows who I am, but not like fully aware. Okay, guys. You have to remember, he's fucking 85 years old. Okay, like it's all right. I've talked to him twice at this point. You gave him a fucking toy train? Yeah. He knows me as the videos on the internet guy who has a lot of fucking socialist support. Bernie just thinks you're a Make-A-Wish kid. I saw a clip that he didn't like the toy train. Did he throw it away? Oh, no. Yeah, boomer, you can't make fucking fake videos anymore. People get duped by it. I realized that, like, we can't do memes online because hella people take it seriously. This is fucking terrifying. It's actually scary how much, like, a haha joke can turn into, like, something that people take seriously and think, oh, this is real. Like, this guy hated the fucking toy train.
Demands to control parts of its curriculum, along with the school's admissions process. Nikki Batiste is here now with that story. Nikki, good morning to you.
Gail, good morning. Harvard is the latest target of Trump's crackdown on higher education institutions, facing pressure to cave to the administration's demands. A group of Harvard professors, including one we spoke to, sued the administration to block the withholding of nearly $9 billion in funding. And as we found out, lingering cuts could impact critical research.
Harvard's refusal to bow to the Trump administration is costing them more than $2 billion in funding.
He wants us to be using the Trump syllabus instead of our own syllabi, our own teaching. And that's a violation of the First Amendment. It's a violation of academic freedom. He is trying to use the coercive power of the federal government, including massive funding cuts.
The White House says it will withhold multi-year grants after the school refused to accept several demands. Those included sharing hiring and admissions data and allowing a third party to audit programs that the administration says fuel anti-Semitic harassment. President Trump also threatened to revoke Harvard's tax-exempt status on Tuesday.
The president's position on this is grounded in common sense, in the basic principle that Jewish American students, or students of any faith, should not be illegally harassed and targeted on our nation's college campuses.
Like Harvard, Johns Hopkins University is one of 60 schools under investigation by the Department of Education. Researchers there are already facing more than $800 million in funding cuts made by the Department of Government Efficiency last month.
These patients are on clinical trials because they have no other options.
Dr. Elizabeth Jaffe is the deputy director of Johns Hopkins Kimmel Cancer Center.
Yeah, here we go. The IRS is making plans to rescind the tax-exempt status of Harvard University. And here's the thing, okay? Here's another 9-0 Supreme Court decision coming down. This will literally, I think, this will be the fastest 9-0 unanimous Supreme Court decision of unconstitutionality that you've ever seen. It'll spin your fucking head, okay? But who knows what'll happen? Because the fucking admin seemingly doesn't care. This right here is such a fucking overt. Why'd you delete the link about Elon Musk's cummies? I don't want to talk about Elon's cum today. Depends on how they interpret it at this fucking point, bro. I mean, it's clear that they do take a stance, right? When something is glaringly, obviously unconstitutional, especially in a way that undermines the judiciary's power, completely, like the due process violation and not listening to the court orders, like that kind of stuff, they definitely will come out against. But who cares? Supreme Court could be making a unanimous decision again, and Trump will just turn around and go 9-0 in our favor, right, Steve? Right, Steve? 9-0 in our favor, and then that's it. That's it. Because we don't live in fucking reality, okay? We live in something different. In our favor. That's what he did. That's what he did with the fucking previous Supreme Court decision. What's the point of Congress at this point? He's doing the anti-Semitism bill plus bill to strip 501c3 status from orgs. Yeah, he is doing that. Everything sucks. I do think constitutionality is something Republicans care about. Not all of them. No, they don't. Dude, I'm telling you right now, something shifted, okay? When Donald Trump molested the money, and still continues to molest it with his prickly little hands every now and then when he feels bored. When he says, I'm going to nuke the global economy because I'm bored, and he keeps molesting the money, that's the one thing you're not allowed to do. And he's been able to withstand the negative impact of that, because you could literally do mass deportations in this country. You could do Nuremberg-style race laws in this country. You could advocate to deport every gay person in this country, okay? But the one thing you can't do is fuck the bag, okay? The entire system relies on not fucking the bag. And he fucked it. He fucked it. He fucked it for a little bit. He backed away a little bit from fucking it. He's still fucking it a little bit, okay? He's still molesting it. But even then, seemingly his sycophants, based their way through that entire process, bro. It is crazy. It is crazy, bro. So if he can do that and still be fine, I think he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Helping even patients with the worst possible cancers, metastatic lung cancer, metastatic colon cancer, metastatic melanoma.
Yeah, I do want to remind everybody we're 3 months in, by the way. So that's cool. 3 months in, by the way.
These were deadly cancers 10 years ago. They're now chronic diseases like diabetes.
About the end
When
of the
Johns
fourth
Hopkins
month.
loses funding from the NIH, is it fair to say that will cost lives in the long term?
It's going to cost lives not only in the long term, but in the short term, because if they stop the funding, we have to say to the patient the next day, we don't have the funding coming in.
Without your clinical trial, what would have happened?
I probably would have died.
Vanessa Brandon was diagnosed with colon cancer in 2014 and says a clinical trial for immunotherapy at Johns Hopkins saved her life.
When you hear that this trial could be in jeopardy from these cuts, what do you think?
It just breaks my heart that this money is being cut. I'm a Black woman, you know, just barely making it at times. It's just so heartbreaking because there's other people out there in the same position that I'm in that want to live.
A Harvard spokesperson told me, quote, the majority of endowment money is restricted and cannot be touched. It can only be used for its intended purpose. Where endowment money goes is usually decided when it's donated.
Yeah, except this is why you kind of have an endowment. Like, am I crazy? Like, if you don't use the endowment on this, then you're just a gay hedge fund. You know what I mean? You're like a woke, annoying gay hedge fund. That's all you are. Like, there's got to be a point where Harvard goes, we got 50 billion. Okay, we'll go band for band, bitch. This is the moment. It's ironic because, like, as I talked about before, they didn't even do this initially. Make no mistake. Trump administration did this to Columbia. Okay, they did this to Columbia, and then they put the crosshairs on every other elite institution, including but not limited to Harvard. They went to Harvard and they said, fire the fucking Middle Eastern studies guy, Turkish dude. Boom, he's gone. Okay? They fired his second in command. Harvard folded, just like Columbia folded. But then Trump was like, yeah, and also cut out this gay shit. No more DEI. No more. You need to bring in more Republicans. You need to do affirmative action for conservatives at Harvard. And that's when they were like, whoa, enough is enough. This is completely unacceptable. We do not want you to touch us like that. That is fucked up. Yeah, here's Ryan Grimm also looking at a Charlie Kirk tweet. This is the entire point of the assault on colleges and universities, just to trying to destroy political opposition, no matter the cost to us as a society. In 2021, over 96% of political donations from Harvard faculty went to Democrat candidates. Defund Harvard. Harvard is defying the Trump administration after its own crackdown on academic freedom. Before Harvard rejected Trump's demands, it instituted numerous changes in an attempt to counteract accusations of anti-Semitism. Holy fuck, even the forward is writing this. God damn. Perhaps they're writing this maybe to say, like, Harvard did the right thing. So now they're writing in defense of Harvard, maybe? I don't know. Holy Toledo. Yeah. They took a big stance. Harvard took a big stance against the Trump admin this week. But before they did that, they quietly fucking caved on a lot of the initiatives of the Trump administration. Do you understand? It initially cracked down on some of the very departments of the administration letters accused of anti-Semitism, specifically the Divinity School and the Middle Eastern Studies Department. At the end of March, the Divinity School suspended its Religion, Conflict, and Peace initiative amid accusations of the program, which had for the past several years, since before October 7, focused on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, was biased against Israel. The accusations were tied in part to a lawsuit from former Divinity School student Shabbos Kestenbaum, a self-described progressive who spoke at the Republican National Convention and endorsed Donald Trump, accusing Harvard of violating the rights of Jewish students. The Harvard Jewish Alumni Association also said in a report that spring that the peace initiative appears to focus entirely on the Palestinians. I wonder why the peace initiative focuses entirely on the fucking victims of the genocide rather than the perpetrators of it. This must be anti-Semitic. Bro, stop showing me Ethan Klein laughing at Cutie Cinderella again. I don't want to see it, okay? Please, lock in. Diane Moore, the program's founding director, retired abruptly in January, a semester earlier than planned. The program's assistant director, Hussein Rashid, also said he would retire at the end of the year in a statement sharply criticizing Harvard for condoning hate against Arabs and Muslims and accusing the university of interfering with the department's programming, which they did. Divinity School students were center stage in pro-Palestinian campus activism at Harvard in the wake of October 7 in one high-profile incident caught on camera and cited in the Trump administration's letter of demands to Harvard. A Jewish business school student was confronted by a Divinity School student when he walked through a die-in protest in support of Gaza. That's the reason why they said this was anti-Semitic, because a business school student walked up to a staged protest with a fucking phone camera to try to film every single person's face so they could dox them with a canary mission. And the field marshals, I remember, literally stopped that person from doing that, and they called that blocking a Jewish student's right to walk to class or whatever the fuck they're saying. Harvard also suspended his public health school's research partnership with Birzeit University, the largest university in the West Bank, and disbanded the undergraduate activist Palestinian Solidarity Committee for violating campus use rules. Additionally, the university imposed a requirement for all arts and science centers on campus to meet guidelines on intellectual diversity, which each center's director required to submit its programming for approval. At the end of March, Harvard forced 2 faculty leaders at the Center for Middle Eastern Studies from their posts. Center Director Jamal Kafadar, a professor of Turkish studies, along with the center's associate director, history professor Rosie Bashir, were asked to step down. Both remain employed by the university. Harvard student newspaper connected the turnover at the Center for Middle Eastern Studies in the Divinity School to Harvard's efforts to distance itself from accusations of anti-Semitism after the Trump administration announced the university was under scrutiny. These efforts, however, clearly failed to placate the Trump administration. There's no indication that the stand Garber, Harvard's Jewish president, is taking against pressure from the Trump administration will cause the school to roll back any of these previous efforts to dispel accusations of anti-Semitism. Harvard may have rejected the government's demands in the name of freedom, thought, and inquiry, but it's willing to crack down on certain ideas itself. Okay, I take it back. This person is very clearly a critical voice here, and I apologize for assuming, because it's Forward Magazine, that she was going to glaze Harvard's initial crackdown on quote-unquote anti-Semitism. Forward or Squishy Libs? You're thinking of Tablet Magazine? Yeah, but even Forward at times will write some fucking insane articles. The only institution, the only like Jewish institution, because these papers present themselves as like Jewish lifestyle papers that I firmly trust is Jewish Currents, which of course friend of the show Noah Colwyn used to be the senior editor of. So yeah, forward articles can range from liberal Zionist takes to sometimes anti-Zionist takes to ultra Zionist takes in general. No matter which way you slice it, intellectual diversity initiatives are a good thing. Having conservative voices in higher education is valuable. It's not like they're hard to find either. Just a few hours on the sex offender registry and you got a list of potential candidates. We're talking about fucking Harvard. Alan Dershowitz is professor emeritus at Harvard University. Don't worry, there's plenty of conservative intellectual diversity there. It's Harvard constitutionally defending the lowering of the age of consent from a constitutional perspective. Alan, I only wore my underwear at the Jeffrey Epstein mansion, Dershowitz. Okay? Allegedly. Anyway. O hocayı sadece kovdular çünkü araştırmaları Harvard'ın ve hatta tüm Amerika'nın aslında büyük Türk devletinin bir parçası olduğunu kanıtlamak üzereydi. Gerçekler ortaya çıkmasın diye susturuldu. Turan uyanıyor. Engelleyemezler. Masa biziz. This chatter is amazing. I assume this is Google Translate. He said they actually fired the Turkish professor because he was on the verge of uncovering the secret that America was actually a part of the great Turkish Republic, and he was about to prove it. He was on the verge of proving this, and in order to shelter the public from the truth, they silenced him. The Turan is awakening. They cannot stop us. JJJ Harvard, JJJ. Yeah. Neo-Ottomanists rise up. It's true. Okay. This is Google Translate. I'm a Jewish white man. I'm an American Jew, but I wish I was a base Turk like you. I mean, there's Jewish Turks. You could have been a Turkish Jew instead of an American one, instead of an America one. Also, this is literally Felix Biederman, okay? I'm an American Jew, but I wish I was a base Turk like you. Felix Biederman. Anyway. All right, everybody. March is here. We're going to film the fucking podcast. We're going to film the podcast right now. So I got to go. But be kind to one another. What a fucking roller coaster we had today. I love you all. I will see you tomorrow as always. Okay? And that's it. Wait, I just got back on. Can you run Content Cop? Yeah. No. All right. Peace, everybody. Free Palestine.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan